My mom saw that I finished kindergarten and still hadn't found a girlfriend. So she went ahead and arranged 5 childhood betrothals for me. The plan was for me to grow up and out of the wealthy Su family's 5 daughters. Pick one to be my fiancé. When the 5 Su family misses found out, they were completely against it. Because in the photo, I was dark, chubby, and looked exactly like a total country bumpkin. None of the 5 wanted to be the one to marry me. Right now, 3 luxury cars parked in front of a rundown small town. Out stepped 5 exquisitely beautiful women. It was quite the eye-catching scene. The moment she stepped out, 5th sister, Su Xiaoxiao, started complaining. I'm going to throw up. What is this dump? It's so dirty and hot. 4th sister, Su Xinyan, whined in agreement. I know, right? I seriously don't get dad. Why is he letting some country bumpkin pick one of us as a fiancé and making us come all the way here to pick him up and take him to Jiangzheng? All 5 of them looked clearly displeased. If Father Su hadn't threatened them with his life, there was no way they would have come to a place like this. Enough. Go knock on the door. The one who spoke was the eldest sister, Su Wanru. Her stunningly beautiful face also carried a trace of annoyance. Su Xiaoxiao walked up and knocked on the door. It took half an hour before the door finally opened. The man standing before them had sharp, handsome features. His eyes were deep and bright. His aura seemed even more aristocratic than theirs. Su Xiaoxiao was stunned. Hello, we're looking for Jiang Yichen. Is he here? I am Jiang Yichen. I glanced at the women in front of me, then said lazily, wait here a minute. I'm going to get my luggage. I turned around and walked back inside. The girls were all in shock. Holy crap, he looks completely different from the picture Dad showed us. The photo Father Su had shown the 5 of them was of Jiang Yichen in his early teens. Who would have thought that in just a few years his appearance would change so drastically? At this moment, the 2nd sister, Su Luoli, teased, you like him. Then let him pick you to be his fiancé. Su Xiaoxiao spun around. No way! What's the use of being handsome? Hez still just a country bumpkin. Is that so? Don't worry. I wouldn't be interested in a little girl like you either, who hasn't even grown into her body yet. My indifferent voice came from behind them. Then, ignoring Su Xiaoxiao's look of absolute disgust, I grabbed my luggage and got straight into the car. I got into the first car. The driver was the eldest sister, Su Wanrao. It was just the 2 of us in the car. I didn't say a word, just turned my head to look out the window. I was feeling a mix of complex emotions. My mother passed away when I was little. My father and I lived in this small town for years. 2 months ago, he passed away from an illness. His dying wish was for me to marry a good wife. I had known for a long time that my father and his good friend Uncle Su had arranged this marriage. I had always been strongly against it. This was my father's dying wish, so I had no choice but to agree to go to the Su family. We arrived in Jiangcheng in complete silence. The car pulled up to a luxurious villa. I followed the 5 sisters inside, only to see an elegant, wealthy-looking woman sitting on the sofa. The moment Su Xiaoxiao walked in, she started complaining. Mom, we're back? I'm seriously exhausted. Mother Su immediately told the maid to prepare some tea, then shifted her gaze to me, who was walking in last. She looked me up and down, realizing that I wasn't the ugly, chubby kid from the photo. On the contrary, I was extremely handsome. Mother Su mocked me right off the bat. So, you're Jiang Yichen, huh? Getting plastic surgery just to marry into our Su family. You really went all out, didn't you? This marriage was arranged by Father Su back in the day. No one in the entire Su family was happy about it. No one could defy Father Su. I looked at Mother Su and said calmly, Auntie, I haven't had plastic surgery. Mother Su let out a cold snort. Then, seeing the butler bringing my luggage in from the car, she immediately ordered Butler Lee, open his suitcase and inspect it. My eyes darkened. Auntie, these are my personal belongings. I obviously know they're your belongings. That's exactly why they need to be inspected. You're from some small backwater town. If you brought something dirty or dangerous into our Su family, that wouldn't be good at all. After speaking, Mother Su gave Butler Lee a pointed look. The 5 Su sisters sat casually on the sofa. None of them had any intention of stepping up to help me. Just as Butler Lee was about to lay his hands on it, I snatched the suitcase away. No one touches my things. Mother Su stood up, a flash of anger crossing her face. You can't. If you ask me, you've definitely brought something shady with you. I absolutely must see what's inside today. As soon as her words fell, 4 or 5 bodyguards started marching in our direction. The sisters put down their phones. Watching this unfold, they thought I would panic and cave, but my expression remained completely calm. Just as the bodyguards were about to forcibly grab my suitcase, stop. A deep, booming voice rang out from the doorway. It was Father Su. He was back. He hurried over, looked at me, and asked with deep concern, Yichen, are you all right? I'm so sorry. Uncle Su had a company meeting earlier, so I only just rushed back. Hearing this, I shook my head. It's fine, Uncle Su. Father Su turned to glare at Mother Su. What do you think you're doing? Yichen just arrived, and this is how you treat him. Mother Su shot me a look of disgust. What did I do? I just wanted to see if he brought anything unclean into the house. Mother Sue angrily tossed out that sentence, then turned on her heel and stomped upstairs. Father Sue let out a heavy sigh. Sorry about that. Yikin, your auntie might have some misunderstandings about you. I will explain things clearly to her. I shook my head, signaling that it didn't matter. Over the years, plenty of people have been prejudiced against me. Then Father Sue announced to everyone in the house, from now on, Yichin will be living here. None of you are allowed to disrespect him, nor will you stand by and let him be bullied. The 5 sisters remained entirely silent, thinking to themselves,
why does father like this Zhang Yichin so much?
After a round of pleasantries, Su Fu showed me to my room. The room was spacious and bright, fully stocked with everything I could possibly need.
Yikin, are you satisfied with the room's layout?
If you don't like it, I can have someone redecorate it for you.
Thank you, uncle.
I love it. Looking at the man in front of me, I felt a wave of complex emotions. I had met Su Fu many times when I was a kid. He had always been incredibly kind to me. It couldn't help but remind me of my late father. Seeing my expression dim, Su Fu patted my shoulder. You must be exhausted from the journey, he said. Get some good rest first. I'll call you when it's time for dinner. I nodded and went back into the room to unpack my things. After dinner, Su Fu pulled me over to the sofa for a chat. Then he handed me a bank card.
Yikin.
Take this card. Tomorrow, I'll have the 5 girls take you out to explore Zhangcheng. Buy whatever you want. Uncle Su, thank you for your kindness. There's really no need. As soon as the words left my mouth, I caught sight of Mother Su sitting nearby with a look of utter displeasure. She sneered, her tone dripping with sarcasm.
Tisk. Tisk.
Drop the high and mighty act. Didn't you come to our Su family just to leech off our money? Yang Wanru. Su Fu shouted his wife's name, his voice thick with anger. Mother Su immediately shot back. Am I not telling the truth?
Why are you yelling at me?
My mouth twitched. I had no idea how ID even offended this Yang Wanru. Right at that moment, the phone beside me rang. Brother Zhang, company made a profit of 300 million this quarter. It's already been transferred to your account. I frowned. Why did they send me another batch of money? Soon, the day passed. When I woke up the next morning, Su Fu had already left to handle company business. 5 young ladies were at the dining table eating breakfast. Su Fu had already instructed them last night to take me out to explore Zhangcheng today. I had just taken a seat when the eldest sister, Su Wanro, spoke up in a cold, distant voice. I have meetings at the company today. Let the 4 of them take you out. With that, she put down her cutlery, stood up, and left without another word. The 3rd sister, Su Jingyao, also stood up. She said, I have a last-minute gig today. I have to head out too. The remaining 4 quickly followed suit, making up excuses, and left one after another. I didn't say much about it, and just kept my head down, continuing to eat my breakfast. By evening, my phone rang. An excited voice came through the receiver. Brother Zhang. Brother Jiang, did you come to Zhangcheng? I replied coolly. Is something the matter? You came all the way to Zhangcheng and didn't even tell me. I don't care. You have to come out and eat with me right now. If you don't, I'm storming the Su family estate to find you. Half an hour later, I let the butler know and left the villa alone. After having dinner with Gu Qinghan, she badgered and pestered me until she dragged me to a high-end bar. Brother Zhang, nobody in the Su family is bullying you, right? I swirled the wine in my glass. Who could possibly bully me? Gu Qinghan smiled.
True.
It's a miracle if you don't bully others. Who could ever bully you? On the surface, this man looked gentle and refined. Secretly, he was an absolute demon king. Thinking about this, Gu Qinghan continued to ask, So, are you really planning to get engaged to someone from the Su family? I took a sip of my drink and said carelessly, I don't know. If it wasn't for my father, I never would have come to the Su family in the first place. For now, I'm just taking it one step at a time. The 2 were chatting in the bar's first-floor lounge, completely unaware that on the 2nd floor, someone in a private booth had been staring at them the whole time. That person was none other than Su Wanro. She had been invited here by a friend after work. Not long after sitting down, she saw me walk in with another woman. Su Wanro's gaze darkened with a hint of profound mystery. Right at that moment, her friend sitting next to her noticed her stare. Following her line of sight, Song Qian couldn't help but tease. Well, looks like our eldest Miss Sus Iron Tree is finally blooming. Caught your eye on someone. He is pretty handsome. I'll admit. Want me to get his number for you? Wait a minute.
Is that Gu Qinghan next to him?
Su Wanru frowned slightly, her tone laced with a hint of doubt. Gu Qinghan, Song Qian nodded.
Yeah.
Vice president of that mysterious Langshan company. As for why Langshan is so mysterious, it's because it's a massive listed company. Not only incredibly powerful, but also, very few people actually know who the chairman behind the scenes is. All these years, Gu Qinghan has been the public face handling their affairs. Sister Wanro, you're way out of Gu Qinghan's league. You can definitely win that handsome guy over. You talk too much, Su Wanru said coldly. Then she looked back down at me on the first floor, her eyes gleaming with a hint of curiosity. This man just arrived in Zhangcheng. How could he possibly know Gu Qinghan? Su Wanru stayed silent, picking up the drink on the table and taking a small sip. Just then, Gu Qinghan stood up and left her seat. The eyes of quite a few women around were glued to me. Very quickly, a wealthy-looking woman walked over to me, holding a wine glass. "Hey, handsome, let's be friends. Have a drink with me." I glanced at her and said flatly, "I have enough friends." Hearing this, the wealthy woman's face stiffened. She quickly forced a smile and said, "Just making a friend. How about I cover all your expenses tonight?" "No need." Looking at my utterly indifferent expression, the woman flew into a humiliated rage. She snapped, "Don't push your luck when I'm giving you face. I have money and power. Watch it, or I'll make sure you don't walk out those doors tonight." Meanwhile, Su Wanrao, sitting upstairs, was watching their every move. Song Qian, sitting across from her, also noticed her expression and teased Sister Wanru. "That rich lady isn't someone just anyone can afford to offend. Looks like your prey is about to get snatched up."
Su Wanru frowned.
She stood up, preparing to head downstairs. She was planning to reveal her identity in a moment to help me, but just as she stood up, a dramatic scene unfolded. The rich lady raised her hand, about to slap me. I casually swatted her arm away. You couldn't hear the voices from the second floor. But Su Wanru knew how to read lips. I mouthed every word clearly. "I don't want your dignity. How about I take your life instead?" My voice was arrogant and reckless. Right at that moment, Gu Qinghan also walked out of the restroom. The rich lady recognized her identity and jumped in fright. She hastily apologized and scrambled away, terrified that I was actually going to kill her. My mood was ruined. I had no interest in sticking around. After saying goodbye to Gu Qinghan, I left the bar. I called a ride on my phone, then sat absent-mindedly by the road waiting for it. I lit a cigarette and looked up at the night sky. Somehow, the moon didn't seem as round as it used to be. Just then, a black Maybach pulled up in front of me. Thinking it was my ride, I put out my cigarette in the trash can and opened the door, ready to hop in. There was already a woman sitting in the back seat.
Why is it you?
Only then did I realize the woman in the car was none other than Su Wanru. Her cold voice rang out. "Get in." I paused for a second before sitting down next to her. I didn't know why, but running into Su Wanru here made me feel inexplicably guilty.
What a coincidence.
I was just hanging out with a friend. "You too." Su Wanru gave a faint nod and said nothing. I turned my head to look out the window. Su Wanru was also at this bar. Did she see me earlier? Or was this just a coincidental run-in? We rode in silence. Ultimately, neither of us voiced the questions on our minds. As soon as we got home and walked through the door, a voice drifted over from the sofa. Mother Su's passive-aggressive tone rang out. "He just arrived in Jiang City, and he's already out partying this late on his second day. Who knows what kind of woman he was fooling around with? How could a man like this ever marry a daughter of the Su family?" Hearing this, Father Su frowned. He believed in my character, but he was worried about my safety and was just about to call and check on me. That was when Su Wanru and I walked in. Oh, so Wanru and Yichen were together. Su Wanru didn't say anything, nor did she deny it. Father Su smiled.
Yeekin.
"Regarding the marriage, I plan to have you spend some time with each of my 5 daughters. Once you've decided who is the best fit, we can make things official. Is that all right?" I nodded.
Sounds good.
Uncle Su, though Mother Su was unhappy. She knew no one could change Father Su's mind, so she settled for shooting me a displeased glare. Early the next morning, I was woken up by a series of knocks on my door. Annoyed from being rudely awakened, I opened it to see Su Wanru standing there. "Get ready! You're coming to the company with me," the woman ordered. "Why would I go to the company?" "Oh, right. Uncle Su wanted me to spend a day with each of them. Starting today with the eldest sister, Su Wanrao." By the time I finished getting ready, half an hour had already passed. I lethargically got into the car and headed to the company with Su Wanrao. Just then, the woman beside me spoke up with absolute seriousness. "Jiang Yichen, I only agreed to spend time with you because of my father, but I will never like you, and you don't need to bother getting to know me." I looked up at the woman in the driver's seat, suddenly feeling a bit more energized. I replied with a playful smirk. "Is that so? From my observations these past 2 days, you're the one I fancy the most. What should we do about that?" A flash of displeasure crossed her eyes. She replied coldly, "I suggest you don't waste your breath." I just chuckled and didn't say anything else. After arriving at the company, Su Wanru and I stepped out of the car one after the other. Instantly, the passing employees glued their eyes to us. "Whoa, who's the hottie next to the CEO? Hez, so handsome. That aura, has definitely a young master from a wealthy family. They look so good together." Gossip immediately started buzzing among the crowd. Su Wanru handed her keys to the guard at the security booth. I was about to walk inside when I suddenly froze. I called out in pleasant surprise, "Uncle Lin." The older man in the security uniform looked up and smiled broadly. "Oh, little Chen, what are you doing here?" Su Wanru looked at us with a hint of confusion. I simply waved her off. "You head on up. I'll go park the car with Uncle Lin." The Su family's bodyguards had been monitoring my every move. They assumed a country bumpkin like me arriving at the company would definitely stick to Su Wanro like glue. They didn't expect that I'd spend the entire morning chatting with a guard at the security booth. Everyone looked on with mocking faces. He really is just a nobody from some small town, hanging out with nobodies. No wonder they can chat all morning.
Yeah.
That Uncle Lin is probably from his village too.
What's the use of a pretty face?
Hez, still just an uncultured hick. I was completely oblivious to their gossip. Once Uncle Lin's shift ended, we headed to a nearby restaurant together. Uncle Lin smiled. He wasn't the gossiping type, and he had only just learned from me this morning. The reason why I came to the company? Little Chen, I've seen all 5 of the Su family's young ladies. If you ask me, the most outstanding one is Su Wanro. Since taking over the company these past few years, Shez secured a lot of major projects. Shez, steady, reliable, and brilliant. You should really prioritize her. Took a sip of water, and my face immediately scrunched up in rejection. No. Uncle Lin, why would I consider an iceberg? In my eyes, Su Wanro is way too cold and aloof. All the things I said to her this morning, I only said them to mess with her. Uncle Lin laughed heartily. Then, he started talking about the other members of the Su family. After lunch, I went back to the company and spent the entire afternoon hanging out at the security booth again. After her afternoon meetings ended, Su Wanru asked her assistant, and when she found out I was still in the security booth, she frowned slightly. Just this morning, this guy claimed she was his top pick, yet he comes to the company and spends the whole day in the security booth. Just what kind of game is this man playing? Su Wanru sat at her desk, stayed silent for a couple of seconds, and spoke up. Go look into Uncle Lin's background and find out exactly what his relationship is with Jiang Yichen. While you're at it, call Jiang Yichen up here. Right away, President Su. After the assistant left, it wasn't long before I headed upstairs. I took a look around Su Wanru's office, then asked lazily, what's up? You've been in the security room all day. If Dad finds out, it won't look good. Hearing that left me a bit speechless. Alright, you're the one who called me up here, so don't blame me if I end up bothering you. With that, I plopped down on the sofa. Su Wanru ignored me, picked up her documents, and went back to work. Meanwhile, I was on the sofa, playing a game on my phone, and it seemed I had the volume turned all the way up. Su Wanru furrowed her brow. 8 minutes later, the sound of my teammate flaming me rang out through the speaker. How are you feeding harder than a food delivery guy? Use your hands, bro. Stop playing with your feet. We're doomed. You're basically just a minion that can respawn. Su Wanru was completely speechless. That was some surprisingly elegant trash talk. Right then, the guy I was flaming started cursing right back at me. Every other word was a curse. At this exact moment, Su Wanru finally regretted bringing me into her office. Was this man purely here to torture her? She started to doubt whether I actually favored her the most, or if I actually hated her the most. No, wait. The one I hated the most was probably her little sister. Fortunately, once the match ended, Su Wanru also finished her work. She grabbed her coat and told me it was time to leave. Just as we reached the door, the assistant returned. Su Wanru gave me a look and said, "Go wait for me in the parking garage." She watched me leave the office. Then the assistant reported her findings. President, that Uncle Lin's identity is indeed far from ordinary. He owns many downtown apartments and office buildings here in Jiangcheng. Simply put, he's a billionaire landlord who just collects rent. He only became a security guard because he was bored. As for his relationship with Mr.
Jang.
I haven't been able to find anything yet. Hearing this, Su Wanru's eyes flashed with thought for a moment. Jiang Yichen, how could he possibly know someone like that in Jiangcheng? Combine that with Gu Qinghan from last night. Su Wanru vaguely felt that I was not a simple man, but she didn't dwell on it too much. It had nothing to do with her. All she needed to confirm was that this Uncle Lin had no malicious intentions. Upon returning home, the living room was bustling with activity. The other 4 members of the Su family were all sitting on the sofa, along with a man who looked to be about my age. He was dressed in a sharp black suit, looking every bit the wealthy young master. Wanru is back. Come, sit down. And Yicheng just got back into the country today. He came straight here after getting off the plane. He smiled, standing up to greet Su Wanru. Su Wanru gave him a lukewarm response. A hint of disappointment flashed across in Yicheng's face. Then he turned his gaze to me.
Smiling, he said, "You must be Jiang Yichen, right?"
Nice to meet you. I'm Yicheng. I grew up with Wanru and her sisters. From now on, we're brothers. If you ever get bored in Jiangcheng, just hit me up. And Yicheng, during their earlier chat, he had heard that I was quite good looking. But he clearly hadn't expected me to be this ridiculously handsome. I saw right through his petty little thoughts, and just gave a faint reply. Sure. Right then, Father Su returned. The An and Su families were old family friends, so Father Su treated An Yicheng with great courtesy. The group looked like one big happy family. I sat off to the side, absent-mindedly waiting for dinner to be served. Just then, Mother Su spoke up. "Oh right, Ah Cheng, I heard you were coming back a few days ago. So I specifically went shopping and bought you a few things. Let Auntie go upstairs and get them for you." With that, she headed upstairs. But when she came back down, She asked Father Su in a displeased tone. Where is the box from my cabinet? How should I know? Father Su retorted, then asked, did any of you take it? Mother Su looked at her 5 daughters, seeing them all shake their heads. And Yi Cheng cautiously chimed in, Auntie, could it have been stolen? Who would have the guts? Hand it over right now, and you still have time to get out of the Su family alive. Otherwise, prepare to go to jail. No one confessed. Mother Su immediately barked Butler. Search every single room thoroughly. I was casually playing on my phone, but hearing this instantly piqued my interest. An hour later, the butler and his men had searched several of the servants' rooms, but failed to find the missing item. Madam, there is still one servant's room, and Mr. Zhang's room that haven't been searched. Butler Li stammered out. At this time, a maid stepped forward. Madam, yesterday, when we were talking about the security cameras being broken, Mr. Zhang happened to walk by, and in the afternoon I even saw him coming out of your room. He was clearly implying that I knew the cameras were down, and that I had been in Mother Su's room. Hearing this, Mother Su's face twisted in fury. Zhang Yichen, I was wondering why you refused your Uncle Su's credit card yesterday, acting so high and mighty on the outside, while doing this kind of dirty, low-life shit behind our backs, huh? Butler, go search his room immediately. Father Su instantly stood up. Nonsense. How could Yichen be that kind of person?
Why couldn't he be?
Su Shiyuan, how well do you actually think you know him? What wouldn't someone from a small backwater town do? Besides, he was the only one home yesterday afternoon. He can't escape suspicion. I kept my face completely calm. It's fine. Uncle Su, let them search. From the moment this incident started, I realized what was going on. This was a setup aimed squarely at me. As for who the mastermind was, I figured I'd find out soon enough. The servants headed to my room. Members of the Su family remained on the sofa, watching the show unfold. I looked at the servant who had pointed the finger at me. I asked coldly, what's your name? I had never stepped foot into Mother Su's room. Why would this person frame me out of nowhere? The servant didn't understand why I was asking, but he still answered, Zhang Ting. Soon after, the butler came downstairs and reported, Sir, madam, we found these things in Mr. Zhang's room. Inside a black plastic bag was a jade bracelet. It was exactly what Mother Su had lost. Everyone looked a little surprised. To think, they actually found it in Zhang Yichen's room. Su Shiyuan, what else do you have to say? Mother Su yelled.
Look at what kind of man you found for our daughter.
Coming from some backwater town is one thing, but Hez a filthy thief too. Mother Su fumed, while Father Su defended. It couldn't be Yichen. He firmly added, that's right. Could there be some kind of misunderstanding? Yi Cheng also chimed in from the side, putting on a hypocritical act. Right at that moment, Su Wenru stepped forward. Mom, Dad, let's have Uncle An check for fingerprints. If Jiang Yichen really did it, his fingerprints will definitely be on the jewelry. Father Su nodded. He made a call and brought over Officer An from the police station. Mother Su glared at Father Su, gritting her teeth. If Jiang Yichen really stole it, he must break the engagement and leave the Su family. I didn't steal it. I thought back carefully. The doorknob to my bedroom seemed to have been covered with a clear film yesterday. Today, it was gone. The fingerprints on the bracelet probably came from there. Mother Su sneered coldly. The evidence is right in front of you. How else do you plan to explain yourself? I looked at Mother Su and said, don't worry. I have a way to prove my innocence. Auntie, let me borrow this bracelet for a moment. No one understood what I was trying to do. I just calmly picked up the bracelet from the table and slipped it onto my wrist. I held out my hand. Under the bright lights, the wrist, wearing the jade bracelet, instantly turned red and swollen. An intense, unbearable itchiness took over my brain. But I acted as if I didn't care. I chuckled lightly and said, Auntie, this jade you bought is genuinely high quality. With my constitution, the better the jade, the worse my allergic reaction, and the more severe it gets. Father Su quickly spoke up. You silly kid. If you knew you were allergic, why would you touch it? Take it off. Hurry. I stared at Mother Su and gave a cold smirk. These symptoms won't fade for at least 3 days. Therefore, am not the one who stole it. Mother Su was still relentless. Who's to say you didn't wear gloves when you took it? I laughed. If I wore gloves, then how did my fingerprints get on the bracelet? Mother Su was instantly speechless. I'm highly allergic to touching jade, and my hands had 0 symptoms prior to this. Anyone with half a brain can see right through this. This was a deliberate frame up against me. Then, I casually added, all right, I'm done explaining, Auntie. Now I'd like to ask, why did you transfer 200,000 yuan to Zhang Ting yesterday? The expressions on both Zhang Ting and Mother Su's faces drastically changed. What nonsense are you spouting? I pulled up a screenshot on my phone. It was a bank statement showing a transfer from Mother Su's account to Zhang Ting. I knew it. A servant had no reason to frame me on his own. He had to have been bought off. And sure enough, after I asked Zhang Ting for his name, I hacked into his bank records. This whole thing was just a play directed and acted out by Mother Sue. Staring at the bank statement, everyone was stunned. They finally seemed to grasp the full truth of the matter. Only Sue Wanra's eyes held a glimmer of suspicion. How exactly did this guy get his hands on those bank records? Mother Sue stammered, trying to explain. Zhang Ting's mother is sick back home. He was just asking for an advance on his salary. Father Sue sighed heavily. I was there when Zhang Ting was hired. He's an orphan.
Yeekin.
Uncle promises to give you a proper explanation for this. With that, he turned to Su Wanru. Take Yeekin to the hospital first to get his hand treated. I nodded and left with Su Wanru. Just as I opened the car door, the woman's cold, clear voice sounded.
I'm sorry.
I paused, and then it hit me. She was apologizing on behalf of Mother Sue, Yang Wanru. It's fine. I smiled again. You guys must be pretty disappointed, right? If that little scheme had actually worked, I would have been kicked out of the Sue family. By the way, before all this, did you think I was the one who did it? Su Wanru shook her head. No. You don't look that stupid. The corners of my lips curled up.
True.
Compared to becoming the golden son-in-law of the Sue family, what is a piece of trash jewelry worth?
I'm not that dumb.
We arrived at the hospital in silence. After taking the prescription from the doctor, we headed to the pharmacy to pick up the meds. I sat on a nearby chair and waited. Before long, Su Wanru came back. Give me your hand. I held my hand out to her. I watched as she took out the ointment from the box and began applying it to my inflamed skin. Does it hurt? A cool, soothing sensation mixed with a slight sting spread through my mind. Of course it hurt a bit, yet I kept a smile on my face.
Su Wenru.
I didn't expect someone who acts so aloof to actually be this gentle. I think I'm starting to like you more and more. Hearing my teasing, Su Wanru's face flushed red. She quickly cleared her throat and said in a deadpan tone, I told you already, I will never like you. I laughed.
How boring.
I was just joking around, of course. I needed to take my time and carefully observe these 5 members of the Sue family. However, as she watched my back, as I stood up, deep down in Su Wanra's heart, an inexplicable, strange feeling began to surface. We left the hospital. Meanwhile, back at the house, Father Sue and Mother Sue were already blowing the roof off their room in an explosive argument. Yang Wanru. Yeekin has only been at the Sue house for a few days. Why do you have to target him like this? Hez just a kid. Yang Wanru sneered coldly. Isn't this all your fault?
Su Shiyuan, why did you bring Zhang Yichin into the Su family?
I told you a long time ago. I made an engagement agreement with Yichin's father back in the day. Yang Wanru said angrily. An engagement? That's just an excuse. Isn't it really because you used to be in love with Jiang Hanxiao? Su Shiyuan's face instantly stiffened. He and Jiang Fu had been good friends in school. Both of them were golden boys, the cream of the crop, until they met the young and beautiful Jiang Hanxiao, which was my mother. They both fell in love with Jiang Hanxiao and agreed to pursue her fairly. Relying on the Su family's prominent background, he arranged a marriage with the Jiang family. But in the end, Jiang Hanxiao chose Jiang Fu. She even ran away from the arranged marriage with him. Yang Wanru continued. All these years, have you been carrying a torch for Jiang Hanxiao this whole time? Is that why you brought him into our home? And treat him so well. I hit the nail on the head, didn't I? Su Shiyuan sighed. He took Yang Wanru's hand and said, No, it's not like that. What happened with Jiang Hanxiao is in the past. It's been years. You're the only one in my heart now. Yang Wanru looked at Su Shiyuan and demanded, Then why do you treat Zhang Yichin so well? Su Shiyuan's expression turned sorrowful. Did you know? Back then, Yeekin's father and I were attending a charity event. We were suddenly attacked by terrorists. He took a bullet for me, and it left his left leg crippled.
All these years.
He's been stuck living in that small town with Yeekin. Before Yichin's father passed away, he entrusted me to take good care of him. Yang Wanru's expression immediately froze. As for Su Shiyuan, he fell into those long, distant memories. At that moment, Su Wanrao and I had just gotten home. As soon as we entered the living room, we saw Su Shiyuan and Yang Wanru. I didn't know what got into her, but Yang Wanru actually offered me a sincere apology. Didn't make a fuss over it and went upstairs to rest. Just after I finished showering, there was a knock on my door. It was Yang Wanru. I looked at her, a bit confused. Is something wrong? I want to have a talk with you. After walking into the room and sitting down, Yang Wanru cut straight to the chase. Zhang Yichin, I now accept your presence here in the Su family, and I agree to let you marry one of my daughters. But out of the 5 of them, you cannot choose Su Wanru. Hearing this, I paused for a moment, then I asked, why? Wanrao is my most outstanding daughter. I already have a satisfactory candidate in mind for her husband, so stay away from her. She was basically saying I wasn't worthy. And that satisfactory candidate was probably in Yiching. I understand, Auntie. Yang Wanru didn't say another word and left the room. When I woke up the next day, it was my turn to spend time with the Su families. Second sister, Su Luoli, Su Luoli is the vice president of the Su group. She and the eldest sister Su Wanro don't exactly see eye to eye. Rumor has it, she always loves going against Su Wanro. As soon as we got in the car, Su Luoli asked me, "How did you and Wanru get along yesterday?" I replied absent-mindedly pretty well. Hearing that, she leaned in. "Let me tell you something. My big sister is not a good person. She's ruthless, cruel, and completely heartless. You absolutely shouldn't choose her." A hint of amusement flashed in my eyes. "Then should I choose you?" Su Luoli instantly stiffened. She laughed awkwardly. "Don't joke around." After arriving at the company, Su Luoli got busy with her work, and I ended up spending another day chilling in the security booth. By the third day, it was my turn to spend time with the third sister. Su Jingyao, she is a top-tier celebrity in the entertainment industry, with tens of millions of fans. Today happened to be her birthday, and also her 10th debut anniversary. She spent the entire day rehearsing for her concert tonight and had absolutely no time for me. I took a nap, and just as I came downstairs, I saw An Yicheng walking toward me with a smile. "We're planning to go check out the mall, going to buy some clothes and pick up a gift for Jingyao. Come with us." I thought about it and didn't refuse. I followed the group out. Upon arriving at the mall, An Yicheng dragged me straight into a designer suit shop.
Yeekin, you're such a handsome guy.
"You'll definitely look great in a suit." The four women were all waiting at the entrance, and Yicheng glanced outside, then pulled a dark green suit off the rack. "This one looks nice. Why don't you go try it on?" I glanced at the suit. The style was incredibly outdated. Seeing that, I didn't say anything, and Yicheng picked up another one that was even uglier. "How about this one?" I narrowed my eyes slightly. "And Yicheng, if you don't like me, there's no need to put on this fake act. And you definitely don't need to play these petty games. I, Jiang Yichen, may be from the countryside, but my taste is certainly no worse than yours."
Yikin, are you misunderstanding me?
And Yicheng's face looked a bit strained. Indeed, he probably figured that a country bumpkin like me would know absolutely nothing about fashion, and that I only ever wore plain, ordinary t-shirts. But to his surprise, I had no time to entertain him. I casually browsed the suits in the store and simply told the clerk to bag up the ones I liked. Just as I pulled out my phone to pay, Su Wanru handed a black card to the cashier.
Swipe this, she said.
I gave her a faint thank you. Hearing this, Su Wanru said coldly, "Don't misunderstand. My father told me to do it." With that, she turned and walked away, leaving me standing there, a bit speechless, and Yicheng watched the whole scene, clenching his fists tightly. A flash of malicious intent crossed his eyes. After stepping out of the mall, the two bodyguards behind us could barely carry all the shopping bags. Beside us, Su Xiaoxiao said sarcastically, "Some people really have no shame, spending so much money to buy all these things." Su Xiaoxiao was just getting back at me. She was still holding a grudge, because I called her a little brat who was still wet behind the ears. I heard her, but before I could even say a word, and Yicheng chimed in from the side. "Su Xiaoxiao, how could you say that? Yikin just picked up a few things. You call that just picking up a few things?" I let out a cold snort. "You were the one swiping the card just now?" Su Xiaoxiao's face stiffened. "That's my oldest sister's money." I shot her a glance. "Exactly. It's your oldest sister's money. She hasn't even said a word."
So, what are you yapping about?
After saying that, I just got straight into the car. Su Xiaoxiao's face turned livid again. Even sitting in the car, she was still complaining about me. I rolled my eyes, completely speechless. I have more of my own money than I could ever spend. Thing is, they had to actually give me a chance to pay. Evening soon arrived. After dinner, I freshened up a bit and headed to the concert with everyone else. Right as we were taking our seats, and Yicheng immediately snatched the seat right next to Su Wanrao. I couldn't care less. I sat down next to Su Luoli instead. The concert soon began. Su Jingyao stepped onto the stage.
Wearing a white evening gown.
As a top-tier idol, her beauty was undeniably stunning. The crowd below erupted in cheers. I felt like my eardrums were about to burst. Over the course of an hour, Su Jingyao sang several songs. Then came the next segment. The host slowly walked onto the stage. He spoke up. "Today is the 10th anniversary of our beloved Jingyao's debut. So we've prepared a surprise segment for everyone. Next, we will randomly select one lucky fan to come up on stage and sing a duet with Jingyao." Thunderous applause erupted from the audience. Fans screamed so enthusiastically they nearly lost their voices. The numbers on the big screen started spinning wildly and finally stopped at 26. Beside me, Su Luoli chuckled. "Wow. Jiang Yichen, number 26 is you." Pausing slightly, host on stage already announced, "Let's welcome fan number 26 to the stage." I narrowed my eyes. How could it be such a coincidence? I glanced at the people beside me. I caught the unconcealed gloating in An Yicheng's eyes. I immediately understood. Someone wanted to see me make a fool of myself, huh? Corners of my mouth curled up slightly, and I slowly walked onto the stage. Seeing who was coming up, Su Jingyao was momentarily stunned. "It's actually Jiang Yichen." The host smiled brightly and said, "Wow. What a handsome young man. May I ask what your name is?" "Jiang Yichen," I replied calmly. As soon as I said that, the audience below was stunned. Is that the Jiang Yichen who's engaged to the Su family? Hez actually that handsome. Damn. You have to understand. Half the people sitting here were Su Jingyao's hardcore fanboys. The crowd was buzzing with whispers. The looks they gave me couldn't be any more jealous. Alright, the song we'll be covering next is Goodnight by Beiji. Beiji was a massively popular singer, but he was very mysterious. No one had ever seen his face, yet his voice had taken the world by storm. By now, the host had already handed me the microphone. I pursed my lips and said, "I'm tone deaf. I can't sing."
Sorry about that.
The crowd below started murmuring, "Get off the stage. Stop standing next to my goddess. It's embarrassing just to watch. Jiang Yichen, get the hell down." I narrowed my eyes. I knew the people wanting to see me make a joke of myself were practically thrilled right now. But what I love most is slapping people in the face. I took the microphone from the host's hand. I might not know how to sing this song, but I can play the accompaniment. The backing track for this song is played on the piano. Su Jingyao looked at me suspiciously. He can't even sing, and he wants to play the piano. Is he kidding? The host hurriedly interjected, "Then let's quiet down everyone and look forward to Mr. Zhang and Jingyao's collaboration on Goodnight." I walked slowly over to the piano. The venue fell silent. The moment the intro began playing, Su Jingyao looked a bit surprised. She didn't expect me to actually know how to play. She focused completely, singing earnestly. Through the song, our performance showed incredible synergy. Su Jingyao couldn't help but look over at me. Some fans actually started shipping us after seeing that scene. Meanwhile, and Yicheng, sitting in the audience, said with a smile, "I didn't expect
Jiang Yichen to play the piano so well.
Looks like Hez at least a level 8 or higher.
One playing, one singing.
They actually look quite good together." Though he said that out loud, deep down, and Yicheng was furious. This stadium belonged to the An Corporation. Tampering with the random draw was a piece of cake. He had intended for me to embarrass myself on stage. Hearing his words, Su Wanro unexpectedly shifted her gaze back to me on the stage. Bathed in the stage lights, I looked incredibly mysterious and stunning, making people want to uncover my secrets. But for some reason, seeing me and Su Jingyao on the stage together felt like a painful eyesore to her. A good match? No way. The song came to an end. The audience erupted in applause. After getting off the stage, I went to the restroom. As I walked out, I saw someone standing by the door, a woman wearing a black dress. She was wearing a mask, so I couldn't see her face clearly, but she radiated an aura of elegance and nobility. "You're Jiang Yichen, right? I really enjoyed your performance just now. These are for you." The woman held out a beautifully wrapped bouquet of tulips and handed them to me. I paused, slightly taken aback. Taking the bouquet, I felt a bit puzzled. "Do you know me?" The woman waved her hand and said, "No, I don't. I just really loved your playing. I'll be going now. Goodbye." With that, the woman turned and walked away, but her eyes were filled with an unmistakable sorrow. I stood there, stunned, looking down at the bouquet in my hands. A strange, lingering feeling welled up in my heart. 2 hours later, the concert ended. I headed out together with the 5 members of the Su family. Mr. and Mrs. Su had dinner prepared at home to celebrate their daughter's birthday. After the candles were blown out, everyone brought out the gifts they had prepared. Taking my time, I pulled out the gift I brought as well. Su Jingyao thanked everyone one by one, then started unwrapping them. There was a property deed to a luxury mansion, a jeweled necklace,
A cruise ship.
all sorts of incredibly expensive things. When she got to mine, it was just a medium-sized box. Everyone knew I hadn't bought a single thing today. They all probably figured that I just grabbed something random to half-ass a gift for Su Jingyao. Su Jingyao opened it casually, but the moment she looked inside, she was absolutely stunned. It was a custom layer microphone, the only one of its kind in the world. This very mic was once put up for auction and was eventually snatched up by a mystery buyer for 10 million. Su Jingyao had missed that auction back then, but she had been obsessing over it ever since. She tried every possible channel, willing to pay an even higher price to buy it, but she could never track down the buyer. Su Xiaoxiao spoke up with suspicion.
There is no way that's real, right?
But Su Jingyao could tell at a glance that it was authentic. She burst out in excitement. "Holy crap. Jiang Yichen, is this really for me?" I nodded calmly. "It's just a microphone." Getting this worked up over it. Talk about never seeing the world. Su Jingyao looked at me a bit puzzled. "Where did you get this?" I waved it off. "I'm pretty good at the piano. The guy who won the auction knows me, so he just gave it to me. He wanted me to pursue a career in the music industry. But I don't sing, so I'm giving it to you." I just spouted some random nonsense as an excuse. Everyone was shocked by me all over again. It seemed that none of the gifts they prepared managed to please Su Jingyao as much as mine did. The family was starting to change their opinion of me too. At first they thought I was just a useless, incompetent loser. But over the past few days, I seemed to be quite different from what they had imagined. After a brief pause, I said, "Happy birthday. I'm a bit tired, so I'm heading up to rest." The next day, I woke up bright and early. Today was my day to spend time with Su Xinyan. She is a doctor. She gives off a very cold and elegant vibe. I've been at the Su household for days, and I've barely spoken more than a few words to her. We drove to the hospital together. I have 2 surgeries today, so it'll be quite busy. Just wait for me in my office. I nodded and spent the entire morning playing games. Su Xinyan still hadn't finished her surgeries. I was bored out of my skull, so I just left the hospital and went out for a stroll. It wasn't until I returned home that evening that I realized I hadn't seen Su Xinyan again for the rest of the day. Fast forward to the next day. It was Su Xiaoxiao's turn. She's the youngest in the Su family, currently still in college, since the family driver called in sick today. And Su Wanra's company happened to be on the way to the university. The 3 of us headed out together after breakfast. We left the villa. On the way there, I heard Su Xiaoxiao gasp from the front seat.
Holy crap, sis.
I just saw the news. Yesterday, someone at Death Canyon broke your record. Death Canyon is a famous racing track. The fastest record there was set a year ago by Su Wanru at 5 minutes and 32 seconds. Su Xiaoxiao absolutely idolizes her eldest sister, so the fact that someone broke that record was massive to her. Hearing this, Su Wanru slightly raised an eyebrow. Su Xiaoxiao continued, "Sis, it was a guy. Too bad he was wearing a helmet so you can't see his face." I was still half asleep, while Su Xiaoxiao just kept chattering away in front of me, desperately trying to look up who this guy was. After searching for ages, she still couldn't find a thing. As we were getting close to the university, Su Xiaoxiao suddenly changed the subject and glared at me. "Hey,
You, country bumpkin? Do you have a crush on my 3rd sister?
Are you like a secret fanboy of hers?
ch, ch, ch." I rolled my eyes, completely speechless. Too lazy to argue with an idiot. I just casually stepped out of the car. However, upon hearing her words, Su Wanrao stiffened her grip on the steering wheel ever so slightly. Su Xiaoxiao got out and waved, "Bye, sis, heading in."
Oh, right. Please help me look into who that guy is.
Racing-obsessed Su Xiaoxiao had clearly just found herself a new idol. Hez definitely a handsome and dashing guy. So freaking cool. Su Wanru ignored her fangirling, instead instructing, "Keep an eye on Jiang Yichen. Who's gonna bully him anyway?" Su Xiaoxiao pouted, walking away without looking back. No matter where I went, I could feel people staring at me. After all, I was the golden son-in-law chosen by the Su family. Naturally, I was the center of attention wherever I went. Right after my first class, I got up to go to the restroom, but just as I was about to walk out, I was cornered. A few guys in school uniforms blocked my path. The green-haired guy leading them shot me a dirty look and sneered with malicious intent.
Word is you've got a thing for Su Xiaoxiao.
I shook my head. "No, I don't." The green-haired guy pointed a finger at me. "Jiang Yichen, Su Xiaoxiao is the school beauty. Take a good look in the mirror and see if you're even worthy." I was speechless. Could these idiots not understand human speech? I just said I don't like her, right? Does Su Xiaoxiao even know you exist? Who the hell do you think you are? Are you worthy? Hearing this, the green-haired guy's face stiffened. He immediately let out a cold sneer. "We're gonna have to teach you a lesson today? How dare you come to our school and creep on Xiao Xiao?" Meanwhile, when Su Xiaoxiao found out that Jiang Yichen had been cornered in the restroom, she remembered her father's instructions and reluctantly headed over. But when she reached the restroom, she froze. She watched as a group of guys ran out of the restroom with black eyes and swollen faces. Su Xiaoxiao's mouth twitched. The green-haired guy and his crew were the school bullies, relying on their prominent backgrounds in taekwondo training. They always loved throwing their weight around. She watched as I strolled out, taking my time. I was completely unharmed. Seeing Su Xiaoxiao's shocked expression, I spoke up. "They tried to hit me, so I beat them up. I never expected someone like you to actually have so many suitors. Not only are they lacking in the brains department, but their taste is absolute trash too." Su Xiaoxiao was speechless. She never should have bothered with a scumbag like Jiang Yichen. No one else came to cause trouble for me until the afternoon. The last class was PE. I sat on the field, watching the girls play badminton, but soon after, a sudden sharp pain hit my stomach. Clutching my stomach, I hurriedly stood up and bolted toward the school's public restrooms. Meanwhile, Su Wanru wrapped up her work just as her assistant walked into the office. "CEO Su, we found out the person who broke your record on the death track last night is Mr.
Jang."
Su Wanru looked up. "Who did you say it was?" Normally, Su Wanru remained as calm as still water no matter what happened. But at this moment, she was genuinely surprised. It was actually Jiang Yichen. Wasn't he with Su Xinyan yesterday? This result was truly unexpected. This man, Jiang Yichen, how interesting. A fleeting smile crossed Su Wanru's face. Just then, the phone on her desk rang. "Big sis, this is bad. Jiang Yichen is missing." It was only after PE class ended that Su Xiaoxiao realized Jiang Yichen was gone. He wasn't answering his phone, and the maids at the villa said Jiang Yichen hadn't returned home either. Hearing this, Su Wanru's expression shifted drastically on the other end of the line.
Su Xiaoxiao, go call the police.
"Leave the rest to me." With that, Su Wanru immediately drove to the school. She pulled the security footage from the campus and the school gates. Finally, in the footage from 5 p.m., she spotted me. I was walking toward the public restrooms, and following at a discreet distance behind me was a figure in blue. In other words, the last place I was seen was the public restrooms. Su Wanru's eyes darkened. She immediately led her men and rushed to the location. It was already 6 p.m. Very few people passed through this area at this hour. As soon as Su Wanru and her group approached, they clearly heard a man's malicious laughter coming from inside. Weren't you acting so tough just a minute ago? Why aren't you fighting back anymore? Come on, keep hitting me, you shameless bastard. Seducing my beloved Su Jinyao. I'm going to beat you until you beg for mercy. Hearing Su Jinyao's name, Su Wenru was certain that the man inside was most likely one of Su Jinyao's obsessive stalker fans. Go straight in, she ordered. Receiving the command, the bodyguards kicked the door open. The man's laughter came to an abrupt halt. He glared at Su Wanru in the doorway, looking highly annoyed. Who the hell are you? How dare you ruin my fun? Su Wanru looked up and swept her gaze over him, radiating an intimidating aura without even showing anger. You actually dare to touch someone under the Su family's protection. Looking at the extraordinarily elegant woman before him, one of the lackeys behind the stalker suddenly spoke up, his voice trembling. That looks like the eldest daughter of the Su family. As for Su Wanru, anyone who watched the news could instantly recognize the woman who frequently appeared on it, giving speeches and interviews. Behind her stood a group of bodyguards, all of them big, burly, and heavily built. In contrast, the two lackeys looked as frail and helpless as little chicks. Su Wanru raised her hand slightly. Her assistant instantly understood the cue, and immediately had the 3 men pinned down. The man who had just been wearing a crazed look on his face saw this unfold, and instantly panicked. He had kidnapped Zhang Yichen on a momentary impulse. He never expected that he wouldn't be able to handle the consequences. Miss Su, I'm sorry. I just acted on impulse. Su Wanru's voice was ice cold, devoid of any emotion. Save it for when you're held legally responsible. Hearing this, the lackeys dropped to their knees. It's all our fault. We were blind fools. We offended Mr.
Zhang.
Please, Miss Su, let us go. Su Wanru completely ignored their pleas for mercy. Police sirens wailed in the distance. Accepting their fate, the 3 men slumped to the ground, their faces pale as ashes. After the police escorted the 3 men away, the only ones left at the scene were Su Zhaoxiao, who had rushed over, and Su Wanru, who was holding me up. This guy really knows how to cause trouble. I bet he did this on purpose. He just doesn't want us to have a moment of peace. Whenever Su Xiaoxiao thought about the scolding she'd get from their uncle once she got back, she felt a burning rage in her chest. Su Wenru furrowed her brows. Enough, Xiaoxiao.
Stop talking.
Let's get him to the hospital first. If you want to take him, do it yourself.
I'm absolutely not going.
Dropping those words, Su Xiaoxiao stormed off in a huff. Su Wanru lowered her eyes, looking at my pain-filled face and my bruised, battered body. She brought me to the hospital.
Leveraging her connection with Su Xinyan,
Su Wanru took me straight to her office. Su Xinyan examined me carefully, then frowned. Su Wanru looked at her with a solemn expression. Looking at me, she asked, "What's wrong with him? Are his injuries severe?" Su Xinyan cleared her throat with a light cough. He does have a lot of blunt force trauma on his body, and a mild concussion, but
He has diarrhea.
he's a bit dehydrated. That's why he's in so much pain. Hearing the word diarrhea, the tips of Su Wanru's ears instantly flushed red with embarrassment. All right, I still have a surgery to perform. Stay here and keep him company for now. Remember to help him with the admission procedures later. The injuries on his body won't heal anytime soon. Su Xinyan pushed the door open and left. The room instantly fell into a dead silence. I slowly opened my eyes, clutching my still aching stomach. My voice was weak.
Water.
I want some water. Su Wanru poured a glass of warm water and handed it to me. Seeing the beads of sweat on my forehead, she pulled out a tissue and gave it to me. I smiled at her and said, "Thanks."
Just what I'd expect from the woman I like.
You're quite thoughtful. Even though it hurt so much I couldn't stand straight, I still couldn't resist teasing her. Hearing this, Su Wanru frowned. Mr.
Zhang.
I hope you refrain from making jokes like that. I've already made my stance clear before. I curled my lip.
Why so serious?
How boring.
After saying that, I lowered my head to drink some water. Suddenly, Su Wanru stood up. She said coldly, "I have an emergency meeting. The hospitalization procedures will be handled shortly. Get some rest." Got it. Right after Su Wanru left, my phone rang. Yu Qinghan's voice came through the receiver, laced with a hint of anxiety and worry. "Brother Zhang, are you okay? I heard you were hospitalized." I was surprised. "How did you know? Haven't you checked Weibo? You were kidnapped by Su Jingyao's obsessive fan, and Su Wanru not only went to save you, but also personally brought you to the hospital. Paparazzi caught it all on camera. Now the internet is blowing up with rumors about you and Su Wanru." I casually scrolled through my phone. Sure enough, top 3 trending searches were dominated by this breaking news. Things like, the eldest heiress of the Su family cares deeply for her fiancé, Zhang Yichen. A secret romance blooming between the two. I frowned. I spoke up. Have someone take down those trending searches. You handle the company on your own for the next few days. Call me anytime if there are any issues. Got it, Yu Qinghan said resentfully from the other end. Oh, right. I've already dealt with that obsessive fan privately. He can forget about ever stepping foot outside a prison cell for the rest of his life. Checked with the doctors. But I can't shake the feeling that things aren't this simple. Yu Qinghan continued also. The Su group wants to collaborate with us. Profit margins are quite generous. But they have one condition. They want to meet the CEO of Lansing. I frowned and thought.
Why do they insist on seeing me?
Yu Qinghan added. I know it's inconvenient for you, so I turned down the collaboration. I told them we could work together if another opportunity arises in the future. I hung up the phone and curled my lips. Want to meet me? Now isn't the right time?
Su Wenru.
We have plenty of time ahead of us. Early the next morning, Su Wanru appeared in my hospital room once again. I peeled an orange with a smile. For a workaholic like the eldest Miss Su, to drop everything. Just to visit me here. I'm truly flattered. Fruit is pretty sweet. Want a piece? I handed her a banana I had just peeled. Don't overthink it. Dad told me to come take care of you. Su Wanru ignored my outstretched hand. Her gaze was cold. I have a question for you. Su Wanru pursed her lips, pondering for a moment, before finally giving in to her curiosity. You actually broke the record at Death Canyon. How does someone from a small town even get the chance to touch a race car? After speaking, she stared at me intently. This man is too mysterious. Clearly has a thoroughly ordinary background, yet everything he does is completely mind-blowing. I couldn't help but chuckle. It's just something I do to kill time when I'm bored. Why do you care so much, Miss Su? Su Wanru looked coldly at his carefree and relaxed demeanor, her thoughts gradually spiraling. First, Hez acquainted with Gu Qinghan. Then he knows the high-status Lin Shu. He also plays the piano beautifully, and he even broke the unbreakable record, 8 Death Canyon. This man from a seemingly ordinary small town isn't ordinary in the slightest. Zhang Yichen, I hope you're not harboring any hidden motives. Su Wanru's words sounded like a warning, but her heartstrings were gently being tugged by his every action. Just then, a knock on the door broke Su Wanru's train of thought, and Yicheng knocked and pushed the door open. Seeing Su Wanru and Zhang Yichen alone together, he was so insanely jealous he could go crazy. Feigning a look of deep concern, he stepped forward and grabbed my hand. He asked, "Why are you so pale? Are your injuries that severe?" His grip was uncomfortably tight. I shot a casual glance at Su Wanru beside me, and immediately understood. This man's possessiveness is truly terrifying. I'm fine. Also, Mr. And there is no need to grip me so tightly. Anyone who didn't know better would think you hated my guts. I pulled my hand away, effortlessly exposing Yicheng's true intentions in the process. And Yicheng's face immediately turned livid, but he forced a smile and said, "I was just worried about you, wasn't I? If anything terrible had happened to you, Uncle Su would have been so heartbroken." I smirked. You haven't even become the Su family's son-in-law yet. You already care this much about Uncle Su's opinion. You're truly so thoughtful, Mr. And hearing this, and Yicheng put on a disappointed expression. Mr.
Zhang,
you really seem to hate me. I shot him a glance. Mr. And jumping to the conclusion that I hate you just because of a few words. Isn't that a bit too presumptuous of you? I've rarely seen a man as hypocritical and fake as him. And Yicheng's face looked terrible. I just wanted to come visit you. I didn't expect you to be so aggressive. I guess I should just leave. And Yicheng stood up, making a show of leaving. Seeing this, Su Wanru frowned. She said coldly, "Zhang Yichen, don't cross the line with your words." And Yicheng was just coming to visit. I frowned and waved my hand. A visit is completely unnecessary. I'm not feeling well, so please don't disturb my rest. Su Wanru looked at my deeply furrowed brows, her eyes darkening slightly. Then we'll be leaving now. A good rest. And Yicheng was all too eager to separate us. Hearing this, he followed right behind Su Wanru and walked out. Once the two left, the world finally returned to peace and quiet. But my mind couldn't calm down no matter what. I suddenly realized I had overlooked a very crucial detail. I was going to class with Su Xiaoxiao, a fact that barely anyone knew about. How did that obsessive fan know my exact location? How did he time the kidnapping perfectly to when I went to the restroom? A bold thought surfaced in my mind. I made a phone call, having my contacts at the police station interrogate that obsessive fan. A moment later, I looked at the words sent to my phone. And Yicheng, my gaze turned icy. Mastermind behind the scenes is indeed an Yicheng. Time and time again. And Yicheng, let's wait and see who gets the last laugh. A few days later, the incorporation inexplicably fell into a financial crisis. Several company executives started dumping their shares. The Yin family was powerless to stop it. They had to borrow $2 billion from the Su family to save the company. Mother Su doted on her prospective son-in-law, and Yicheng, so she made Su Wanru step in to help. Only then did the situation finally settle down. Because of the crisis at home, and Yicheng no longer had time to visit the hospital. Without his hypocritical act, I finally got some peace and quiet. One day, Su Xinyan came to examine me as usual. After the checkup, she took off her stethoscope, smiling brightly. You're recovering really fast. You can be discharged today, I replied calmly. Got it. Su Jinyan then asked, is my sister not coming to see you today? Over the past few days, because of the An family's mess, Su Wenru hadn't had any time to visit me. I didn't care either. I just kept eating my breakfast. My tone, casual and natural. Whether she visits or not is her business. You're asking the wrong person. Su Jinyan didn't expect me to say that. She chuckled softly and asked instead, Dad wants you to get along with the 5 of us. Who are you most satisfied with? I raised an eyebrow and smiled. Who do you want me to say? Su Jinyan gave a faint smile. If that's the case, then I won't ask. After all, I'm not interested in Mr.
Jang.
After dropping that line, Su Jinyan turned and left. By the afternoon, Su Wanru still hadn't shown up. I handled the discharge procedures myself and took the Su family's private car back home. My body was mostly recovered, but staying cooped up in the house all day wasn't a solution. Father Su suggested I go work at the company. Everyone had different reactions. Su Xiaoxiao was the most opposed. She glanced at me calmly drinking tea on the sofa, her face full of disdain. Hez just a country bumpkin from some small town. How could he possibly handle company affairs? Dad, don't overestimate him. Watching Su Xiaoxiao throw a fit, I found it somewhat amusing. No matter what, I'm still better than you. Su Wenru, however, stayed silent. She just watched me quietly. She couldn't shake the feeling that this man held unexpected surprises. Father Su kept a straight face, glaring at Su Xiaoxiao with reproach. Even if Yichin is from a small town, you shouldn't mock someone's background like that. You can skip dinner tonight. Stay in your room and reflect on your behavior. At that moment, Su Jingyao spoke up. I think we can let him give it a try. After all, staying home all day would indeed get boring. Because she had accepted my microphone earlier, she had a slightly better impression of me. But right now, she was actually speaking up for me. Su Wenru paused for a moment and finally said, let him intern at the company first and see how it goes. If it doesn't work out, we'll find something else for him to do. With her final word, the matter was settled. Su Xiaoxiao was fuming. Since the Su Corporation was founded single-handedly by Su Wanru, she couldn't argue. She could only secretly clench her fists. I looked at her beautiful, angry face and smiled casually. You seem really unhappy about me joining the Su Corporation? Su Xiaoxiao raised an eyebrow and snapped. A man like you only brings trouble. Who knows what kind of mess you'll cause once you're in the company? I couldn't be bothered to argue with a brat, so I dropped it. Anyway, my joining the company was already a done deal. No matter how pissed off Su Xiaoxiao was, she just had to accept reality. No sooner said than done. Bright and early the next morning, Su Wanru called me to go to work with her on my first day at the company. Su Wanru dumped me in the design department to work as a regular grunt. I smiled and greeted my new coworkers. But the moment I sat down, a thick stack of documents was slammed onto the desk in front of me. All right, this is the work you're responsible for. Process these files and email them to me before 12 o'clock. Don't think you can slack off just because you were parachuted in with someone pulling strings for you. Jiang Yichin, the man's incessant rambling came to a screeching halt. Staring at the familiar, handsome face in front of him, Lu Ji completely froze. The corners of my mouth curled up. I greeted him. Long time no see, Lu Ji. Of course, I remembered the guy standing before me, back in the day relying on the fact that he was the principal's son. And because the girl he liked had a crush on me, Lu Ji relentlessly bullied me. We even got into a fistfight over it. Later, I was expelled and went abroad. I completed a dual degree before finally returning to the country. I didn't expect it to be such a small world. Our paths actually crossed again. I was a bit different from how I used to be. The stubbornness in my bones hadn't changed a bit. My smile turned ice cold. I sneered, staring at Lu Ji's face as it gradually contorted. What's wrong? Cat got your tongue now that you've seen me. Remembering he was the supervisor here, Lu Ji found his courage. His confidence flared up instantly. I'm warning you. I'm your boss now. Don't try any funny business with me. If you don't do your job properly, I have plenty of ways to make you pack your bags. I laughed outright. Using your title to throw your weight around already, then you better hold on to that seat tightly. As soon as those words left my mouth, Lu Ji's fury instantly boiled over. Unable to handle the mockery, he started dragging out the past piece by piece. Who the hell do you think you are? You dare point fingers at me. You dropped out of middle school and who knows where you've been screwing around. You've probably been kept as a sugar baby by some old woman for years. Otherwise, how else would you score a job like this? Hearing this, my expression chilled. Kept. You're saying I'm a kept man, huh? Seeing the dangerous aura suddenly radiating from me, Lu Ji shuddered in fear. Then he remembered his own power and status, and that I was nothing but a kept pretty boy. His arrogance flared up again. You did it? Are you afraid of people talking about it? I was a full head taller than Lu Ji. I leaned in slightly and let out a cold laugh. If Uncle Su found out that his future son-in-law was being called a kept man, I wonder if head hit the roof. Mr. Zhang mentioned in the news who's engaged to the Su family. Is you? Lu Ji rarely paid attention to the news, so he had only caught wind of the rumors. he never would have imagined. But the man engaged to the Su family would actually be him. The very same Zhang Yichen he had looked down on since they were kids. Thinking about the absolute power of the Su family, he couldn't help but shiver. I had no interest in catching up with this old classmate. I didn't even bother to look up. The thing you know? Now, you're interrupting my work. That remark was the final blow to Lu Ji. Lu Ji's face turned purple with rage. He opened his mouth, but couldn't force a single word of rebuttal out. He straightened his posture and sneered viciously. Even if you're engaged to the Su family and have them covering for you, let me tell you something. Anyone in this company without real ability will be weeded out sooner or later. I couldn't care less. I smirked. I'll be waiting. Lu Ji shot me a venomous glare and stormed off in a huff. He was already plotting how to get his revenge. At 11 a.m., I sent the files to Lu Ji an hour ahead of schedule, but it wasn't long before they bounced back. There wasn't a single note or correction on the document, just one simple harsh word, redo. Just as I thought, this Lu Ji was definitely going to find a way to make things difficult for me. I was extremely confident in my proposal, without changing a single thing. I sent it right back to him. Unsurprisingly, the proposal was rejected again. I couldn't be bothered to play his little games anymore. I took the proposal and headed straight to the CEO's office. Su Wenru was busy working at her desk. Seeing me walk in, she asked flatly, "Do you need something?" I placed the proposal in front of her and chuckled lightly.
Su Wenru,
Your department supervisor seems to think my proposal isn't up to par.
why don't you take a look yourself?
She skimmed through it briefly, but as she kept turning the pages, her eyes gradually lit up. The ideas were highly unconventional.
Winning through sheer cleverness.
Some of the viewpoints even perfectly mirrored her own thoughts. She looked up and asked, "Was this the task Lu Ji assigned to you?" I smiled and nodded. Su Wanru immediately notified her secretary and summoned Lu Ji to the office. When Lu Ji saw I was there, he shot me a vicious glare. Then he cautiously asked, "Is something wrong, CEO?" Su Wanru's voice was ice cold. "Is this the kind of task you hand off to a newcomer?" Lu Ji flinched. "CEO." Su Wanru glared at him sharply. "This is the most critical proposal of the quarter, and you dumped it on a newcomer just to suppress your subordinates. Lu Ji, you've got a lot of nerve. I'm docking 2 months of your salary." Su Wanru rarely lost her temper, but hearing the sheer freezing intent in her voice today, Lu Ji was shaking in his boots. He was absolutely furious, looking like he wanted to rip my mouth right off my face. He didn't dare make a peep. He could only seethe in silence. After Lu Ji left, Su Wanru finally turned to look at me. President Su sure knows how to hand out rewards and punishments. Su Wanru stared at my carefree grin. Her mind racing? This man was full of endless surprises. He really didn't let her down. For the next couple of days after taking his punishment, Lu Ji would just tuck his tail between his legs and scurry away whenever he saw me. Judging by his venomous glares, I had a feeling he was cooking up something big. By the office coffee machine, I unexpectedly bumped into Su Luoli. He blinked at me and raised an eyebrow. "I heard Su Wanru actually punished Lu Ji, all for your sake. You really are an important man to her, aren't you?" Hearing the thinly veiled sarcasm in his voice, I felt a bit annoyed but kept a totally straight face. "What?" Is Vice President Su getting a little jealous? "Are you upset that I stole your big sister's favorite spot?" Su Luola's expression instantly stiffened. "Mr.
Zhang sure loves to joke around."
Calmly poured myself a cup of coffee.
"Weren't you the one who started joking first, Vice President Su?"
"I'm merely giving you a taste of your own medicine." Su Luoli kept his smile plastered on. "You're a very interesting guy, Mr.
Zhang.
No wonder you managed to make total workaholic like Su Wanru look at you differently, but your choice of words doesn't exactly make for pleasant conversation." I smiled and gave him a nod.
"Thanks.
"But you talk a bit too much, Vice President Su?" Su Luola's expression soured. It was the first time anyone had ever told him he talked too much. No one had ever managed to put him in his place before. I was the very first. "All right then. I won't interrupt your coffee break any longer, Mr.
Zhang."
Su Luoli turned on his heel and walked away, coffee in hand. I watched his retreating back, deep in thought. My proposal ended up earning high praise from our partners, and profits for the quarter were looking great. Because of this, the company decided to throw a banquet to celebrate our thriving business, even though she knew I wasn't. Country bumpkin, everyone thought I was, for the sake of the Su family's reputation. Su Wanru still decided to take me suit shopping. Learning from last time, I went straight for a suit I liked, tossed it to Su Wanru, and after she paid the bill, we headed back to the company together. The entrance was already swarming with reporters. Seeing the two of us arriving together, the press instantly swarmed us. "Excuse me? Are the rumors about a secret romance between you two true? Could you give us an official statement?" Su Wanru swept a chillingly indifferent gaze over the crowd. Everyone present collectively held their breath. Seizing that brief window of silence, Su Wanru dragged me straight into the building. Called it a banquet, but it was really just a small-scale business mixer. Su Wanru was the center of attention wherever she went. She was constantly surrounded by a crowd of people, eager to pick her brain for business advice. I took the chance to slip away to the lounge area and started munching on the pastries laid out on the tables. I hadn't been sitting there for long. Lu Ji strutted over. Oh, if it isn't our leading man, Jiang Yichin?
Why aren't you keeping the CEO company?
Though his face was full of sarcasm, he couldn't hide the intense jealousy burning in his eyes. To think that some country bumpkin who popped out of nowhere actually has a shot at being the CEO's fiancé. So why couldn't he, Lu Ji, do the same?
Supervisor Liu, how have you been holding up lately without your salary?
I didn't pay him much mind. Casually dropping that line, Lu Ji's face turned green at the reminder. Jiang Yichin. Don't get too smug. Su Wanru's childhood friend and Yi Cheng is the only son-in-law the Su family recognizes. You're nothing but an orphan. What makes you think you're worthy of marrying our flawless CEO? I smiled and shook my head. I never said I absolutely had to marry Su Wanru. Besides, if I'm not worthy, does that mean you are? Lu Ji knew he couldn't beat me in a battle of words. So he gave up trying to argue. Don't try to twist things, let me tell you. Sooner or later, you're getting kicked out of this company. At the thought of his upcoming scheme, a sinister smirk crept onto his lips. I chuckled lightly. Whatever tricks you have up your sleeve, bring them on. Unable to out-talk me, Liu Ji had no choice but to scurry away. The main event for today was about to begin. Su Wanru stepped up to the podium and began announcing the company's quarterly performance. Suddenly, a jarring, discordant voice rang out from the corner. I believe there's an issue with this quarter's operations. Those words shocked everyone in the room. The entire venue fell dead silent in an instant. Su Wanru shifted her gaze over, her expression completely unfazed.
What is it you want to say?
Hearing the CEO's prompt, Liu Jie eagerly stepped forward. I'm reporting Jiang Yichin for plagiarizing his project proposal. You're accusing him of plagiarism. What proof do you have? Lu Ji gritted his teeth and directly handed over the evidence he had prepared. So he wants to put on a show. This was his master plan all along. The core concept of this design was stolen from the work of a student named Annie at a top foreign university. This country bumpkin completely plagiarized her hard work.
One is from a prestigious university,
and the other is a rural hick. I think we all know who the real author is. Hearing this, the crowd instantly erupted into whispers. This Jiang Yichin is such a fraud. If he can't write a proposal, that's one thing. But to steal someone else's work, how can someone like him be allowed to stay in our company? Su Wanru ignored the crowd's stares and looked at me. Jiang Yichin, do you have anything to say for yourself? Looking into my smiling eyes, Su Wanru felt an inexplicable sense of relief. It was as if she could already tell, with absolute certainty, that I was innocent. But she still wanted to hear my side of the story. I smiled and nodded. That's right, I did borrow a little bit of inspiration. Quite observant of you. Believing he had already won, Liu Ji threw all caution to the wind. This country bumpkin was always a useless slacker, and now has resorting to theft. How is trash like this fit to stay in our company? CEO Su, I suggest we fire him immediately. Su Wanru furrowed her brows slightly.
Waiting for my next words.
And what if I'm Annie? Liu Ji burst into boisterous laughter.
You, Annie.
Jiang Yichin, don't make me laugh. If you're Annie, I'll resign on the spot and give you my executive position. Someone like Annie, a boy genius who finished a double degree at such a young age. Why would he return to the country just to stoop low and act as some lowly employee?
You said it? I asked casually.
Utterly confident, Liu Ji tilted his chin up haughtily. Damn right, I said it. I walked up to the stage, took out my phone, and connected it to the projector screen. Then, I dialed a video call. A few seconds later,
a kind-looking,
elderly foreign man appeared on the screen. It was the two-time Nobel Prize winner, Professor Andrew. The crowd was instantly dumbfounded. No one expected Jiang Yichin to know a man of this caliber. I smiled faintly. Hello, Professor. Sorry to bother you like this. Andrew didn't seem the slightest bit annoyed. Seeing me, his face lit up with a huge smile.
Annie,
you haven't contacted me in ages. So glad you called. I don't even feel like working on my experiments anymore. I laughed and shook my head. Sorry to interrupt your work, Professor. You really should focus on your experiments. As the two of us chatted and laughed fluently in English, the entire room fell into stunned silence. Everyone at Su Corporation was a graduate of a top university. They could all perfectly understand our conversation. But what was hardest to comprehend wasn't the English itself. It was the fact that Jiang Yichin actually knew such an important figure. Furthermore, from Professor Andrew's own mouth, they had their proof. I really was Annie. Liu Ji's entire world came crashing down. He stared at the screen in disbelief, then back at me. He suffered a complete mental breakdown. He had lost.
Lost absolutely and completely.
I hung up the call, looked at Liu Ji's ashen face, and sneered.
Liu Ji?
I borrowed my own concept. Are you still going to call that plagiarism? Liu Ji opened his mouth but couldn't make a sound. The emotion in Su Wanru's heart could no longer be described as mere shock. Just as I thought, this man always manages to bring me unexpected surprises.
Liu Ji?
Go to the finance department tonight, collect your severance, and leave. Su Wanru couldn't stand keeping such arrogant, petty people in her company. With a single sentence, she sealed Liu Ji's fate, and with that, The farce came to a satisfying end. Su Wanro offered to drive me home. I had important business to attend to, so I politely declined. I stepped outside and got into a car. Gyu Qinghan was inside, having waited for quite a while. Brother Jiang, is your body fully recovered now? I burst into a quiet laugh. I've been fine for a long time. Let's go. Step on it. Otherwise, it'll be over before we get there. Gyu Qinghan nodded and slammed on the gas. The car sped away. We are heading to an underground black market. Tonight, a high-tech computer is up for auction. Rumor has it that it was left behind by a world-class top hacker. It's the only one of its kind in the world. I absolutely love tinkering with this kind of stuff. I have to get my hands on this computer. By the time we arrived at the venue, it was exactly time for the grand finale, the computer. The bidding started at 10 million. Bids echoed all around. I didn't make a move. I waited until the voices died down before raising the bid. 120 million. Any higher bids? Yu Qinghan slowly raised a paddle. 130 million. 130 million. Do I hear more? 130 million going once. 130 million going twice. 20 million. The smile froze on my lips. Looking into the distance, I saw an overly familiar figure. Unfortunately, many people in the crowd were wearing glasses, making it hard to immediately tell who it was.
300 million.
Gyu Qinghan continued to bid. 300 million for a computer was already pushing the limit. No one else around was raising the price. Only that unfamiliar woman wearing glasses raised her paddle and said, 40 million. 40 million. Gyu Qinghan turned his head and asked me if we should continue bidding. I shook my head and said helplessly, let's just give it to her. The gavel fell. Gyu Qinghan didn't raise the paddle again. The computer ultimately fell into her hands. After it ended, Gyu Qinghan escorted Li Yan home. Just as I reached the auction house entrance, I was stopped by a group of people. Leading them was a woman wearing glasses, with blonde hair and blue eyes. Her aura alone made it obvious she was no ordinary person.
Yeekin, long time no see.
Even though she was wearing glasses, I could instantly recognize who it was. I suddenly spoke up in pleasant surprise. Senior sister, what are you doing here? The two of us had studied under the same master, and our hacking skills were both top tier. Xia Bingxue chuckled lightly. I came here to buy this computer. Did you forget that your birthday is in 2 days? I know you like it. So I came all the way to China just to bid on it. Then how long are you staying? Not long. I'm leaving tomorrow. I originally wanted to mail this to you, but this works out perfectly. I can give it to you directly. I felt a bit chagrined. If I had known it was you, I wouldn't have competed with you. We practically gave the auction house so much money for nothing. Xia Bingxue reached out and ruffled my hair. It's fine. It's just 400 million. As long as you're happy. In the corner, a flash of light flickered and quickly vanished. We chatted about our personal lives for a bit, before Xia Bingxue left early to catch her flight, and I returned to the Siu family residence. Early the next morning, when I went downstairs to eat, everyone's gazes had become incredibly strange. Su Zhou snorted. I really didn't expect it. I think you're actually a top student. I sat down, ignoring her sarcasm. Su Fu glared at her. All right, say less. Today is the weekend, so I've decided that our whole family is going hiking. The 5 girls all looked a bit reluctant. Hiking is exhausting and sunny. They really didn't have any interest in it. Dad, I have a few surgeries to perform. It might not be convenient for me. Su Xinyan stood up, preparing to leave, but was immediately stopped by Su Fu's bark. What? Does your hospital not have any other doctors besides you? Su Xinyan laughed awkwardly and rubbed her nose. At this, Su Jingyao, who was preparing to find an excuse to slip away, and Su Zheoshao both kept their mouths shut. Then, it's happily decided, we're setting out shortly. No one could resist Su Fu's orders. A few of us changed into our hiking clothes and followed along to the most famous local scenic spot. When we arrived at the venue, I immediately spotted a guy wearing a suit with a face full of smiles. It was in Yicheng. When Mother Su saw in Yicheng, she smiled so wide she couldn't even close her mouth. And Yicheng? You actually came. I thought you weren't going to make it. And Yicheng smiled and said, Auntie, since you invited me, how could I possibly not come? Su Xiaoxiao had always been blunt. Looking at his outfit, she curled her lips. Who wears a suit to go hiking? How are you supposed to climb? I hooked up the corners of my mouth. This Su Xiaoxiao was quite interesting, and Yicheng's face paled.
I'm sorry.
I don't go hiking often. I didn't know. Looking at his overly self-blaming expression gave me a bit of a headache. This guy is definitely going to stir up some kind of trouble. If I had known, I wouldn't have come. Mother Su rolled her eyes at Cao Xiao. All right, why do you care what he wears? After speaking, she pulled in Yicheng along and walked ahead. He followed behind them. Along the way, Su Wanro was completely silent. Seeing that she wasn't speaking, I raised an eyebrow and said, Su Wanro, smiling more will make you look younger, you know. She ignored my teasing and just focused on looking at the distant scenery. Suddenly, I wasn't paying attention and stepped on a rock. I sprained my ankle right away. I frowned tightly, clutching my ankle. What's wrong? Seeing this, Su Wanru looked down and asked, "Sprained your ankle. Can you not walk?" I was in so much pain that cold sweat broke out. Seeing my pain, Su Wanru helped me up. I clearly smelled the fresh minty scent on her clothes, and the tips of my ears instantly turned red. "I can do it myself. It's swollen like this, and you're still being stubborn," Su Wanru said with a cold face. "There is a clinic on the mountain. We can have Xinyan reduce the swelling for you later." Seeing this, Su Luoli, who was standing to the side, curled up a wicked smirk. "Su Wanru, I really didn't expect that there was actually a man you cared about. The eternal iron tree has finally blossomed." Su Wanru snapped in annoyance. "Cut the crap." Su Zhaoxiao rolled her eyes.
So pretentious.
Su Xinyan was busy handling hospital matters on her phone, and Su Jingyao was on a call with her manager. Neither of them had the time to pay attention to what was happening over here. And Yicheng, however, did notice. Seeing Su Wanru supporting me, he was practically dying of jealousy. At the thought of this, and Yicheng's mood visibly darkened. Mrs. Su, who was standing nearby, noticed it. Seeing him looking so gloomy, she asked, "What's wrong? You seem a bit upset." And Yicheng glanced back at me and said, "Wanru, do you think she might like Yiken?" Mrs. Su sharply turned her head. Seeing me leaning against Su Wanru, her face instantly fell. "Don't worry, and Yicheng, I'll make sure this is sorted out." After getting up the mountain, I was sent to a temporary hospital for treatment. Taking advantage of the moment when everyone else was away, Mrs. Su entered my ward. "Jiang Yichen, there is something I want to say to you. Ever since we cleared the air last time, Mrs. Su and I barely had any interaction. Watching her approach, I couldn't help but wonder what was going on. I put on a smile. Auntie, you and Wanru seem to be getting quite close lately." Mrs. Su brought it up seemingly casually, but I immediately caught her drift. "Not at all. Su Wanru and I barely even talk." Mrs. Su's expression turned stern. "I've said this before. I want Rao's husband to be in Yicheng. No matter what might be going on between the two of you, I will never allow you two to be together." She was here to give me a warning. I smiled amiably. "Don't worry, Auntie. I don't have any feelings for Su Wanru. That's for the best." After saying this, she seemed relieved by my assurance. She revealed a satisfied smile. "Actually, my other 4 daughters are also quite outstanding. You can choose one among them. Jiang Yichen, you're a smart kid. You should know what to do." This incident didn't affect my mood at all. After Mrs. Su left, I started texting Gu Qinghan. "Qinghan, send me a few bottles of your special medicinal wine." Gu Qinghan rubbed his forehead. "Brother Jiang, why have you been having such bad luck lately?" I was rendered speechless. "Why does this guy have to be so sarcastic?" Just as I finished texting, Su Luoli pushed the door open and walked in. "Mr. Jiang, feeling any better?" Su Luoli sat down beside me naturally, acting as if we were close friends. My expression remained indifferent. "What can I do for you, second Miss Su?" "Can't. I just come to check up on you." Su Luoli smiled, making it hard to tell if she was being genuine or not. I recalled that I barely had any interaction with Su Luoli. Like a weasel paying respects to a hen, she was definitely up to no good. "Just say what you want. No need to beat around the bush." Su Luoli curled her lips into a smirk.
"What if I say,
I'm a little interested in you." My mouth twitched upon hearing that. "Do you even believe what you're saying?" Su Luoli leaned in slightly, her smile widening.
"Why? Is that not allowed?"
"You're making me so sad by acting like this." I shot her a sideways glance and said coolly, "Have some self-respect." Su Luoli chuckled softly. "Jiang Yichen, I'm actually being serious." Right at that moment, Su Wanru pushed the door open and walked in. She instantly saw our ambiguous posture. Her eyes darkened. Am I interrupting something? This scene was more than a little jarring to look at. Su Luoli caught her subtle expression, feeling a surge of secret delight. "Not at all. We're both just here to check on Yiken." She deliberately changed how she addressed me, making it seem like our relationship was something special. She even rolled the name Yiken off her tongue with a lingering, affectionate tone. Is Su Luoli interested in Jiang Yichen? Su Wanru's gaze held an indescribable, murky complexity. She just gave a soft, and turned to walk out. Su Luoli successfully managed to make Su Wanru uncomfortable and was in a good mood. Before leaving, she made a point of telling me to take good care of myself. Everyone present had their own hidden thoughts. Ultimately, the atmosphere grew too awkward, coupled with the fact that I was injured. Mr. Su waved his hand, and the whole group headed back home in a massive procession. Because of my injuries, I was transferred to the hospital where Su Xinyan worked. Mr. Su surprisingly knocked on the door to my ward. Looking at my face, he reminisced in his heart about his old comrade, Li Chen. "Are you feeling any better now? It's all because of those good-for-nothing kids of mine, who didn't take proper care of you. That's why you got hurt." My heart warmed a little. "Uncle, this is entirely my own fault. I was careless. It has nothing to do with them." Mr. Su held my hand. "Yiken, rest assured, whichever of them marries you, I will give her 20% of the Su Group's shares, as well as 20 villas in the capital. No one will dare mistreat you." This is Uncle Su's promise. Hearing this, a sour ache gripped my heart, and a sense of deep gratitude slowly spread within me. At the door, Su Xinyan was just about to knock and enter. She raised her hand but paused when she heard those words. She stood there, completely stunned. Marrying Jiang Yichen could actually get someone that much. The 5 of them only had a 5% share each, but marrying him meant getting 20% of the Su group's shares. Sister, Su gave a few more words of advice, then took a phone call and left in a hurry. Su Xinyan could hardly suppress the wild ecstasy in her heart. She stood at the door and took a deep breath. Only after steadying her emotions did she walk in. As soon as she saw me, her gaze instantly softened. She walked over to my side and reached out to press gently on my ankle. Does it still hurt here? Although I knew this was just a medical checkup, I felt inexplicably uncomfortable. I forced a smile. I'm feeling much better. It doesn't hurt as much anymore. Su Xinyan smiled gently.
That's good.
If you need anything at all, remember you can call me anytime. Such meticulous and attentive care made me feel a bit out of place. I was momentarily taken aback, not quite understanding what was going on. Su Xinyan, who used to be so deeply biased against me,
Why had she suddenly changed her tune?
Why was she suddenly so attentive to me?
even after Su Xinyan left, I still hadn't fully processed it. During the few days I stayed in the hospital, Su Wanro never came to visit me even once. Since the company was currently in a period of stable growth, she shouldn't have been that busy. Thinking it over, Su Wanru must be acting like this because of what happened last time. She's avoiding me on purpose. So, on the day I recovered and went back to work, I specifically asked to ride in her car. President Su is so generous. She wouldn't mind giving me a ride, right? I shamelessly hopped into the passenger seat and even buckled myself in.
Why didn't you take Luola's car?
Su Wanro asked coldly. I chuckled. I just prefer yours. Hurry up and get in. We're going to be late. Unable to argue with me, Su Wanru was completely helpless. She had no choice but to drive me to work. Along the way, I kept my eyes out the window. The breeze blew through my hair, giving me a messy but handsome look. Eventually, Su Wanru couldn't hold back anymore.
What's your relationship with Luo Li?
Hearing this, I turned my head and looked at her. You don't have one.
Su Wanru asked hesitantly.
Then what about that day? I smiled at her, listening to a one-sided story. Isn't something someone as smart as you, Su Wanru, should be doing? Su Wanru froze for a second and couldn't stop the corners of her mouth from turning up, successfully catching that little smile of hers. I teased her playfully. You seem pretty happy. Su Wanru, you care so much about my relationship with other people. Don't tell me you've fallen for me. Her face instantly turned bright red. You talk too much. I couldn't help but burst out laughing. To think that the great Su Wanro could actually blush. How interesting. To stop me from saying anything else she couldn't handle, Su Wanru slammed on the gas pedal and sped to the company as fast as she could. When we arrived at the office, I immediately spotted an uninvited guest. And Yicheng was sitting in the design department supervisor's seat. Seeing me walk in, he immediately put on a fake smile and greeted me. Jiang Yichen, you're here? Are you fully recovered? He might have been saying that, but I knew Yicheng wished I'd never recover. I waved my hand casually and replied flatly. Thanks for your concern, mister. And I'm doing just fine. And Yicheng suddenly seemed to remember something and laughed. That's good to hear. Oh, by the way, Wanro mentioned the department was missing a director, so I volunteered to step in.
You aren't upset about me being here, are you?
I chuckled lightly. Of course I don't mind, mister. Anne is aiming to be the CEO's wife, after all. A mere department director position is nothing to you. Yicheng's face instantly went pale. Jiang Yichen, how could you say that about me? I was just worried you'd be upset. After all, I became a supervisor the moment I got here.
While you're still just a regular employee.
It's only natural you'd feel resentful. So what if I was a top student? Su Wanru still cared about him, placing him a rank above me. I sneered. Are you a mind reader? How do you know I'm resentful? In the time you've spent chatting me up, mister, and I could have written 2 whole proposals. You should spend your time and energy on actual company business instead of doing meaningless things. Yicheng seethed with frustration, completely unable to win an argument against this man. We parted on bad terms. I went back to my desk and started working seriously. By noon, I went to Su Wanru's office to discuss the next steps for our proposal, only to see Yicheng in there, pestering Su Wanru. Wanrao, it's noon. Let's go grab lunch together. I stood at the door and was just about to turn and leave when Su Wanru suddenly called out, Jiang Yichen, come in. I pursed my lips, my gaze sharp as a torch. Am I not interrupting something? Su Wanru ignored the comment. Come over here. Let's discuss this proposal. This blatant rejection left and Yicheng completely at a loss. He truly never expected that Su Wanru, who had never said no to him before, would actually brush him aside today. For the sake of Jiang Yichen, he was so furious he could hardly breathe. But looking at Su Wanru, he still put on a pitiful, wronged expression.
Wanrao, I clearly asked you out first.
Su Wanru replied coldly. Company matters take priority. Is that a problem? Rejected once again, and Yicheng? bit his lip, and stayed silent. After Yichang left, I watched his lonely retreating back and couldn't help but laugh inwardly. Are you sure you want to break your little childhood sweetheart's heart like that? Su Wanru shot me a glance. Look at the proposal, I smiled. Looks like Su Luoli was right. You really are a workaholic. Su Wanru didn't respond to my teasing, keeping her head down to study the proposal. By the time we finished revising it, it was already 3 p.m. My stomach suddenly growled at the worst possible time. Su Wanru raised an eyebrow. Let's go. I'll take you to get some food. Su Wanru took me to her favorite everyday noodle shop. She ordered 2 bowls of ramen. The corners of my mouth curled up. To think the great Ms. Su actually eats stuff like this. Even when eating noodles, every move Su Wanru made was full of elegance. She took a bite of her food and said calmly, "What did you think I eat every day? Western food, Japanese cuisine?" I shook my head. I just didn't expect that Ms. Su would enjoy this kind of humble, homey food. My smile grew even wider. Suddenly, my tone turned serious. But I really like it too. I ate it every day when I was a kid. I feel like no food in the world could ever compare to the bowl of noodles my dad used to make. It's a shame that things have changed and people are gone. I can never go back to those days. Su Wanru stayed quiet, keeping her head down as she ate. But her heart had been gently stirred. This was the first time she had ever heard me talk about my family, even though I had only briefly mentioned it. It still left a deep impression on her. We went back to the company. I was just getting ready to sit down and work. A colleague next to me patted my shoulder. "Jiang Yichin, check Weibo quick. You're in big trouble." My chest tightened. I opened the trending topics and glanced at it. The massive headline was glaringly obvious. Jiang Yichin engaged to the Su family while cheating with a foreigner. On the outside, he looks like a good boy. Hess actually an absolute player. Has he been playing the Su family women for fools? Surrounded by women, who will he ultimately choose? There was also a blurry photo attached to the post. It was taken that day at the underground auction. A shot of me and my senior sister. We were both smiling happily in the photo. It honestly looked a bit intimate, even though we were both wearing sunglasses. It wasn't hard to recognize us at all. I narrowed my eyes. A cold glint flashed in my eyes. I was almost certain of who was behind this. I immediately called Gu Qinghan and told him to take down the trending search. At the same time, Father and Mother Su ordered me to return to the Su estate at once. As I was leaving the company, I bumped into Su Wanru, who was also heading home, but she just gave me a cold, indifferent glance and turned right around and left. She must have already seen the trending news. I returned to the Su residence. The entire family was there. Mother Su immediately started tearing into me. "I always thought you were a good kid. I never expected you to be this kind of person." I frowned but didn't argue back, only saying softly, "It's a misunderstanding." Mother Su was furious. "You don't have to like my daughters. How could you agree to get along with them while secretly dating another woman? How can you face your Uncle Su after this?" I knew that if I didn't explain this clearly, even Father Su might completely lose faith in me. Su Xiaoxiao, who had always disliked me, scoffed. "Jiang Yichin, the evidence is right in front of us. Just admit it already." I shook my head. "It's not what you think. That woman is just my senior sister." Su Xiaoxiao glared at me coldly. "Even if she is your senior sister, acting that intimately, you two must have some kind of special relationship, right? How dare you still make excuses at a time like this?" Father Su furrowed his brows slightly, looking conflicted. He looked at me and asked calmly, "Yikin, is what they're saying true? Are you really involved with that person?" I replied calmly, "Uncle Su, she is just my senior sister. If you don't believe me, I can call her right now." Mother Su let out a cold sneer.
"What would a phone call prove?"
"You two will just get your story straight and try to pull the wool over our eyes." Right at that moment, Su Jingyao, who had been scrolling through Weibo, suddenly spoke up in surprise. "Look at Weibo. Someone just posted a long statement. Shez Chinese American, and she looks exactly like the woman in the photo." The post read, "I already have a fiancé, and we are getting married this June. I've always treated Jiang Yichin like a little brother from next door. Taking care of him was a task given to me by our teacher. So there's no need to overthink it. I hope the netizens can show some mercy and leave the young man alone." Xia Bingzhe had won numerous international awards and was highly renowned. Naturally, no one dared to casually refute her words. The tide of public opinion shifted instantly. People even started guessing who took the photo in the first place, who was so bored that they'd try to frame Jiang Yichin. Mother Su, who had been breathing fire just moments ago, instantly deflated. Father Su smiled with satisfaction. "Just as I thought, I knew my judgment of character wasn't wrong." "You've been wronged, Yikin," I nodded,
smiling.
"Uncle Su, thank you for believing in me." Su Xiaoqiao looked a bit awkward. She rubbed her nose and muttered stubbornly, "Sorry, I still don't like you." I gave her a dismissive glance. "All right, the matter is settled. Let's not dwell on it anymore." Father Su waved his hand, and the gathering finally dispersed. Su Wanru stood not too far away, watching me as I stood there quietly. Seeing how calmly and collectedly I handled the situation stirred a different kind of feeling in her heart. I caught her gaze, tilted my head, and smiled at her. Did you also think I was fooling around with another woman? Su Wanru stayed silent, which was basically a tacit admission. She admitted to herself that she did care a little, but she hadn't gone as far as concluding I was that kind of guy. Looking at her like this, my smile didn't quite reach my eyes. Once the storm passed, I immediately had Gu Qinghan investigate, who was pulling the strings behind the scenes. Sure enough, and Yi Cheng had bribed a reporter to get the photo and leaked it online. It seems I went too easy on the An family last time. To think and Yi Cheng still had the energy to play these dirty tricks. Gu Qinghan passed down the order. Cancel all of Lang Xiang's contracts with the Anan family. We will no longer work with them. Terminate any ongoing projects immediately. I don't care if we have to pay the breach of contract fees, Gu Qinghan said with a cold expression. Of course, it's in Yi Cheng again. Don't worry, Brother Jiang. I won't let the An family off easily this time. Without Lang Zheng, the An family was losing a massive cash cow, their main source of profit. They would lose billions at the very least. Lanxian Corporation issued a public notice, banning any further cooperation with the An family. This roused Su Wanru's suspicions. Every time something happened to Jiang Yichen, the An family would face a crisis. She wondered, could it be that Gu Qinghan is helping him get revenge on An Yicheng? Later that day, I had just finalized a project proposal. Just as I was getting ready to leave, Su Wanru suddenly called out to me, the Anan family is in crisis. Did you pull strings? Behind the scenes, I paused, then suddenly burst out laughing. What? Do you really think I'm that capable? Capable enough to bring down a massive company like the An Group? Su Wanru's face darkened. Even if you didn't, Gu Qinghan could, Lan Xiang could, Jiang Yichen, and Yichen might be a bit unlikable. You didn't have to treat him like this. My gaze was colder than ice. President Su is truly so considerate. You're even coming here to interrogate me on his behalf.
Su Wanru frowned.
That clearly wasn't what she meant. I looked at Su Wanru. And as for An Yichen, is he really as innocent and kind-hearted as you think? Su Wanru thought back to their childhood, when An Yichen would step on an ant and feel sad about it for a long time. She lowered her voice. I believe He's not bad by nature. I stood up. Since things have reached this point, then there's nothing left to say. My expression was completely flat. The An Group's crisis is their own problem. Lang Xiang canceling their partnership has nothing to do with me either. If President Su insists on figuring out exactly who is playing tricks behind the scenes, you'd be better off calling Lan Jiang's CEO to ask them directly, instead of giving your own employee a hard time here. Tossing those words behind me, I turned and walked away. The Su Group's anniversary banquet was coming up soon. When the time came, many celebrities and VIPs would be invited to attend. Su Wanru decided to hand over the task of planning the banquet to An Yichen. When I heard the news, my hand trembled slightly. So she likes An Yichen, huh? No wonder she defends him no matter what. It turns out her heart already belongs to someone else. After work, I made a call right away, asking Gu Qinghan out to a bar for some drinks. Inside the Nightfall bar, Gu Qinghan looked at the shimmering liquor in his glass and laughed. I can't believe you're actually in a bad mood.
What's up?
Did those people from the Su family bully you? I picked up my drink and downed it in one gulp. Like I said last time,
how could that be possible?
Gu Qinghan rolled his eyes. Then why'd you call me out here to drink our sorrows away? I curled my finger slightly and flicked him hard on the forehead. Drink or don't. If you're not drinking, get out of here. Gu Qinghan rubbed his forehead. Heh, seriously? I kept downing glass after glass. Soon enough, I started feeling tipsy. I suddenly wanted to play a game with Gu Qinghan. Truth or dare. Whoever the bottle points to has to go hit on someone. If you fail, the penalty is 3 shots. Gu Qinghan lost the first round. He went straight up to a guy with his drink, and it didn't take long for him to get the guy's number. In the second round, the bottle pointed to
me.
I stood up unsteadily and stumbled directly toward a group of people not far away. In the crowd, Su Wenru frowned as she watched my drunken figure. Is that Jiang Yichen? I chuckled, pointing my finger and waving it around the crowd, before finally landing on Su Wanru. You're the prettiest one here. I choose you. Su Wanru stayed completely silent, just watching to see what I'd do next. Hey, beautiful, what do you think of me? The alcohol had me feeling hot all over. I subconsciously unbuttoned a few buttons on my shirt, giving off an even more wild, uninhibited vibe. I leaned in close to Su Wanru, touching her beautiful hair. The subtle, sweet scent of a woman wafted into my nose, going straight to my head. A flash of annoyance suddenly crossed Su Wenru's face. She helped me sit down on the sofa. Her eyes were ice cold. Jiang Yichen.
What are you trying to do?
Hearing her voice, I mumbled in a daze. Huh? Oh, it's Su Wanru. Forget it. Forget it. I don't want to anymore. I struggled to stand up, but Su Wanru forced me right back down. Behave yourself.
You're drunk.
I chuckled. I said I don't want to anymore.
Why are you still pestering me?
Su Wanru simply supported my weight and started walking me toward a room upstairs. Running around drunk like this is just asking for trouble. I was completely wasted by this point, and I started rambling nonsense. Su Wanru is seriously the most annoying person in the world. Hearing this, Su Wanru's gaze darkened. She asked, Why do you hate Su Wanrao? That question triggered something in me, and I started pouring out all my grievances.
Why does she never believe me?
She even helps other people bully me. I'm so incredibly wronged.
Su Wenru
Sighed helplessly. She cares about you. She's not bullying you. Hearing this, I couldn't help but frown. You're lying? She likes Yichin, so She's always helping him bully me. Su Wanrao had never seen me like this before. I looked like a little kid who had been wronged. Every little movement making her heart ache for me. Listening to my complaints, she suddenly realized that the way Shed acted might have actually been a bit too harsh. From now on, she will believe you. And she won't bully you either. But she likes Yikin. She's still gonna side with Yikin in the future. After mumbling those words, I completely lost consciousness and fell into a deep sleep. Su Wanrao stared at my sleeping face and said softly,
"When did I ever say I liked Yichin?"
When I woke up the next day, the sun was already high in the sky. My head was pounding violently. I fumbled for my phone and checked it. 99 messages and countless missed calls, all from Gu Qinghan. I quickly sent Gu Qinghan a text so he wouldn't worry, and then tried to piece together what happened last night. I remembered running into Su Wanrao and shamelessly flirting with her. After that, everything was a blank. I rubbed my temples, splashed some water on my face, and headed back to the office. Meanwhile, because Yichin had done a fantastic job planning the banquet, and coupled with his status as the childhood friend of the 5 young ladies of the Siu family,
Childhood friend of.
he was currently being showered with praise by everyone. Director Anne.
You and our President Su grew up together, right?
Real childhood sweethearts. It seems President Su really truly likes you. I couldn't really describe how I felt. I silently went back to my seat, but I could still hear them gossiping. Right then, someone chimed in with an awkward question. Wait, isn't Zhang Yichin the Su family's fiancé?
What if she actually chooses him when the time comes?
And Yicheng had been soaking up the praise. The moment he heard that, his face instantly fell. Still, to keep up appearances, he forced a smile. Yikin doesn't like Wanrao. He told me so himself last time. Don't worry about it. Listening to him spout this absolute nonsense with a straight face, I let out a scoff and laughed. Mr. N, we aren't exactly close. Why the hell would I tell you something like that? And Yicheng clearly didn't expect me to walk up so suddenly. He looked awful, but he still kept his head down and squeezed out a reply.
That's exactly what you said last time?
If you're going back on your word, that's fine. After all, Wanrao is everything a man could want. How could anyone not like Su Wanrao? And Yicheng's words got caught in his throat. He was too embarrassed to speak. Right on cue, Su Wanrao walked over. He put on a smile and walked up to her.
Wanrao,
I've already finished setting up for tonight's banquet. You want to go take a look? Su Wanrao's gaze remained as cold as ever. She looked over at me, standing not far away with a blank expression, and stated Zhang Yichin was late today, docked 3 days of his pay. I met Su Wanrao's eyes. My glare was filled with teeth-grinding annoyance. Su Wanrao avoided my gaze and followed Yicheng to check on the venue. Half an hour later, the secretary suddenly walked up to me and whispered, Mr.
Zhang,
the CEO wants to see you in her office. I didn't want to interact with Su Wanrao at all, but seeing the secretary's helpless expression, I could only sigh. Stand up and head to the CEO's office. You called for me walking through the door. I kept a polite distance and quietly looked at her. Su Wanrao pointed at a gift box on the table. You're accompanying me to the banquet tonight, she said flatly. It was obvious. Su Wanrao was demanding I be her date, even though her tone was forceful, like the matter was already settled. I was actually a bit surprised, inviting me. Your precious childhood friend is going to be upset.
Su Wanrao frowned.
Not wanting to waste her breath, she grabbed the box and shoved it right into my hands. This is your suit for tonight. Make sure you change into it. I crossed my arms, wearing a mocking smile. And what if I say no? Then I'll deduct half a month's salary instead, Su Wanrao said in a low, cold voice. I was left completely speechless. I grabbed the box, turned around, and walked out. Su Wanrao watched me leave. Her gaze darkened as she replayed her own harsh words in her mind. She felt like she had been acting a little irrationally lately. And Yicheng watched me walk out of the CEO's office, carrying a massive gift box in my arms. His eyes instantly turned icy. When evening rolled around, I took the box to the restroom, planning to just quickly change in there. But the moment I opened the box, I found the suit slashed to pieces. It was obviously done on purpose. With no other choice, I tossed the ruined clothes into the trash, intending to go out and buy a quick replacement, only to find that the restroom door had been locked from the outside. I pulled out my phone, but it was completely dead. I furrowed my brows deeply. Why is my luck so damn terrible? Meanwhile, Su Wanrao had been waiting for ages. With no sign of me, she started to feel a bit uneasy. She dialed my number, but only heard the automated phone-off message. Now even more unsettled, she was just about to go look for me, when Yicheng suddenly appeared, flashing a warm smile.
Wanrao,
are you waiting for someone?
Su Wanrao nodded,
her eyes still scanning the area. Seeing her distracted state, and Yicheng's expression shifted slightly. Then, in a gentle voice, he said, Wanrao, I just bumped into Zhang Yichin earlier. He said he needed to use the restroom first. He didn't want to hold you up, so he told us to just head inside first. Yicheng spoke with such earnest sincerity. It sounded exactly like I had actually asked him to deliver the message.
Su Wonru nodded
And walked inside alongside Yicheng. The reporters swarming the entrance went crazy, their cameras flashing relentlessly at the pair, to drum up even more gossip. Yicheng even deliberately leaned a little closer to Su Wenro. Not long after, another huge commotion erupted at the entrance. Every bit as chaotic as when the two of them had arrived. Feeling a bit puzzled, Su Wenro quietly watched the two people walking in. Su Luoli, beaming like a breath of fresh spring air, and Jiang Yichen. The suit I was wearing was stark white, making me look like an elegant, deeply aristocratic young master. In Su Wanru's eyes, a deep chill spread. The suit she had given him was black. Did Jiang Yichen truly hate her so much that he would ditch her, only to show up with Su Luoli instead? Sharp-eyed Su Luoli spotted Su Wanru and instantly broke into a bright smile. Big sis, you guys got here so early. Seeing me standing there perfectly fine, and even wearing a brand new suit, and Yicheng froze in his tracks. My smile carried an icy edge. Mr.
Anne,
Seeing me standing here,
why do you look so surprised?
and Yicheng snapped back to reality and shook his head. I'm not. I'm just a little surprised to see the two of you arrive together. That's all. I turned my head, glancing at Su Luoli beside me, and smiled. It's all thanks to the second Miss Su coming to my rescue just in time. Otherwise, it'd still be locked in that restroom, unable to get out. I have no idea who could be so wicked. Breaking the restroom door lock, and even cutting up my clothes, and Yicheng nervously clenched his fists, forcing a stiff smile. That person really is despicable. Right at that moment, Su Wanru suddenly spoke up, bailing and Yicheng out. All right, that's enough. Banquet is about to start. As long as you're fine, let's drop it. My prepared comeback was cut short. I couldn't help but shoot her a glare. Then I politely offered my hand to Su Luoli and gave her a gentlemanly bow. The banquet is about to start. Miss Luoli, may I have the first dance? Su Luoli smiled and nodded. Of course, it would be my honor. The two of them glided onto the dance floor. Their movements were in perfect harmony. Everyone else on the floor eventually stepped back. Many stopped just to watch, marveling at what a perfect match they were. A handsome man and a gorgeous woman. Truly a match made in heaven. Su Wanru watched them dance, the sight burning her eyes. Her rationality slowly started to slip away. Su Luoli doesn't suit him at all. Meanwhile, Yicheng was eager to make his move. He turned to Su Wanru and asked, Wanru, why don't we go dance too? He had rehearsed a routine well in advance, just waiting to steal the spotlight tonight. But Su Wanru was in a terrible mood. She had absolutely zero interest in dancing. She casually shot him down with a no thanks, and went off alone to drink at a corner table. It wasn't long before she felt her body growing unusually hot. Strange heat began coursing through her veins. With her sharp intuition, she quickly realized she had been drugged, and Yicheng followed her over. Noticing the beads of sweat forming on her forehead, he asked with feigned concern Wanru,
What's wrong?
Clinging to her last bit of sanity. Su Wenru coldly replied, I'm fine. Just leave me alone. Yicheng reached out and pressed the back of his hand against her forehead. It was burning hot. Taking advantage of the situation, he sat down right next to her.
Are you getting sick?
Let me take you to a doctor. She was already heavily drugged. His sudden touch was pure torture. Knowing she had to get out of there before something bad happened, Su Wanru stood up, ignoring Yicheng's fake concern. She headed straight for the elevator, planning to go to the CEO's office. And Yicheng let out a sly chuckle and followed her upstairs. After finishing my dance with Su Luoli, I instinctively scanned the room for Su Wanru. But to my surprise, both she and Yicheng had completely vanished from the venue. Su Luoli seemed to see right through my thoughts. She smiled faintly.
Looking for my sister.
Just saw Yicheng practically carrying her upstairs. If you're worried, you should go check on them. Su Luoli knew I wasn't the type to go play third wheel, which was why she felt so bold in telling me. My voice was completely flat. I'm not going. A second later, my phone suddenly buzzed. It was a text from Su Wanru. It only contained two simple words. Come upstairs.
The print room.
I chewed on those words.
Out of sight, out of mind, right?
But the more I thought about it, the more something felt off. Su Wanru wasn't the frivolous type at all.
Why would she, right in the middle of a major banquet,
do something like this? I let out a heavy sigh, stood up and hurried upstairs. Su Wanru had kept her wits about her. She hadn't gone to the CEO's office. Instead, she went into the print room. She slumped onto the floor, her whole body going limp. Using the very last shred of her consciousness, she managed to send me a text. Somehow she felt that I, this mysterious man, would know what to do. When I finally arrived, I immediately saw Su Wanru desperately trying to endure it. I know a bit of medicine, and it was obvious right away that her reaction wasn't normal. She looked like she'd been dosed with a heavy-duty aphrodisiac. The effects were intense. Even someone as notoriously level-headed as Su Wanru was losing her grip on reality. Su Wanru let out a faint moan. She fluttered her eyes open and saw me standing right in front of her. Suddenly, she reached out and grabbed my wrist tight.
Su Wenru.
What are you doing? Before I could even react.
Her delicate body pressed up against mine. Her eyes were burning with a fierce, ravenous heat. Watching those red lips get dangerously close, I quickly flipped her around and pinned her down. Seeing her still trying to squirm against me, it just knocked her out cold. What a pain. I stood up, shooting the unconscious woman a cold glare. Trying to cop a feel while you're out of your mind. You're an absolute menace. Calling an ambulance would draw too much attention. Instead, I made a quick phone call, ordering the Su family's bodyguards to escort Su Wanru to the hospital. The next morning, Su Wanru finally opened her eyes. The first thing she saw was me, sitting nearby with a deadpan expression. Her beautiful eyes widened in surprise. Did you stay here and take care of me all night? I completely ignored the question. Instead, I mocked her. The great Miss Su's situational awareness is absolute garbage. Think you actually let yourself get drugged? Su Wanru knew I was right. So she couldn't exactly argue back. She just listened quietly. All right, now that you're awake, I'm heading out. I turned around, fully intending to leave. But Su Wanru suddenly spoke up. Su Luoli is very interested in you. I raised an eyebrow. And what does that have to do with you? Su Luoli is obsessed with competing with me. She always has to prove she's better. So I'm worried she's only approaching you to get to me, and doesn't actually like you for who you are. Su Wanru laid out all the concerns she'd been harboring in her heart. Hearing this, a wicked smirk spread across my face. Are you saying the great Miss Su actually has a thing for me? Is that why Su Luoli is trying to snatch me away from you? Caught off guard by how it spun her words, Su Wanru choked on her response, completely at a loss for words. When she didn't reply, I lost interest and decided to stop teasing her. After she rested for a little while longer, we headed back to the company together. And Yicheng's little scheme had completely failed, and he was absolutely furious. When he saw me, he glared daggers.
Where exactly did you two disappear to last night?
Especially since Su Wanru was under the influence of drugs.
Did you?
The more he thought about it, the more agitated he became. He even started glaring at me with pure, venomous hatred. I couldn't help but laugh at his pathetic reaction. Mr. N, are you really that curious about what we did last night? And Yicheng's face twisted in rage. What the hell did you two do? What we did last night? Well, what do you think? A dark, quiet night. Just a man and a woman, all alone. Of course, something else was bound to happen. And Yicheng clenched his fists tightly, his eyes completely bloodshot. After work, I didn't want to head back with Su Wanru, so I took a cab home by myself. At the dinner table, third sister Su Jingyao casually mentioned she was shooting the music video for her new song tomorrow. Su Fu thought this would be a great bonding opportunity and suggested I tag along. That's when Su Xiaoxiao chimed in. Dad, aren't you just asking for trouble by letting him go? Ever since the kidnapping incident, Su Xiaoxiao has treated me like nothing but a burden. Hearing that, I decided to be petty and do the exact opposite. All right then, go check it out tomorrow. Su Xiaoxiao was absolutely furious. All she could do was shoot daggers at me with a vicious glare. Early the next morning, I got up and headed to the set with Su Jingyao. I offered her some constructive feedback. The new music video was for a gentle, melodious little love song. It perfectly matched the current pop trends. I only had to hear the intro to know this track was going to be a massive hit. The song is great, but if you lower the key a bit at the end and sing it with a bit more breathy emotion, it might sound even better. Su Jingyao looked a bit surprised. She didn't expect Zhang Yichen to actually know anything about music. Reading the look on her face, I just offered a faint smile and left it at that. A romantic music video naturally needed a couple, but we waited for ages, and the male lead was nowhere to be found. The director finally called him, only to find out that the actor had gotten into a car accident on the way to the set. He definitely wasn't going to make it. The director was pulling his hair out. This actor had been carefully handpicked from countless auditions, trying to recast him right now. There was no way they'd find a suitable replacement on such short notice.
Where on earth was he supposed to find a handsome guy?
With that perfect, youthful, high school sweetheart vibe. Suddenly, Su Jingyao stepped up with a smile. Director, I have the perfect candidate. With that, she pointed straight at me where I was just sitting idly in the breeze. The soft wind ruffled my hair, revealing my striking features. I looked like I had just walked right out of a youth romance manga. The director's eyes immediately lit up. Hez even better. The director gave me a quick rundown of the role. Not wanting to make Su Jingyao look bad, I couldn't really refuse. So I agreed to do it. After getting through hair, makeup, and filming, thanks to my killer looks and natural acting skills, we wrapped up the shoot in no time. I have an idea, Su Jingyao said. Why don't you come to the studio and record with me? Since you're the male lead in the music video, having your voice on the track might make it even better. Her sincerity made it impossible to say no. I thought about it for a second and nodded in agreement. The day the song dropped, the track titled Sweet Tea blew up across the internet almost instantly. Sales skyrocketed, shooting straight to the top of the charts. The vast majority of netizens were raving, absolutely captivated by the male singer's velvet-like voice. Deep, rich, and incredibly smooth. But soon, people noticed his singing style was almost identical to the famous superstar Shui Qian. Hez definitely copying Shui Qian. Once that rumor started, it spread like wildfire, flooding every single comment section on the internet. As the backlash grew louder and louder, the song's streaming numbers took a serious hit. Su Jingyao quickly realized just how serious the situation was. She barged straight into the Su Group headquarters to figure out a game plan with me. At the time, I was in the office, discussing the company's next joint venture with Su Wanro. Hearing the news, I couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. I actually found it pretty funny and chuckled. So, they're saying I'm copying Shui Qian. Seeing my nonchalant attitude, Su Jingyao frowned in frustration. Jiang Yichin. This is actually a really big deal. Seeing how perfectly calm I remained, Su Wanru watched the exchange, and a bold idea suddenly sparked in her mind. But she kept her mouth shut, simply staring at me with a thoughtful expression.
Waiting to see what I would do next.
I gave Su Jingyao a reassuring look. Let me handle this. I promise, it won't ruin your song's release. For some inexplicable reason, seeing my absolute unwavering confidence, Su Jingyao felt an overwhelming, almost irrational sense of trust in this man. Just then, Yicheng knocked and entered the office. Seeing us all gathered, he couldn't help but ask, "Oh right, I heard there's some drama with Jingyao's new track."
What's going on?
I shot him a brief glance and stayed silent, shut down by the cold shoulder, and Yicheng awkwardly cleared his throat and offered a suggestion. "Well, I think if you really did copy his style, you should just issue a public apology on Weibo. Who knows? Maybe the public will forgive you." A public apology, apologizing right now would just be digging my own grave. Not only would my reputation be completely destroyed, it would severely drag down Su Jingyao's career too. I didn't mince words. I'm not apologizing. And Yicheng immediately got riled up. Jiang Yichin, even if you don't care about yourself, Jingyao definitely cares. If you have even a shred of decency left, you'll go on Weibo and apologize.
What are you going to do if you ruin her entire career?
I replied calmly. Relax. I'm not going to drag anyone else down with me. And Yicheng pressed him. Then what else can you possibly do? Plagiarism is plagiarism. You can't just wave a magic wand and change that. I was suddenly amused. And what if I do have a way? And Yicheng scoffed in disbelief. He had already investigated my background thoroughly. Shui Qian had recently faded from the public eye. There was absolutely no way Jiang Yichin was the real Shui Qian. The guy was already a top-tier international student. Where would he have the time or energy to run a massive music career on the side? The very idea was utterly laughable. A mocking sneer spread across Yicheng's face. He looked at me with pure skepticism. What possible solution could you have? What are you going to tell the public that you are Shui Qian? Who the hell would believe that? I looked him dead in the eye and stated plainly, "Actually, I am." The moment the words left my mouth, Su Jingyao stood there completely, utterly stunned. Could this Jiang Yichin, the man she shared a marriage contract with, really be the mysterious pop star Shui Qian, whom even she deeply admired? Even Su Wanru was visibly taken aback, and Yicheng just shook his head and let out an exasperated sigh. Just stop bluffing.
Lie after lie?
Will only lead to your absolute ruin. I couldn't be bothered to waste my breath on him. I took out my phone, opened Weibo, and switched accounts. With the sudden update on Weibo, Su Jingyao realized that the only account she followed had suddenly posted a new update after a whole year of silence. The post only had a few characters, yet every single one was shocking. "I am Jiang Yichin." In an instant, the entire platform exploded. The post was shared millions of times. Some people were already jumping for joy. "See, I told you Jiang Yichin is Shui Qian, and you guys didn't believe me." Slap in the face. What a slap in the face. All those haters who called Jiang Yichin a copycat just got their faces smacked. So this is what Shui Qian looks like. Hez way too handsome in the MV. Hez gorgeous, has an amazing voice, and is highly educated. And he has 5 top-tier beauties to choose from. What kind of novel protagonist setting is this? OMG, a new song from Shui Qian. It's so freaking good. My husband's voice is just so charming. I'm going to listen to it 10,000 times. Hey upstairs, back off. That's my husband. In just one short minute, public opinion on Weibo completely flipped to the other side. The listening rates for Golden Spear didn't drop. They soared. They even skyrocketed to a whole new level. And Yicheng's expression instantly turned incredibly ugly. How could Jiang Yichin really be Shui Qian? Disappointment and extreme resentment suddenly surged in his heart. He clenched his fists tightly, glaring at my handsome face. He desperately wanted to punch my pretty face to a pulp, but he had no choice but to force down the urge. He forced out through gritted teeth. "Well, happy endings all around." I abruptly changed my tone. "But Mr. Anne was just accusing me so harshly.
Doubting me.
Shouldn't you apologize to me now?" Yicheng wanted to curse me out, but he could only force a smile and apologize. "Jiang Yichin, I misunderstood you. It's fine. I'm a generous guy, so I forgive you. He originally came here to watch a good show, but now, seeing my smug expression after completely turning the tables, and Yi Cheng couldn't stand being here for another second. After Yi Cheng left, Su Jingyao, having finally calmed down, spoke up. Her voice couldn't hide her excitement.
Yiken.
Ah? No, Zhui Qian.
You're my idol.
I absolutely love your songs. You debuted for just 1 year and swept the highest awards in the music industry. Then you just completely vanished. Since then, no one else has ever reached your level. I gave a light chuckle.
All right.
I'm just an ordinary guy. I hope we have the chance to continue working together. Working with the male god in her heart, Su Jingyao felt like she was walking on clouds right now. She was even more excited for their upcoming collaborations. She nodded, smiling without saying a word. Su Jingyao went to handle the subsequent PR and left first, leaving only Su Wanro and me in the office. Su Wanro raised an eyebrow. Her gaze was deep. I really didn't expect this. You sure have a lot of hidden identities. I burst out laughing. You're joking, President Su? Do you really have to speak to me like that? She didn't know why, but seeing me act so polite and deliberately keeping my distance made Su Wanru feel a bit uncomfortable. I raised an eyebrow.
Then how should I speak?
Su Wanro paused. In the end, she didn't say anything. After returning to the Su family estate, the atmosphere between the two of us was incredibly weird. Even the rest of the Su family noticed it. Seeing her oldest sister in a bad mood, Su Xiaoxiao suggested, "Let's go to Death Canyon. I heard there's a new racing track. Want to go try it out together?" Father Su chuckled after hearing this. In that case, take Xiao Chen along with you guys. Su Xiaoxiao curled her lips in disgust. Hez just a hick who's never even been in a race car. What if he gets in and starts wailing like a ghost from terror? What then? Then propping up her chin, Su Xiaoxiao got literal stars in her eyes. I wonder if we'll be able to run into that guy who broke Big Sis record last time. Hez gotta be a super gorgeous, talented hunk. Seeing Su Xiaoxiao's face full of adoration, I calmly popped her fantasy bubble. That guy is me. Su Xiaoxiao jumped up instantly. How could it possibly be you? I don't believe you. I shrugged. Don't believe me, then whatever. Su Xiaoxiao scoffed coldly. If you really are him, then come with us tomorrow. Let me see just how amazing you actually are. Just don't end up being too scared to even get in the car. I didn't want to just let this little brat off the hook so easily. And if I'm that guy, if you're really him, I'll never call you a hick again. I smiled warmly and added one more condition. Then you'll have to call me brother. Su Xiaoxiao looked determined to win. It's a deal. But if you're not, you get the hell out of the Su family. My smile grew even wider. Deal. The next day, Su Xiaoxiao personally woke me up and dragged Su Wanro along with us to Death Canyon. Su Xiaoxiao loved racing more than anything. Because of that, she practically worshipped Su Wanru, whose driving skills were incredible. That is, until last time, when that mysterious man broke Su Wanru's track record. Now she was starting to fantasize about what he looked like in her head again. I changed into a red racing suit. I looked tall, straight, and full of swagger. Su Wanru's suit was also red. Standing next to each other, we looked inexplicably like a matching pair. Su Xiaoxiao sneered, "If you don't have the skills, then don't embarrass yourself. It's not too late to forfeit now." I simply stepped right into the race car and buckled my seatbelt.
Just watch.
As the engine roared to life, car shot forward like an arrow released from a bow. At first, Su Xiaoxiao still had her doubts, but after watching the entire race, her jaw practically dropped to the floor. This is way too. Su Wanru lowered her voice. I looked into the guy from last time. It's Zhang Yichen. Big sis. Su Xiaoxiao looked at Su Wanru with a bitter expression. Then why didn't you say so earlier? Su Wanru crossed her arms and returned to her silent demeanor. By the time I stepped out of the car, Su Xiaoxiao had completely lost her earlier attitude. She sheepishly shuffled over to my side, twiddling her index fingers together, and whispered, "Brother Yichen?" I smiled and nodded. "Good girl." Su Wanru looked at my confident expression and couldn't help but say, "How about we go head-to-head for the first round?" I shook my head. "I'm not racing you." Su Xiaoxiao immediately started fanning the flames from the sidelines. "Brother Yichen, just race my sister. I've never seen anyone better than her." Su Wanru smirked.
What are you scared?
My competitive spirit was instantly ignited. "Fine, let's do this. Right here on this new track. Whoever makes it back first wins." We both got into position. Slamming on the gas, our cars shot forward like bullets. I was clearly a step above Su Wanro in skill. Her advantage was her absolute stability, so she didn't fall far behind. We maintained a gap of about 2 meters. I chuckled lightly, just about to hit the accelerator. When my expression suddenly changed, Su Wanru noticed it too. Feeling alarmed, she asked, "What's wrong?" I glanced at the fuel gauge and said calmly, "My car is out of gas. We're going too fast right now. Could stall at any second. If the car suddenly died at this high speed, there was an 80% chance it would violently spin out of control. If that happened, The sheer force would launch me dozens of meters away. Su Wanru glanced at the back of my car. Oil was steadily leaking out onto the track. Don't panic just yet.
Wait for me!
Su Wenru stepped on the gas, pulled forward a few meters until we were neck and neck. Hurry up and find a way to jump over. I steered with one hand and unbuckled my seatbelt with the other. Twisting and turning track made it incredibly hard to maneuver. Once I was free, I stood up and made a desperate leap toward her car. The massive momentum sent me crashing straight into Su Wanru's arms. I heard her let out a muffled groan. I immediately grew anxious, asking with concern, Su Wanru, "Are you okay?" Su Wanru shook her head and slowly reduced our speed. Once our car had safely slowed down, my out-of-gas car abruptly locked up, flipped violently into the air, and crashed into a mangled wreck. Su Wanru and I returned to the base. Su Xiaoqiao had already heard the massive explosion and was beside herself with worry. Seeing us return, she rushed over and asked, "What happened?" "I heard an explosion coming from the southwest just now." "Did a car blow up?" Su Wanru, her face pale and cold, let me help her out of the car. Her voice was freezing. "I don't know what happened. His car suddenly ran out of gas." She then told Su Xiaoxiao to call someone. "Deal with the wreckage." I lowered my eyes, thinking for a moment. I definitely felt something was off, and I knew Su Wanru thought so too. Cars here are inspected every day after use. It's impossible for a fuel leak to just happen out of nowhere. They went to the security room to check the footage, only to find that yesterday's recordings had mysteriously vanished. Someone was definitely pulling the strings behind the scenes. Unable to find the culprit, both of them felt a headache coming on. To avoid any further accidents, Su Wanru suggested we head back to the Su family estate first to figure things out. "All right, I need to hit the restroom first," I said. I nodded to them and headed toward the restroom. Inside the restroom, I took out my phone and made a call. "Look into something for me. Get the surveillance records from the entrance of Death Canyon. Cross-check everyone who has been here over the past 2 days." After giving the orders, I finally left with the 2 Su sisters. Back at the Su estate, I noticed the house was being decorated with balloons. After asking around, I found out that tomorrow was that little demon Su Xiaoxiao's 18th
birthday.
I thought about it for a moment and decided to go to the mall to pick out a gift for her, trying to guess what she might like. And seeing how obsessed she was with racing, I decided to get her a professional racing suit. I went to a specialty store. After browsing around, nothing really caught my eye, so I directly asked for their most exclusive limited edition suit. The clerk checked in with the manager and brought out the most expensive suit in the store. But before I could even touch it, a hand reached out and snatched the suit right away. The intruder was none other than En Yiqing. "This suit isn't bad."
"Clerk, wrap it up for me."
The clerk looked a bit troubled.
"Young Master Anin."
This gentleman was looking at this suit first, and Yiqing couldn't care less. His face darkened as he snapped. "I just said, I want this suit. Do you not understand?" The clerk tried to speak again, but En Yiqing arrogantly cut him off. "But what? My family owns this entire mall. If you don't want your job, get the hell out." The clerk glanced at me, looking extremely nervous. I kept my expression indifferent. "I was here first, mister, and wouldn't be trying to snatch someone else's belongings. Would he? So what if you were here first? There's nothing I want that I can't get." And Yiqing sneered. Whether it was this racing suit or Su Wanru, he was determined to have it all. I suddenly leaned in a bit closer, glanced at the racing suit, and asked him condescendingly, "Mr. N, do you really have to have this suit?" And Yiqing looked at me with an arrogant smile. "What?" "It's my family's stuff. I take what I want." I chuckled lightly. "Well, if you want this suit so desperately, then I'll gladly hand it over to you, Mr. N." Soon, it was the day of Su Xiaoxiao's birthday. The Su family had also invited En Yiqing to attend. During the gift opening segment, when Su Xiaoxiao opened the gift from En Yiqing, she let out a sudden gasp. "Wow, this racing suit is gorgeous. You spent too much." "Thank you, brother Yiqing." And Yiqing smiled. "Don't mention it. It wasn't even that expensive." He then shot me a triumphant glare. When it came time to open my gift, it was just a tiny little box, and Yiqing put on a mock sympathetic face.
"Yiqing,
isn't this way too half-hearted?" Su Xiaoxiao unwrapped the package, saw a car key inside, and suddenly covered her mouth, screaming in pleasant surprise. "This is my absolute favorite car. The Bugatti voice of the night. There is only one in the entire world, and it's priceless. You can't just buy it with money. Brother Chen, you're amazing. How do you have everything?" Su Xiaoxiao was ecstatic. To her, the weight of this gift far surpassed the importance of all the others. And Yiqing looked at his racing suit, suddenly realizing that his gift was the one that actually looked pathetic. I took a sip of tea and said nonchalantly, "It seems the En family really has deep pockets." To think they wouldn't even bat an eye at this. And Yiqing was so ashamed he couldn't even lift his head. He could only clench his fists under the table. Su Wanru's gift was the grand finale. Su Xiaoxiao was even more curious about it. Inside a square box lay an asset transfer agreement. "Haven't you always liked Death Canyon? Today you've come of age." From today onward, it belongs to you. Su Wanru's gift was equally mind-blowing. In comparison, the gifts from Su Luoli, Su Xinyan, and Su Jingyao didn't seem quite as flashy. After the party ended, Father Su had the driver taken Yicheng home. Looking at the sky outside, he couldn't help but ask, "Could Wanru come with me? I have something I want to talk to her about in private." Su Wanru tactfully declined.
I'm sorry.
"I still have official business to handle later, so I might not have time to accompany you." "Is that so?" And Yicheng smiled awkwardly. "Then never mind. Just head back by myself." Mother Su was immediately unhappy. "Wanru? Yicheng already asked you to see him off. If he wants you to go with him, just go." "But Mom?" Su Wanru stayed completely silent, not moving an inch. "No buts. Are you trying to piss me off?" Mother Su flew into a rage, clutching her chest and gasping for air. "I'm going to be driven to an early grave by you kids sooner or later." Feeling helpless, Su Wanru had no choice but to accompany An Yicheng home. On the way, An Yicheng sat in the back seat, turned his head to look at her, and said, "Wanru, thank you for seeing me off." Su Wanru looked out the window.
You're welcome.
Her tone was completely businesslike, and Yicheng froze, gritting his teeth. "But Wanru, you clearly liked me so much when we were kids. You used to hold my hand all the time, asking me to buy you tasty treats and fun toys, and take you to the amusement park. Have you forgotten all that?" Su Wanru pursed her lips. "I was just a kid and didn't know any better. Besides, I was so young back then. But And Yicheng suddenly turned his head, his eyes filled with deep affection. "But I really like you. I've liked you for a long time. It's been almost 10 years. A hint of discomfort flashed through Su Wanru's beautiful eyes.
"What?"
And Yicheng's voice grew even more affectionate.
"Wanru,
"I've liked you from the very first moment I laid eyes on you. Growing up, I've always loved how you would cling to me. Did you really not tell?"
That's why.
"My dream since childhood has been to marry you and bring you home." However, in Yicheng's passionate confession did not move Su Wanru in the slightest. Her voice remained freezing cold. "Yicheng, find someone else to like. I want." And Yicheng suddenly leaned forward, trying to kiss Su Wanru, but she shoved him away. "And Yicheng, I hope you come to your senses. There is nothing possible between us." Su Wanru's eyes were veiled with a chilling frost. "If you insist on acting this way, then let's try not to contact each other from now on." They soon arrived at the En family residence. Then, without any hesitation, Su Wanru ordered the driver to head straight back to the Su estate. And Yicheng stared at the departing car. Ia's hatred grew wildly in his heart. It must be because of that country bumpkin, Jiang Yichen. If it weren't for him,
Wanru wouldn't be this cold to me at all.
Jiang Yichen. See you dead. Suppressing the burning fury in his heart, and Yicheng took out his phone and made a call. By the time Su Wanru returned to the Su estate, it was already 1 a.m. I was heading downstairs for a glass of water when I saw Su Wanru rushing back in, looking travel-worn. I couldn't help but tease her. "Su Wanru, you finally decided to come back." Su Wanru didn't answer my question. Instead, she asked, "Why are you still up so late?" I chuckled softly. "Got up for a drink of water."
"Why else?"
"Did you think I was waiting for you to come back?" Hearing me speak like that, Su Wanru felt a slight knot in her chest. "Get some rest soon. Tomorrow we're signing the contract with our partners."
"You're coming with me?"
With that, without waiting for my response, Su Wanru headed straight back to her bedroom. The partners were very particular about punctuality. I woke up bright and early. Instead of going to the office, I went directly to the designated hotel. A partner for this proposal was the Lin Group, a company specializing in the jewelry industry. Aside from Langxiang, who could rival them in the market, the Lin Group practically stood alone at the top. The vice president of the Lin Group, Lin Mengting, had come in person to discuss the contract. But as Lin Mengting looked over the contract, her peripheral vision kept wandering over me. "I've read through the contract. It's very well written. Is this your handiwork, mister?"
"Jang."
Lin Mingting smiled flirtatiously. She stared straight at me, looking like she wanted to drill a hole right through me with her eyes. Though I felt somewhat repulsed, I still nodded. "Yes, I wrote it. However, if there's anything you're unsatisfied with, Vice President Lin, please feel free to bring it up. We can discuss it together." But Lin Mengting reached her hand out toward mine. "I've heard the rumors about you for a while now, mister.
Jang.
Seeing you in person today, you truly are as brilliant and handsome as they say. How about I treat you to dinner? We can discuss the details of our collaboration in private." Su Wanru watched her hand cover mine, and her gaze instantly turned icy. Without batting an eye, she pulled me back slightly. "If there's anything on your mind, Vice President Lin, you'd better discuss it with me. Jiang Yichen is my fiancé. I am fully aware of all his thoughts." My eyes suddenly widened in shock. Since when was I her fiancé? To ensure the contract was signed smoothly, I could only play along with Su Wanru's words. Lin Mengting's expression immediately darkened. "Since when? President Su and Mr. Jiang had an engagement." Su Wanru said coldly, "It's only a matter of time." Lin Mingting scoffed in dissatisfaction. If President Su insists on making things so unpleasant, then I suppose our contract doesn't need to continue. Hearing this, I let out a light laugh. Vice President Lin, we worked day and night for a whole week on this proposal. And now, just because you're a little upset, you're going to scrap the whole contract. Lin Mengting let out a disdainful laugh. Lin Corporation doesn't need this contract. It's just chump change anyway. We don't care about it at all. After saying that, Lin Mengting stood up, making a show of leaving. Suddenly, she stopped and flashed me a smirk. Though, if Mr. Zhang is willing to come see me personally, there might still be some room to negotiate. Su Wanra's face turned icy. That won't be necessary. Vice President Lin. Lin Mengting's expression instantly darkened. Since you don't know what's good for you, the Lin Corporation will never collaborate with the Su Corporation again. Su Wanru stepped protectively in front of me and sneered. Su Corporation isn't desperate enough to stoop to that level. Vice President Lin's face turned green with rage. She shot Su Wanru a vicious glare. Then just you wait. With that, she turned on her heel and stormed out. I hadn't expected Su Wanru to stand up for me like that. I swallowed back the retort I had prepared for Lin Mingting and instead turned to her.
Wanru, were you
protecting me just now? Su Wanru looked at my teasing smile, her eyes flickering, but she quickly looked away and muttered softly. I couldn't just stand by and watch my own employee get harassed like that. Knowing her emotionally reserved personality, I decided not to tease her any further. So, what does the company do now? With the Lin Corporation pulling out, Su Corporation is going to be in a lot of trouble. Su Wanru looked thoughtful. I already have a backup plan ready, she replied. Mere Lin Corporation isn't enough to take us down. That piqued my curiosity. What backup plan? Su Wanru answered smoothly. I've decided to collaborate with an overseas company. It might cost us a bit more, but the Su Corporation isn't exactly hurting for cash. I pressed further. Why not work with Lanxiang? Su Wanru paused. Lanxiang has always been highly secretive. They only agree to partnerships when they feel like it. Trying to get an appointment with their CEO would take way too long. I cut her off. Don't worry about it. We'll handle this. I guarantee you'll be in touch with Lanxiang's CEO by tomorrow.
You.
Su Wanru suddenly stared at me, a profound look in her eyes. Of course, I had my own reasons for this. Lin Corporation and Lanxiang were evenly matched, locked in a fierce rivalry for the jewelry market. If we partnered with Lanxiang, not only would we expand our own market share, but would also boost Lanxiang's growth, all while dealing a heavy blow to the Lin Corporation.
Relax, I said.
It's a win-win. Lanxiang won't turn it down. Su Wanru must have remembered my relationship with Gu Qinghan. She didn't argue, simply nodding in agreement. The very next day, news of the collapsed partnership between the Lin and Su corporations spread like wildfire. Everyone assumed the Su corporation would fall into a financial slump for at least a while. But to their absolute shock, the Su corporation suddenly announced a brand new partnership with Lanxiang, with me pulling the strings from behind the scenes. The deal was fully finalized within 2 days. A week later, our new jewelry line officially went into production. I decided to release a limited batch for pre-sale. If the reception was good, we could immediately roll out mass production. Less than 10 minutes after the launch, I was called into the CEO's office. Su Wanru looked up at me, her usually icy voice tinged with a hint of disbelief. The entire pre-sale stock of the new jewelry sold out completely in just 5 minutes. I blinked in genuine surprise. Really? Su Wanru nodded firmly. Not only that, right now the official website and our Weibo account are flooded with people begging for the official release. I pulled up Weibo on my phone. The Su Corporation's new jewelry line was dominating the top trending searches. I tapped on the comments section of the hottest post. It was an absolute frenzy of reactions. OMG, this jewelry is absolutely stunning. Stunning doesn't even cover it. This new release has completely raised the bar. It totally crushes every other piece of jewelry in this style on the market. I still think the designer Dongyun does it best, TBH. Hey, this one is actually really solid in its own right. Dongyun's work is a once-in-a-century masterpiece. It's hard enough finding someone who can even mimic that style. And this designer actually pulled it off flawlessly. You guys should just be happy with this. As I kept scrolling, my gaze suddenly froze. Hold on a second. Doesn't this jewelry look a little too familiar? At the International Jewelry Design Competition last year, Dongyun's award-winning piece. It's like a 70% match with this one. I watched as the comments section began to completely blow up. A sinking feeling formed in the pit of my stomach.
Then we want refunds.
We aren't paying for stolen designs. A singer should just stick to singing. Why are they trying to act like a jewelry designer? What an absolute joke. Though my loyal fans were still trying to defend me. The vast majority of the comments were tearing me apart for plagiarism. Suddenly, the phone on the CEO's desk started ringing off the hook. Su Wanru picked it up, her brows furrowing deeper by the second. When she finally hung up, she looked at me grimly. Our sales channels are suddenly being hit with massive waves of refund requests. Despite the news, I didn't panic. After a long moment of silence, I looked up.
Wanru,
tell the sales department to officially release the next line. First sight, Su Wanru looked at my fiercely confident expression. understanding exactly what I was doing. She immediately called the sales department and gave the green light. The moment First Sight hit the market, Weibo completely melted down. What the hell is going on? The first release being a blatant ripoff was bad enough. This one is a straight-up 100% copy. Do these designers have absolutely zero respect for Dongyun? The Sue Corporation is completely disgusting. Tell that designer to pack up and get lost. Don't let him tarnish the Sue Group's reputation. Su Wanru looked at the messages, her brows furrowing involuntarily. I looked at her slightly worried expression and smiled faintly.
Su Wenru.
Trust me. Make sure this becomes the Sue Group's first major victory in the jewelry market. This afternoon was supposed to be a jewelry sales event, but with a scandal like this breaking out, the sales event instantly turned into a press conference. Everyone wanted to know exactly how we were going to handle this. Reporters held up their cameras, refusing to miss a single detail. I held the microphone and spoke slowly. Regarding the jewelry design this time, Before I could finish my sentence, someone abruptly cut me off. We just want to know, why did you plagiarize designer Dongyun's work? Do you not have any original inspiration of your own? I looked straight at the cameras and stated bluntly, I didn't plagiarize. The reporter clearly didn't buy it. He immediately pressed on. There are already comparison photos online. Your two pieces, First Love and First Sight, are practically identical to Dongyun's award-winning designs. They are way too similar. First Sight is basically a direct copy of his design draft. How exactly do you explain that? I looked at him, raised an eyebrow in amusement, and said, Is there a possibility that I am Dongyun?
Bullshit.
Designer Dongyun has never made a public appearance and has been studying abroad this whole time. I looked at him with amusement. I couldn't help but laugh inwardly. And tell me, what if I can prove that I really am Dongyun? A man scoffed coldly. Dongyun is a master who has never shown his face. How can you prove it? There is no way you're Dongyun. I shook my head helplessly and pulled a gold pen out of my pocket. It was inlaid with a large diamond, clearly worth a fortune at first glance. Someone in the crowd recognized it and cried out, That's the gold award from the International Design Competition. He might actually be Dongyun. Someone stepped forward and got a closer look at the engraved emblem on the pen. It really is the official emblem of the International Design Competition. Dongyun. Hez actually Dongyun. I ignored their shock and asked the man from before, Tell me, do you still want to accuse me of plagiarism? The man's face instantly drained of color. I kept a full smile on my face, maintaining my composure. I hope that next time you question someone, sir, you'll have sufficient evidence. The reporter started snapping photos like crazy. The famous international art master was actually an employee of the Sue Group. This news was every bit as explosive as the plagiarism scandal. I shifted the topic. This jewelry line is a couple's collection. The men's piece, First Sight, represents love at first sight. The women's piece, First Love, represents love growing over time. The symbolism is beautiful. The press conference ended as a complete success. At night, the official website announced that we were completely sold out once again. Then, the official media of the Royal College of Art in the UK made a public statement. While congratulating the Sue Group on their massive jewelry sales, they also praised their outstanding graduate. And the name of that graduate was boldly written in 3 Chinese characters, Jiang Yichen. This was the first time Master Dongyun's real name had ever been revealed to the public, and it came with the official endorsement of a prestigious institution. Weibo completely lost its mind. Help! Why did I hesitate? I actually doubted this piece. This is a design personally crafted by Dongyun, and I didn't even manage to buy one. 1 to the comment above. I'm begging the Sue Group to officially restock ASAP. My wife says if I don't get her one, she's divorcing me. My hubby Yichen is actually an art master. I'm absolutely in love with him. Hubby, don't choose the Sue sisters. Choose me. I was getting so annoyed looking at my direct messages that I just uninstalled the app altogether. Looking at the news, Su Wanru was also stunned for quite a while. She truly never expected me to be Dongyun. Before this, I had done so many extraordinary things, and she could somewhat understand them. Then came Shui Qian, and now my identity as Dongyun suddenly popped up out of nowhere. This man really is impossible to see through. After wrapping everything up, we got home quite late. It was already 1 a.m. by the time we arrived. Because we had been so busy working, neither of us had eaten dinner. My stomach was growling with hunger. Su Wanru, I'm going to make some noodles. Do you want some? Su Wanru paused for a moment, then nodded. A little while later, I walked out carrying 2 bowls of noodles. There were 2 sunny-side-up eggs resting on top. Su Wanru looked at the plain, ordinary noodles, picked some up with her chopsticks and took a bite. It actually tastes pretty good. I didn't expect you to know how to cook. I lifted my chin smugly. Of course. There is a lot you'd never expect from me. Suddenly, Su Wanru's voice carried a hint of interrogation. Jiang Yichen, just how many identities do you actually have? I froze for a second, then burst out laughing. Su Wenru, tell me the truth. Do you have feelings for me? You've been paying a little too much attention to me lately, don't you think? I couldn't clearly see Su Wanru's face in the dark, but I could hear a trace of fluster in her voice. I was just curious. She was curious. And it was more than just curiosity. She wanted to know more. It was as if this man possessed a unique sort of magic that irresistibly drew people closer to him. Before I could tease her any further, the stairway light was suddenly clicked on. At the top of the stairs, Su Xinyan stood in her loungewear, a faint smile on her face. Big sis, Yikin, why aren't you two in bed yet? The implication of her words was way too obvious. Anyone with eyes could see. She was implying we were flirting in the middle of the night. Su Wanru hid the complicated emotions in her eyes and said coldly, "I'm going to bed. You should rest early too." After Su Wanru got up and left, it was just Su Xinyan and me left alone. Su Xinyan smiled faintly. "So, you like my older sister?" I neither admitted nor denied it. I simply looked at her and said, "Su Xinyan, since when are you such a gossip?"
Yikin.
My mom has made it explicitly clear that she wants an Yicheng to be my brother-in-law. If you really like her, it's not going to be easy for you, I replied dismissively. There isn't a single thing in this world I want but can't get. Su Xinyan's smile widened. Well then, now I know. I turned my head away, finding her smile a bit bizarre. The vibe she gave off was completely different from when we first met. Back in my bedroom, I immediately called Gu Qinghan. Did you find out who's behind all this? I've already looked into it. The IP addresses spreading those smear campaigns, all trace back to the An family. It's highly likely in Yicheng pulling the strings. Gu Qinghan quickly added. Also, about the surveillance footage from Death Canyon. We managed to track down a highly suspicious individual. His very last phone call was to none other than in Yicheng. Frosty glint flashed in my eyes. And Yicheng, huh? Qinghan, compile all this evidence by tomorrow and leak it all over the internet. I'm going to make in Yicheng pay the price. Gu Qinghan laughed.
You got it, Brother Chen.
I'm on it. Early the next morning, right after I got out of bed, I heard in Yicheng's voice coming from downstairs. I stretched leisurely and headed down. On the living room sofa, Yicheng was swearing up and down as he tried to explain himself. Aunt Su, I swear, I didn't do any of this. In being framed, I couldn't hold back a scoff. Instantly, every pair of eyes in the room locked onto me. I put on a perfectly innocent face.
What are you all looking at me for?
Yang Wanru shot me a glaring look. Zhang Yichen, did you frame Yicheng? Are you the one maliciously cyberbullying him online? I let out a cold laugh. I was wondering why you were all staring at me. So you actually think I set him up? And Yicheng immediately jumped in. Zhang Yichen, I've never done any of those things. How could you do this to me? When Yicheng woke up this morning, he had discovered that all his past dirty deeds had been entirely exposed and plastered all over the internet. He felt like he was losing his damn mind. Thankfully, the online posts were only accusations. There was no concrete evidence yet. Taking advantage of Mother Su's lingering fondness for him, he had rushed straight to the Su family estate. With just a few manipulative words, he easily convinced them that I was intentionally framing him. Hearing this, I couldn't help but laugh out loud. And Yicheng, you say I'm framing you? Then tell me, what possible motive would I have to frame you? And Yicheng glanced up at Su Wanrou, acting timid. Maybe because you have feelings for Wanrou, and you want to get me out of the picture? I stared at him mockingly and scoffed. And Yicheng, why do you assume everyone is as filthy as you are? And Yicheng stammered, but who else could it be besides you? Who else would target me like this? I know you've always hated me. Mother Su furrowed her brows. Zhang Yichen, take down those trending searches this instant and clear things up with the public. She absolutely refused to let her future son-in-law have a stain on his reputation at a time like this. Could even drag down the Su family's prestige in the future. I met Mother Su's gaze with a piercing stare. Has it ever crossed your mind that in Yicheng actually did all these things? Mother Su snapped at me. I already told you. Yicheng is not that kind of person. He has always been a good boy. There is no way he would do something so despicable. Even Su Wanrou, who had been standing to the side, spoke up in a heavy tone. Shez, right? Yicheng would never do something like this. I shot her an icy glare. And you think I'm the kind of person to frame someone else? When it was just Mother Su spewing this nonsense, I just brushed it off as her being completely unreasonable. But the moment Su Wanrou chimed in to agree with her, I suddenly felt a dull, sinking ache in my chest. From start to finish, I was nothing more than an outsider, kept at arm's length from the Su family, completely shut out of their world. Even Su Wanrou had never truly accepted me. Since that's how it is, I guess I have no choice but to drop the real evidence. I took every single piece of undeniable proof and dumped it all straight onto the internet. The moment the files went live, the entire internet exploded. This time, every single dirty deed and Yicheng had committed was backed by irrefutable proof. Young master of the An group and Yicheng repeatedly attempts to frame someone. It was easily the biggest scandal of the year. The group's stock market value nosedived instantly, plunging them into an immediate financial crisis. And Yicheng had assumed this was just me throwing out baseless suspicions. He never expected me to hold the smoking gun. In one fell swoop, the flawless public image he had spent years crafting went up in smoke. On top of that, his actions meant he was now facing serious legal consequences. Yicheng, truly never expected you to be this kind of person. The one who reacted the most violently was actually Mother Su. She simply couldn't fathom that the boy she had watched grow up since childhood could be capable of such ruthless malice. I stared down at Yicheng's deathly pale face and let out a chuckle. The trap at Death Canyon, spreading vicious rumors online, falsely accusing me of plagiarism. And Yicheng, after doing all of that, didn't you feel a single shred of guilt? And Yicheng knew there was no way to talk his way out of this anymore.
I'm sorry.
I lost my mind. My friends told me to do it. They said it was the only way I could keep Wanro.
I'm sorry.
I just love Wanro too much. That's why I did it. I know I was wrong. Hearing his pathetic excuses, I felt absolutely nothing. In fact, I actually wanted to laugh. So your love for Su Wanro involves secretly drugging her, so you could force yourself on her. Yicheng stared at me in dumbfounded shock. A sudden wave of panic washed over him. Su Wanro's face darkened instantly. The drug incident from last time.
That was you.
And Yicheng opened his mouth, but no words came out. At this point, any explanation would just sound like a pathetic lie. After seeing the hard evidence laid out before them, everyone in the Su family completely changed their tune and sided with me. They refused to hear another word he had to say. And Yicheng hung his head in total defeat, his spirit shattered. I cast a dismissive glance at the Su family. This is your problem now. Don't ever bother me again. With that, I turned on my heel and walked away. Just then, Mrs. Su called out to me from behind. I turned around and looked at her.
What is it, Auntie?
Mrs. Su hesitated before speaking. I know Yicheng has done a lot of terrible things, but he only did it because he loves Wanrao so much. I apologize to you on his behalf. Could you take down those posts online? At least let him keep his dignity in public. After all, he was a young man she had been fond of for so long, and she had genuinely treated him well. Seeing him end up in such a miserable state, Mrs. Su still couldn't bear it. I was so angry I actually laughed. So when he makes a mistake, he is excusable. When I was framed without a shred of evidence, I was just going to be kicked out of the house. Do you think I'm just someone you can push around? Mrs. Su looked embarrassed. She sighed and said softly, Yikan, please, I'm begging you. Will you? I shot a cold glare at Yicheng. If people don't cross me, I don't cross them. He brought all of this upon himself. With that, I ignored Mrs. Su's apologies and walked straight out. Knowing she was in the wrong, Mrs. Su didn't speak up to plead for him again. I knew that in the end, the Su family would still help Yicheng clean up this mess. Watching the news about Yicheng online gradually disappear, a chill ran down my spine. But regardless, Yicheng's reputation was completely ruined. The Su family would also harbor reservations about him. This could be considered a lesson for him. Sure enough, for nearly a week after that, Yicheng didn't bother me again, nor did he show up at the Su residence or the company. I honestly thought he was doing some soul searching and lying low until the heat died down, which was why he wouldn't go out. But this afternoon, as I got off work and was heading home, I stepped into the underground garage and felt a creepy vibe. Very next second, from behind me, a dozen burly men suddenly rushed out. They lunged straight at me, trying to grab me. Even though I'm a decent fighter, I was no match for so many people. I had no choice but to turn and run. Just as I was about to reach the garage exit, a foot suddenly shot out from the side, tripping me hard. The men behind me swarmed over and tied me up securely. The person who tripped me was none other than Yicheng. He slowly lifted his head, his eyes as cold and venomous as poison. Zhang Yichen. Oh, Zhang Yichen. I've been staking you out here for 3 whole days. And I finally caught you. I told you I wouldn't let you off. If you had just behaved, maybe I would have let it go. But you just had to push me into a corner. And Yicheng sneered, his fists clenched tightly. I, on the other hand, remained quite calm. I said slowly, I think you brought all of this upon yourself.
Smack.
And Yicheng slapped me hard across the face. He put all his strength into it, and my cheek instantly swelled up, burning red. Shut the hell up if it weren't for you. How could I end up like this? Wanro used to be so good to me, but ever since you showed up, she won't even spare me a single smile. Yicheng looked almost deranged, seeing me without any visible reaction. He grew even more furious. I knew that right now. I had to keep my cool. I couldn't afford to provoke him any further. After Yicheng vented his anger, his mood improved significantly. He waved a hand, signaling his men to take me away. I was blindfolded and tossed into a van. The van bumped along the road, and after about an hour or two, we finally arrived at some remote, desolate location. My heart sank. And Yicheng was surprisingly thorough, knowing to bring me to a place like this, so I couldn't easily escape. Soon, I was thrown into a dilapidated room. 3 of them stood guard outside, while the rest came inside. They discussed taking turns to watch me. And I was temporarily locked up in this rundown shack, also without their boss' permission. They weren't allowed to untie my ropes. I carefully thought about my options. With my hands tied behind my back, I pressed down on my ring. It had a built-in GPS tracker. As long as I pressed it, Gi Qinghan would instantly receive my location. Time ticked by, minute by minute. I waited in silence. By nightfall, the fact that I had said I was going home after work but hadn't shown up, and couldn't even be reached, raised Su Wanra's suspicions. She looked everywhere for me, but to no avail, so she had no choice but to call Gu Qinghan. Is Zhang Yichen with you? Su Wenra's voice was a bit icy. On the other end of the line, Gu Qinghan sounded anxious. He sent me his location. It's an abandoned shack in the south of the city. Has very likely been kidnapped. Hearing the word kidnapped, Su Wenra's eyes turned cold. I'm heading there right now. You call the police? And well, meet up in the south of the city. Gu Qinghan nodded. Got it. I'll send you the exact address. The two of them split up. Gu Qinghan went to call the cops, while Su Wanru sped toward the south side. By the time Su Wanru arrived, the abandoned shack was brightly lit. Two men were guarding the door, making it hard to see clearly inside. She sneaked around to the back, and through the window she saw me tied to a chair. Seeing no one else in the room, she made up her mind. Since the place was old and rundown, she pried the window open with ease. She slipped inside and landed softly right next to me. I gasped softly. Su Wanro. How did she know I was here? And why would she even come to save me? Su Wenro didn't have time to explain things to me right then. The ropes were tied too tight, so she grabbed a sharp rock from the floor and began sawing through them. A few minutes later, the ropes gave way. We scrambled to the window and leaped out to escape. Suddenly, the door creaked open. They were making a run for it. After them, the men chased us relentlessly. Suddenly, I stumbled and twisted my ankle. Breaking out in a cold sweat, I frowned.
Su Wenru.
Hurry up and leave first, or those guys will catch up to us any second. Su Wanru ignored my words. She supported me and kept running. The shouts behind us were getting clearer. Frantic and anxious, I urged her, hurry up. At this point, at least one of us needs to get away. Su Wanru turned to look at me. Zhang Yichen, I'm not going to leave you behind. Looking into her determined eyes, a ripple of emotion stirred in my heart. With the two of us, we really couldn't run far. Just when I was bracing myself for the worst-case scenario of us both getting caught, the piercing wail of police sirens tore through the night sky. The faces of our relentless pursuers immediately dropped. They turned on their heels to flee, but Gu Qinghan rushed over with the police and apprehended every last one of them.
Yichen, are you okay?
Gu Qinghan blurted out instinctively. Feeling a bit weak, I waved my hand. I'm fine. Su Wanra's voice was calm and soft. He twisted his ankle. I'm going to take him to the hospital, if there's nothing else. Miss Gu, you should head back first.
I'll take care of him.
Hearing Gu Qinghan's concern for me, Su Wenru felt an inexplicable surge of displeasure in her heart. All right. Gu Qinghan knew it wouldn't be appropriate for her to stay, so she nodded in agreement. She left with the police to deal with the kidnappers. Su Wanru took me to the hospital. It was 3 a.m. Su Xinyan happened to be working the night shift. Seeing our slightly disheveled state, she couldn't help but ask, what happened to you two? Su Wanra's voice was devoid of emotion. Zhang Yichen was kidnapped. He was just rescued. Hearing this, Su Xinyan frowned. Kidnapped? Why wasn't the family notified? Su Wanru glanced at me and said flatly, there is no need to make mom and dad worry. It would only cause unnecessary panic. He twisted his ankle. Help him patch it up. Su Wanru sighed helplessly. This is the second time in a row you've twisted your ankle. You need to be more careful next time. Repeated sprains can easily leave lasting issues. I rubbed my nose awkwardly. After treating my injury, Su Xinyan was called away by a nurse. Su Wanru sat by my hospital bed and asked, who kidnapped you this time? I sneered coldly.
Why are you asking me?
Don't you usually not believe a word I say? Su Wenru froze. Looking into my eyes, she softly uttered 2 words. I'm sorry. She admitted that she had indeed been a bit prejudiced before, too stubborn in trusting her own feelings, and had shown a bit of favoritism toward An Yicheng. Seeing the usually arrogant Su Wanro take the initiative to lower her head, I didn't have the heart to keep giving her a hard time. All right, I accept your apology. This time, it really was An Yicheng's doing. Su Wanru's eyes widened in shock. It was really him. I nodded. He waited for me in the underground parking lot for 3 days and got a group of guys to kidnap me and beat me. Hearing the word beat, the aura around Su Wanru suddenly turned sharp and terrifying. It's time to teach him a lesson. I didn't expect Su Wanru to actually take my side. I felt a bit better in my heart. Suddenly my phone rang. I answered it, and Gu Qinghan's voice came through. Brother Yichen, those guys have already confessed, and Yicheng was the one pulling the strings. The police have already gone to his house. We should be able to arrest him and bring him to justice tonight. Leniency for those who confess, severity for those who resist. Those guys aren't stupid, they knew what they had to do to make things easier on themselves. Hanging up the phone, I closed my eyes slightly. Feeling a bit exhausted, seeing the dark circles under my eyes, Su Wanru's heart softened.
Just rest at the hospital for tonight.
I sighed. But if I don't go back, Uncle Su will worry. Su Wanru looked at me coldly, her tone serious. Going back now will just aggravate your injuries. Do you want to stay in the hospital for a few more days? Then when you go back, tell Uncle Su that I'm staying at a friend's place for a couple of days. Don't tell him. about me getting kidnapped. I've already caused Uncle Su enough trouble as it is. I don't want him to worry this time. Su Wanru agreed and turned to leave. 2 days later, I was discharged from the hospital. I heard the news that Yicheng had been taken away by the police overnight. I didn't pay any more attention to the matter, and instead focused all my energy on work. The 2 jewelry lines, First Love and First Sight, were selling like crazy. But a good brand needs a good spokesperson to endorse it. Su Jingyao was the perfect candidate. She had a massive fan base. When I returned to the Su family home, I brought this up. Su Jingyao agreed immediately. Rent these 2 jewelry lines a couple's set.
Wouldn't it be a bit dull if I shoot it alone?
Su Jingyao suddenly flashed a captivating smile. How about you shoot it with me, Jiang Yichen? It was true that First Love and First Sight were couples' jewelry. If we could find a handsome guy and a gorgeous girl to shoot it together, it would probably get a lot more exposure. I froze, carefully considering the feasibility in my mind. Beside us, Su Wanro suddenly spoke up out of nowhere. Does the Su group really have a hard time finding a suitable male celebrity? Does Jiang Yichen absolutely have to do it himself? Hearing this, Su Jingyao laughed.
Sis,
why are you being so stingy?
Jiang Yichen isn't your personal property. Besides, even the director praised Jiang Yichen's looks. He was even discussing with me about poaching him for our cast. Su Jingyao looked at me, her eyes curving into a smile, brimming with deep affection. Su Wanru continued to refuse. Jiang Yichen is busy with work. There is no need. Last time, when Su Jingyao and I collaborated on a music video, Su Wanru saw the comment section, flooded with people calling us a match made in heaven. She obviously found it grating to the ears. Su Jingyao curled her lips.
whatever.
Stop asking.
After she finished speaking, she turned to me and asked, "Would you be willing to shoot the commercial with me?" I rubbed my temples, feeling a bit troubled. "I'll talk about it when the time comes. If we really can't find a suitable male star, then I'll do it myself." I could only give a vague agreement. Hearing this half-hearted promise, Su Wanru's face immediately darkened, but she didn't say anything explicitly. She just gave me a faint glance and left the dining table. Her look left me completely baffled. I had no idea why her mood suddenly took a nosedive, but since Su Wanru was already heading to work, I just took a few quick bites and followed her to the company. I had barely even sat down at the office when the secretary walked over, carrying a huge stack of documents. "Mr. Zhang," the president said, "that you need to finish all of this within 3 days. Such a thick stack of documents. In just 3 days. I could feel a throbbing pain in my forehead. It felt like Su Wanru was doing this on purpose, but I couldn't find any reason to refuse. Resigning myself to my fate, I took the documents and threw myself into the work. Who would have thought that over the next few days, Su Wanru would try every possible way to pile more work on me? I felt like a spinning top, constantly on the move. The moment I finally got a chance to catch my breath, a new task would instantly be handed down. Could it be that Su Wanru doesn't want me to shoot that commercial? Thinking of this, I secretly cursed her in my head for being so childish. A few days later, Su Jingyao still showed up at the company. She leaned against the door of the CEO's office, smiling leisurely.
"Sis,
over the past few days, I've reached out to every available male celebrity out there. Either their image doesn't fit, or they just don't want the gig. Right now, there really are no suitable candidates left." Su Wanru kept a cold face. "It's not like we absolutely have to shoot this commercial." Su Jingyao frowned upon hearing this. "Sis, how can you say that? We already agreed on this. You can't just back out now." Su Wanru shot her a sideways glance. "I'll still pay you your commercial fee. There's no need to shoot this commercial anymore." Right at that moment, I knocked and pushed open the office door. Catching the tail end of their conversation, Su Jingyao quickly stepped forward.
Yichen, you're here.
I couldn't find a suitable candidate for the commercial this time.
"You promised me last time."
"If I couldn't find anyone suitable, you'd shoot it with me." Hearing this, my mouth twitched. I looked over at Su Wanru, who was practically radiating a gloomy aura. Suddenly, I didn't know what to say. "Don't worry about my sister. Shez already agreed to let you shoot it with me," Su Wanru said coldly. "I never said that, since that's the case. How about I give it a try? If the Su Group wants to successfully enter the jewelry industry and win its very first battle, relying on a celebrity's marketing influence will make rapid popularity a sure thing. I don't want to just give up on this plan so easily," I said, looking over at Su Wanru. Seeing that she didn't have much of a reaction, I spoke up again. "Besides, this is all for the Su Group. This proposal is still very solid." Su Wanru remained silent. After a long time, she gave a soft grunt of agreement. With Su Wanru's approval, the collaboration could finally proceed smoothly. Su Jingyao pushed back the filming for her upcoming new drama and focused entirely on shooting the jewelry commercial. The shoot didn't take place at the Su Group, but out on a large, open lawn. Su Wanru specially came over to supervise. She claimed she was just worried something might go wrong, so she came to keep an eye on things. During the shoot, intimate gestures were inevitable. Su Jingyao and I were fully immersed in the atmosphere. completely oblivious to Su Wanro standing off to the side, whose face was turning increasingly sour. After the first scene wrapped up, I went to the side to grab some water. Su Wanro's icy voice suddenly drifted over. You shot that really well. I was startled. I whipped my head around to see Su Wanro standing right there. Her eyes were swirling with some kind of indescribable, complex emotion.
Why are you here?
Su Wanro cleared her throat. As the president of the Su Group, I keep a close eye on any activity the company is involved in, including this commercial shoot. I nodded in understanding. I watched as Su Jingyao walked over to us, smiling as she handed me a bottle of water. Here, drink up. Su Jingyao unscrewed her own bottle, took a sip, and laughed.
Sis.
I can't believe you actually came to watch something this boring. Su Wanro shot her a cold glare.
Is there a problem?
Hearing this, Su Jingyao couldn't help but laugh out loud. I've shot plenty of commercials for the Su Group before, but no matter how much I asked, you never wanted to come.
And now you actually show up?
What a rare guest. After saying that, she suddenly narrowed her eyes, asking curiously, you didn't come here just for Yikin, did you? Who would have thought? Sis, I never imagined there'd be a day you'd fall for a man. Su Wanro looked at me, her voice dropping. Su Jingyao, you're talking too much. Su Jingyao just smiled and shook her head. Sis, I had my eyes on Yikin first. You can't fight me for him this time. Su Wanro's mood grew even gloomier upon hearing this. It's still too early to tell whose he is. Seeing the atmosphere between the two of them, growing more and more awkward, I made up an excuse and fled the scene. I went to a nearby public restroom. As soon as I walked in, I bumped into a familiar figure. It was someone I hadn't seen in a long time.
Luigi?
He glared at me, his eyes ice cold. Enemies really do cross paths on a narrow road, huh? Zhang Yichin. Seeing the pure hatred on his face, I couldn't be bothered to deal with him. Have you been doing well, Supervisor Liu? Found a new job yet? Hearing this, Liu Ji felt an instant sting in his heart. Furious, he snapped, Jiang Yichin. Don't think, just because you got me kicked out of the Su Group, that I can't bounce back. Just you wait. Sooner or later, I'm going to make you pay for this. I didn't even bat an eyelid.
Suit yourself.
Seeing my total disregard for him, Liu Ji suddenly mustered up a surge of courage. He lunged forward and swung his hand right at my face. But my reflexes were faster. I firmly caught Liu Ji's wrist midair. My gaze turned freezing cold.
Luigi?
You still want to try something? Liu Ji glared at me viciously.
Damn right I do.
Zhang Yichin, do you have any idea what I've been through? I was fired from the Su Group. No other company is willing to hire me, and it's all because of you. You made my life a living hell. I'm going to make you pay for it 100 times over. Liu Ji lunged forward, trying to strike me. I shoved him hard backward. He lost his balance and stumbled heavily backward. The back of his head slammed right into the sink. The sharp pain finally brought a flicker of panic to his eyes. Seeing the blood trickling down his neck, Liu Jie completely panicked. He fumbled for his phone and immediately called the police. Zhang Yichin, that's intentional assault. Just wait to rot in jail. I remained silent, quietly watching his hysterical fit. Police cars arrived shortly after. They took both Liu Ji and me away. Because of his head injury, Liu Ji was first taken to the hospital to get bandaged up, before heading to the police station to give his statement. Su Wanru and Su Jingyao were outside waiting for me to return for the shoot, when they suddenly got the news that I'd been taken away by the police. The aura around both women instantly turned freezing cold, and they rushed straight to the police station. Inside the police station, Liu Ji and I sat on opposite sides. Seeing that neither of us was speaking, the officer spoke up. What exactly happened here? I stayed silent. Beside me, Liu Ji immediately spoke up, tears welling in his eyes. Officer, you have to help me. He shoved me out of nowhere. And look how badly I'm hurt. You have to punish this guy severely. The officer looked at the severe wound on his head, and seeing a grown man sobbing so pitifully, handed him a tissue to wipe his tears. Then he turned to me. Mr.
Zhang.
Is what, Mr.? Liu saying true. Do you harbor some sort of grudge against him, which led you to intentionally shove him? It was self-defense, I replied calmly. Liu Ji knew there were no security cameras in the restroom. Even if he completely twisted the facts, he figured there was nothing I could do about it. With that thought, Liu Ji grew even bolder. Zhang Yichin, if you just admit to intentional assault right now, I might ask the judge to give you a lighter sentence. If you keep being this stubborn, don't blame me for showing no mercy. The officer frowned and shot me a look. Tell the truth. I simply repeated my statement. It was self-defense. Liu Ji couldn't help but raise his voice. Officer, there's no need to interrogate him anymore. Hez too stubborn. Just lock him up already. I let out a soft chuckle. And what if I have proof? Liu Ji reacted as if Head just heard the funniest joke in the world.
Bring it on.
If you can actually pull out proof today, it'll take your last name. Naturally, he didn't believe I had any evidence. He assumed I was just trying to stall for time. I spoke up leisurely. Well, since you insist, don't blame me for being ruthless. Liu Ji smugly tilted his chin up at me. Let's see what you've got. I pulled my phone from my pocket and opened the media player. Instantly, Lu Ji's overbearing voice blared from the phone speakers. Along with the voices, the sounds of our scuffle were clearly audible. Anyone listening could clearly tell that Lu Ji had initiated the assault. Officer, I think this audio makes it perfectly clear. I did not intentionally assault Mr.
Lu?
Mr. Lu made the first move. I was merely acting in self-defense. My tone remained as flat and calm as ever. Hearing the recording, Lu Ji's face drained of all color. How is this possible? How could he have known I was going to attack him and turned on his voice recorder in advance? You set me up. You deliberately provoked me, just so you could record it and frame me? Lu Ji instantly figured it out. The glare he shot me was immediately laced with venom. I couldn't care less about his babbling. I simply smirked.
What was it that Mr.
Lu just said? You'd take my last name, right? Well, there's no need for that. I'd rather not have my family name dragged through the mud. With that, I turned around and smiled at the officer. Officer, I trust you'll make the right decision. Feeling guilty for having doubted me earlier, the officer looked a bit apologetic. He cleared his throat. Mr.
Jang.
I'm sorry, I misunderstood the situation. I waved it off. It's fine. But how do you plan to handle Mr.
Lu?
The officer spoke coldly. According to the law, intentional assault is punishable by up to 3 years in prison. As for the exact sentence, that will depend on whether Mr. Jiang wishes to press charges. I raised an eyebrow. So, it all depends on my wishes. Hearing this, Liu Ji's blood ran cold. He abruptly jumped to his feet, grabbed my sleeve, and wailed, Yikin, bro, please, let me off. I'm still young. I can't go to jail. I frowned. Mr. Lu, calm down. By now, Liu Ji was in absolute panic mode.
Yikin.
I know I was a bastard before. I used to bully you all the time when we were kids. And I did you dirty at the company too. I'm willing to make up for all of it. Please, don't press charges. I don't want to go to jail. I'm begging you. Hearing this, I let out a cold laugh. So, Mr. Lu actually realizes how unforgivable his actions are. You should save those words and do some hard reflecting while you're sitting in a jail cell. I've never been a pushover, especially not after being bullied. I'm certainly not going to easily let a piece of trash like you off the hook. Looking at the absolute resolve in my eyes, Lu Jie felt as if a bucket of ice water had been dumped over his head. He slumped onto the floor and suddenly burst into hysterical, despairing sobs. The officer called a few people over to drag Lu Jie away. They placed him in lockup for now. The officer smiled apologetically. I'm so sorry, mister.
Jang.
I completely misunderstood you today. I'll have someone give you a ride back right now. I waved him off. No problem. I can head back on my own. The officer didn't insist and simply had someone walk me to the door. Just as I stepped outside, Su Wanru and Su Jingyao rushed over anxiously. Seeing that I didn't have a single scratch on me, Su Wanru breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Su Jingyao stepped right up and linked her arm through mine. She asked, Yichin, are you okay? I gave an awkward smile. It's nothing. I just bumped into Lu Ji. He tried to set me up, but ended up digging his own grave instead. Su Jingyao immediately perked up. Her curiosity piqued. I've heard about this Lu Ji guy. He's not someone to be messed with. How did you manage to put him in his place? I chuckled. He tried to hit me, and I just gave him a little push. Then he tried to frame me for intentional assault. Since I had just finished filming and wanted to listen back to my performance, I had my phone's voice recorder on, just never turned it off. So it perfectly caught him making all his little threats. Su Wanru knew I was smart enough to protect myself. She still couldn't help frowning at the mention of Lu Ji. Wasn't he kicked out a long time ago? She issued a blacklist notice the day he left, forbidding any company from hiring him. Otherwise, they'd be making an enemy of the Su group. I can't believe he still hasn't given up and is actually still lingering around this city. I nodded. Yeah, but Liu Jie holds a serious grudge against me, so he just had to come out and stir up some trouble. Su Wanru's face turned icy. She made up her mind right then and there. At this time, she was going to teach this guy a real lesson. Seeing that I was fine, Su Jingyao
breathed easy.
Well, in that case, let's pause today's shoot for now. We can find another time to finish it up. I shook my head. You're a star. Your schedule is packed tight as it is. I can't let this delay things any further. Come on, let's head back. If we hurry, we might still be able to wrap this all up before dark. We quickly hurried back to the set and resumed the rest of the shoot. 3 days later, the commercial officially aired, within just the first hour of broadcasting. Sales for First Love and First Sight skyrocketed by a sudden 30%. It was clear just how massive the fan base behind Su Jingyao and Nanji really was. The online shippers were going absolutely crazy too. They flooded our official Weibo with frantic comments, hoping that the two of us, given our engagement, would naturally end up together. Zhang Yichin is engaged to the Su family, and he looks so perfect with Su Jingyao. He definitely has to marry her. Just look at this commercial. Could they be any more perfect for each other? Get together. I found these kinds of comments pretty standard, so I didn't pay them much mind, but Su Wanru was extremely bothered by it. She didn't speak a single word to me for the entire day. At night, I worked late and got home a bit later than usual. The moment I opened the door, an overwhelming smell of alcohol hit me. Mr. and Mrs. Su were out traveling. Su Luoli was out of town on a business trip. Su Jingyao had a full schedule and couldn't get away. Su Xinyan was on duty at the hospital, and Su Xiao was staying at her dorm, not coming back for a while. So, the only possible source of that alcohol smell was Su Wanro. Hearing the noise, someone called out, Jiang Yichen. I turned my head and met Su Wanro's beautiful, clear eyes. Seeing her standing there under the dim lighting, her gaze completely ice cold, my heart instantly skipped a beat.
What was going on? The drunk Su Wanro
was entirely different from her usual self. Her gaze was much darker and more profound than before. Jiang Yichen, do you like Su Jingyao? Hearing that question, I couldn't help but raise an eyebrow.
What makes you think I like Su Jingyao?
Su Wanro took a step closer. If you don't like her, then why were you so willing to shoot a commercial with her? Why don't you reject her affections? Her voice carried a rare trace of emotional volatility. I gently placed my hands on her shoulders.
Su Wanro, I said softly.
You're drunk. Hearing the word drunk, Su Wanro seemed to instantly sober up a bit. She took a half step back. I'm not drunk. I just want to warn you. Don't get involved with Su Jingyao. What happened last time should be a lesson to you. My mind instantly flashed back to a few months ago, when I was cornered and tied up in the bathroom by a crazy stalker fan. I remained silent for a moment before nodding. I know. Thank you for the reminder, but I really don't have any interest in Su Jingyao. I offered a faint smile. If there's nothing else, I'm gonna go get some sleep. The atmosphere between us felt a little tense and delicate. I had no idea what Su Wanro was thinking, but her expression was strangely complex. I felt a sudden urge to just escape. Su Wanro didn't say another word, which I took as a silent agreement. Good night. Get some rest. Dropping those words behind, I quickly retreated to the safety of my room. The next day at the company, Su Wanru didn't do what she usually did. She didn't call me into her office to discuss the new quarterly proposal. I found it a little strange, but I didn't press the issue. Right around noon, I suddenly heard a gasp from a desk not too far away. A panicked shout rang out. Help! Something's wrong with my computer. I cast a skeptical glance over there, but the very next second, every single computer in the planning department went black. At the exact same time, the entire room erupted into a chorus of panicked screams. My proposal, I just finished it and didn't even get to save. Seeing the whole planning department erupt in complaints, I stood up and cleared my throat. All right, everyone, settle down. How are we supposed to calm down? Just then, one of the girls spoke up in a low voice. Wait, why is Brother Yichen's computer fine? Everyone followed her gaze and looked over. My computer was running perfectly fine, without a single glitch. Brother Yichen, all of our computers crashed. How come yours is the only one working? Even though the girl didn't finish her sentence, everyone knew exactly what she was implying. The implication was loud and clear, that I was the one pulling strings behind their backs. As soon as she said that, a seed of doubt was planted in everyone else's minds. My cold gaze landed on her face, and I looked at her flatly.
What are you trying to say?
This girl, Jia Ling, was the one who had been best friends with Yicheng back when he was still here. She tried hard to lift her chin to look composed. I wasn't bad-mouthing you, Brother Yichen. I was just voicing my thoughts. That's all. If it wasn't you, then prove it.
What good is threatening your subordinates?
I looked away, turned around, and asked the others. Do you need proof too? Man spoke up slowly. Brother Chen, I think, knowing your character, you obviously wouldn't do something like this. Jia Lian quickly interrupted him. Why wouldn't he? Who doesn't want to have the best performance in the company?
Wouldn't this let him instantly crush everyone else?
And steal all the spotlight. Hearing this, something suddenly clicked for me. Miss Xia, listening to you, it seems you understand the motive behind this even better than I do. Jia Lian's face went pale. I do not. Don't you dare slander me. My computer was the very first one to crash, and I was right in the middle of a crucial proposal. It was only half done. I raised an eyebrow at her and asked, Then do you mind if I take a look at your computer? Jia Lian nodded confidently. Of course. Look all you want. It's just a broken computer anyway. There is nothing to hide. On this computer, she had deliberately planted an extremely complex and unbreakable virus. She refused to believe that I could bring a completely dead computer back to life. My eyes carried a faint, almost imperceptible emotion. All right, don't regret it later. I stepped forward to inspect her computer, only to discover a virus called Ephira. Ephira was notorious in the tech world. There were barely 5 people in the entire world who could crack it. Unfortunately for her, I just happened to be one of them. My fingers flew across the keyboard, rapidly typing lines of code. String after string of incomprehensible English letters and mathematical symbols flashed across the screen, dazzling the onlookers. Finally, under everyone's watchful eyes, I completely shattered the virus. The instant the computer's system recovered, everyone saw exactly what was on it. Prominently displayed on the screen was Jia Lian's supposedly unfinished proposal. A simple doodle of a little frog. So, the crucial proposal you were working on. was just this little frog. I mocked her without mercy. Xia Lian was still trying to talk her way out of it. Maybe the computer hacker? Changed my proposal into a little frog, feeling the suspicious gazes of everyone in the room suddenly turning toward her. She flushed red and desperately continued explaining. I really did have a proposal. If you don't believe me, I'll show you my backup. In her sheer panic, Xia Lian had directly let it slip that she had a backup. I ruthlessly pierced through her lie. A backup. Miss Xia, you truly are a prophet. Actually have the foresight to know your computer would be hit by a virus and save a backup in advance. Seeing that she could no longer keep up the act, Xia Lian's face twisted in rage as she roared. Fine. I planted the virus.
So what?
If it wasn't for you, once Lu Ji got promoted, that supervisor position would have been mine. I've worked my ass off for this company for years. Why should a newcomer like you just swoop in and steal it? I refuse to accept this. She had poured all her blood, sweat, and tears into the company. She had given them everything. Even if she wasn't the top performer, she had put in the hard work. Why should she be left with absolutely nothing in the end? My gaze turned icy. And because of that, you decided to play dirty. You hacked everyone's computers just to frame me. Your own mind is twisted. Not only are you never getting that supervisor position, but you won't even be keeping your job. I shot a glance to the side and looked directly at the assistant nearby. Tell President Su, we have someone here endangering the company's security. Have her come over here. Hearing that the CEO was getting involved, Xia Lian's arrogance vanished in an instant. She slumped, utterly defeated and terrified. When Su Wanru hurried over, I was casually sitting in my seat, watching the drama unfold before me with great interest. Meanwhile, Xia Lian was crouched on the ground, wailing
loudly.
She looked absolutely pathetic, I said with a teasing smirk. President Su, your veteran employee here tried to frame me, but ended up getting caught red-handed. How do you think we should handle this? Su Wanru's voice was devoid of any warmth. I've been briefed on the situation. Following company policy, have Xia Lian escorted out immediately. Xia Lian burst into fresh tears, lunging forward to hug Su Wanru's leg. President Su, I beg you, please don't fire me. I've been with the company for so long, I don't want to leave. I'm begging you. Please! Just let me off this one time. The air around Su Wanru seemed to instantly freeze. I will give you exactly 1 second to let go of me. Otherwise, simply rolling out of this company will be the least of your worries. Knowing full well how ruthless Su Wanru could be, Xia Lian let go in sheer panic. The farce finally came to an end with Xia Lian scurrying out of the company with her tail between her legs. Once it was over, I looked at the surrounding colleagues and smiled. Don't worry about your computers, everyone. I'll help you all restore your systems right now. Surrounding colleagues all dropped their jaws in shock. Brother Chen, you're a freaking god. You actually know how to crack computer viruses. Is there anything in this world that you can't do? I gave a faint smile. I'll just write up a new script on my computer and push it to your networks. It'll be fine. There is nothing to worry about. Brother Chen, where on earth did you learn this kind of skill? It's so freaking cool. Colleagues all crowded around me, their faces full of absolute awe. Zhang Yichen, you're just like a hacker. This is exactly like what they show in the movies. It's way too cool. I offered an embarrassed smile. It's nothing, really. I just know the absolute basics. That's all. It's nothing impressive. While I sat there, basking in everyone's absolute adoration, Su Wanru watched the scene unfold before her, and for some inexplicable reason, found it deeply irritating. Are none of you working anymore? Anyone who isn't back in their seat right now will be docked a month's salary? Hearing this, the male colleagues around me shrank their necks in fear, immediately scattering back to their desks to work. I looked at her icy demeanor and smiled thoughtfully.
What are you jealous?
Su Wanru shot me a glance, a faint ripple of emotion flashing in her eyes. To think you're actually a hacker. Everyone else thought I just knew the basics, but Su Wanru knew better. To effortlessly neutralize a computer virus and restore the system to exactly how it was. That's something only a top-tier hacker could pull off? I shrugged. You caught me. That evening, right as I walked out of the office building and was about to hail a cab home, someone blocked my path. It was Su Jingyao. I hadn't seen her around for 2 days. She flashed me a radiant smile. Get in. Let me take you somewhere. I shook my head. No thanks. I've got things to do later. Su Jingyao gave me puppy dog eyes. Come on, let's go. There's a place with a super pretty night view. You'll definitely love it. Any other guy would find it impossible to refuse her. But I wasn't just any other guy. I could vaguely guess what Su Jingyao was thinking, but I couldn't accept it. I really can't. Just then, Su Wanru suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Zhang Yichen, come home with me. The atmosphere instantly became awkward. Caught between their two cars, I had no idea what to do. Su Jingyao got anxious. Her voice rose an octave.
Sis.
I asked him out first. You can't just steal him away. Su Wanru remained completely unfazed. She gave me a look that said she wasn't taking no for an answer. We still have a proposal to discuss. Get in. Her tone was practically an order, but her reasoning was flawless. I gritted my teeth, muttered a quick sorry to Su Jingyao, and hopped right into Su Wanru's car. Su Wanru hit the gas, and we sped off. On the way, I didn't know how to break the silence. I kept glancing at her beautiful side profile, feeling a bit uneasy. I didn't mean anything by it. We both spoke at the exact same time. I was caught off guard and swallowed the words I was about to say. After another long stretch of silence, Su Wanru was the first to speak. Didn't I tell you not to get too close? To Su Jingyao. Nothing good will come of it. I paused, then shook my head. I haven't. Su Wanru continued. Try to avoid going out with her alone. You two shot a couple's commercial together. If the paparazzi catch you two, the PR fallout will be a nightmare. I nodded and looked out the window. Suddenly I noticed something. A car was tailing us, keeping a steady distance. It was even matching our changes in speed.
Su Wanru, I think someone's behind us. Su Wanru lowered her voice.
I see them too. The Su estate was located in a remote suburban area. We were currently driving down a deserted stretch of road. An ambush here was highly likely. Su Wanru slammed on the gas, just as we expected. The car behind us floored it too, and a high-speed chase began.
Su Wanru, be careful,
I said, unable to hide my concern. Driving at this speed was incredibly dangerous.
Don't worry.
There is no one around here. Su Wanru kept the car steady. The driver behind us was clearly a pro too. They were practically right on our tail. A second later, the trailing car surged forward, violently cutting Su Wanru off and forcing us to a halt.
Su Wanru, get out.
The pursuers hopped out of their car, cursing loudly. Su Wanru knew they were here for her. She turned to me and said, "They're after me. I'll get out and draw their attention. You make a run for it." I looked at her dead in the eye. Su Wanru, you've saved my life time and time again. Did you really think I'd just abandon you? I let out a soft chuckle and cracked my knuckles. Don't underestimate me, Wanru. Su Wanru's eyes widened. Taking in my confident expression, a subtle wave of emotion rippled through her eyes. We stepped out of the car together. I discreetly tapped my ring, sending our coordinates to Guqinghan. Outside, a massive mob of thugs was waiting for us. They glared at us with vicious intent, clenching a cigarette stub between his teeth. A man with a scarred face looked Su Wanru up and down. He gave a sinister smirk.
So, you're Su Wanru.
Su Wanru's gaze sharpened with caution. She steadied her nerves and asked, "Who are you?" "Who I am doesn't matter. What matters is that someone paid me to teach you a little lesson." Su Wanru narrowed her eyes, her gaze icy. "Do you have any idea who I am?" Scarface burst into a boisterous laugh. "Who doesn't know the great CEO Su? Your reputation precedes you, Boss Su." "Course, I know who you are." Su Wanru furrowed her brows. "Crossing the Su family. Do you have a death wish?" Scarface feigned an exaggerated look of terror.
Ooh, don't try to scare me with the Su family.
The Su family ain't shit. I'm not scared of them in the slightest. I sneered coldly. They're just a bunch of trash.
Why waste your breath on them?
Scarface glared at me. You calling us trash? Get 'em. Beat these two to a pulp. Show 'em who the real trash is. The thugs charged at us, wildly swinging their steel pipes and bats. Su Wanru swiftly sidestepped a swing, delivering a punishing kick straight to her attacker's chest. I grabbed another thug by the throat and hurled him to the ground, then followed up with a spinning hook kick right to his temple. We moved in perfect sync, fighting like the ultimate duo. It didn't take long for the thugs to crumble under our assault. They lay groaning in the dirt. Useless pieces of trash. Scarface spat. He waved his right hand, and dozens more burly men emerged from the nearby woods. It had been a trap from the start. Su Wanru's eyes turned to ice. The second wave of thugs swarmed us. There were too many of them this time. As the fight dragged on, our stamina began to drain. We were slowly being pushed back by sheer numbers. Seeing us tire out, Scarface sneered, pulled out a dagger, and viciously lunged at me. My pupils shrank in shock. But in the very next second, Su Wanru reached out with her bare hand and grabbed the blade of the dagger. She then delivered a devastating kick, sending Scarface flying through the air. An overwhelming wave of pain radiated from her palm. Drops of blood splattered onto the ground. It was a gruesome and shocking sight. Even the usually composed Su Wanru couldn't help but furrow her brow. "Are you okay?" I stared in wide-eyed shock. I never imagined that at the most critical moment, Su Wanru would reach out and grab the blade barehanded. Su Wanru shook her head. Her face and lips were pale from the blood loss. I turned around, looking at the Scarface thug groaning on the ground. My eyes grew ice cold. Just then, Guqinghan finally arrived with her men, taking in the scene before her. She ordered coldly, "Arrest all of them." Men behind her quickly subdued every last one of the thugs. Guqinghan walked up to me and asked in a low voice, "Brother Chen, are you all right?" I shook my head, pointing at Su Wanru, who was still bleeding heavily nearby. My voice laced with worry. "Su Wanru is hurt." Guqinghan hurried over to support her. Staring at her mangled, bloody palm, Guqinghan gasped in shock. How much courage does it take to grab a knife without a second thought? "I'll take you to the hospital." Guqinghan drove us to the hospital. She went to pay the medical bills, leaving me to look after a slightly disoriented Su Wanru. The nurse carefully bandaged her hand. Every time she accidentally nudged the wound, it hurt just watching it. Yet Su Won-ru didn't even flinch. The nurse finished up and left the room. Looking at her exhausted face, I asked, Su Won-ru, are you doing okay? Su Won-ru weakly lifted her eyelids. Zhang Yichin, I have a question.
I
Paused. I already had a pretty good idea of what she was going to ask.
What exactly is your relationship with Gu Qinghan?
Why is it that every time you're in trouble?
Gu Qinghan arrives right in the nick of time. How does she always know your exact location? Why does she keep you company when you're drinking to vent?
Why does she call you Brother Chen?
Why does she follow your every word?
Almost like a subordinate. These questions had been swirling in Su Wanru's mind for a long time. I knew Su Won-ru was incredibly sharp. She was bound to figure it out sooner or later, but I didn't expect her to just come out and ask so directly. Didn't I tell you already? We're just friends. We met back when we were abroad, and we get along pretty well. Still wasn't ready to tell her the truth right now. Su Won-ru demanded coldly, tell me the truth. Are you the CEO of Lanxiang? My heart skipped a beat. I wanted to immediately deny it, but Su Won-ru was too smart for that. To keep her from doubting me, I let out a teasing smirk.
What a shame, you caught me.
Su Won-ru watched my reaction, suddenly unsure if her guess was right. CEO of Lanxiang, working tirelessly without complaint, is a lowly employee in your company. Don't you feel honored, CEO Su? I threw my hands up and continued. If you told someone that, would you even believe it yourself? I meant it as sarcasm, of course. But what I said made a lot of sense. CEO of Lanxiang truly had no reason to be working at her company. Su Won-ru remained skeptical. She lowered her voice. I hope you're not lying to me. I rolled my eyes. CEO Su, don't be so paranoid. Can't good friends be a little close? Thinking about how worried Gu Qinghan looked earlier, Su Won-ru suddenly felt a pang of discomfort in her chest. Her words took on a slightly sour tone. You are the Su family's fiancé? Acting so chummy with another woman. Do you think that's appropriate? Hearing this, I laughed out loud without holding back. What's wrong? Are you jealous? Su Won-ru, you don't actually want to marry me, do you? After saying that, I glanced at her, finding the whole situation incredibly amusing. Su Won-ru glared at me coldly. Of course not. Then CEO Su has no right to interfere with my social life. Right at that moment, Gu Qinghan walked back in. Su Won-ru instantly shut her mouth. Gu Qinghan had obviously heard our entire exchange loud and clear. Holding back a smile, she said to me, Brother Chen, I'll head back first. You just stay here and take good care of CEO Su. I could easily see through her teasing and shot her a vicious glare. Gu Qinghan mouthed the words, I get it, at me, then left with a grin. Once again, it was just me and Su Won-ru in the room. If there's nothing else, you should go home first. Su Won-ru opened her eyes, her voice icy. It's getting late. I raised an eyebrow. I'm staying here to look after you. With that, I casually sat down beside her. After all, you messed up your hand trying to save me. If I just went home now...
Wouldn't I be completely heartless?
I leaned back and picked up an apple from the side table.
Want some?
I'll peel one for you. Su Won-ru completely ignored me. Using her good hand, she pulled out her laptop and started working. Feeling thoroughly rejected, I didn't push it. Instead, I took my own laptop out of my bag, ready to dig into who was pulling the strings behind the attack. Using the facial features of the thugs, I managed to track down their gang. From there, I hacked into their recent call logs and bank transfer records. All the evidence pointed directly to the Lin Group. Su Won-ru, do you know who was behind the attack on you this time? I asked, testing the waters. Su Won-ru's fingers tapped lightly against the keyboard. Without even blinking, she replied, the Lin family. I was a little surprised. How did you know? Su Won-ru replied in an unhurried, cold tone. The Lin family has been holding a grudge ever since that failed collaboration last time. They didn't get a piece of the pie, and they're jealous of our current success. So the Lin family has the biggest motive. I was genuinely amazed by Su Won-ru's formidable deductive skills. At the same time, I had another question.
So what are you gonna do about it?
A dark glint flashed across Su Won-ru's eyes. Of course, she wouldn't let Ling Shi off so easily. Knowing Su Won-ru would take action, I felt relieved for my beloved Su Won-ru. We stayed in the hospital for 2 days. When my family called, I started to cover it up, saying we were working overtime at the company and couldn't go back for now. And since Su Luoli was out of town on a business trip these past few days, the lie wasn't exposed. Once Su Won-ru's hand was mostly healed, we officially returned to work. During the days, Su Won-ru wasn't at the company, and I was also absent. Coming back this time, I could clearly feel that there were some unfamiliar faces around the company. As soon as we returned, Su Won-ru convened an executive meeting to discuss the cooperation plan for the next phase. For this phase, I plan to consolidate our low-end jewelry line and then invest heavily in developing high-end jewelry. Su Won-ru proposed her plan. My eyes lit up when I heard it. In my heart, my respect for Su Won-ru's strategic planning grew even more. I don't think that'll work. In the quiet conference room, a voice of doubt suddenly rang out. Su Won-ru looked up at the man not far away, her gaze turning cold. Then what do you propose? I also shifted my gaze over. The head of the HR department, Jia Jiang, who was always acting high and mighty, was now being extremely arrogant. President Su, have you been away from the company for so long that you've forgotten how to plan? Our low-end products haven't even stabilized yet. Besides, with the low-end products selling so well right now, if we rashly pivot to high-end products and end up failing or taking a loss, who's going to take the blame? Xia Jiang was aggressive, his words clearly lacking any respect. Su Wanru continued, we won't lose money. Blindly focusing on low-end products will only lead to aesthetic fatigue. And by limiting ourselves to that, well, lose our best opportunity to break into the high-end market. Xia Jiang seemed to block it out entirely. His voice grew sharp. President, I don't agree with this at all.
Why don't you ask everyone else?
And see what they think. Su Wanru swept her gaze across the room and asked, does anyone else have any concerns? One of the supervisors spoke up softly, sounding a bit hesitant. President Su, I think Director Xie is right. What if we really lose money or something goes wrong? The rest of the executives started whispering among themselves. Seeing this, I stood up with a bright smile. Then let me break down President Su's perspective for everyone. Xia Jiang sneered. Director Jiang, I know you're on the president's side, but if you just blindly support her, aren't you putting the rest of us in a bad spot? I brushed him off entirely and continued. My mentor is an internationally renowned jewelry designer. I'm sure you've all heard of her. The internationally famous jewelry designer, Joanna. Even a single one of her designs can sell for hundreds of millions. Everyone was stunned into silence. They listened closely as I continued. She once told me that her work started from the very basics. If you only ever focus on low-end products, your creations will never reach the next level. What we need right now is a qualitative leap. We need our products to truly be recognized by more people. Jewelry itself is a luxury asset. Its consumers aren't just the general public, but also the wealthy elites. They're the ones who can bring the company massive profits. As for cheap jewelry, they obviously wouldn't stoop to wearing it. So the only way forward is to develop high-end products to attract those consumers and increase purchasing power. After I finished speaking, the room fell dead silent. Xie Jiang sneered. Makes some sense, but not much. Who knows if you're just making all this up? I stared at him and replied coldly. I majored in marketing abroad and consistently ranked first in my class. I don't think I need to say anything else, do I? Xie Jiang choked on his words. His face turned pale and then green. Does anyone else have any questions? With that, I swept my gaze across everyone's faces. Seeing them lower their heads in shame, I finally landed my eyes on Su Wanru. I smiled. Seeing the fleeting flash of amazement in Su Wanru's eyes, I felt a surge of joy. Su Wanru had the final word. Then it settled. After the meeting ended, everyone dispersed. Xia Jiang slowly strolled over to me, acting nonchalant. Director Jiang, I'd like to have a little chat with you. I curled my lips into a polite smile. Go ahead, Director Xia.
What exactly is your relationship with the president?
Just a normal superior-subordinate relationship. Does Director Xia think otherwise? I smiled cryptically, leaving Xie Jiang a bit bewildered, but he hadn't forgotten his objective. He suddenly revealed a fawning, conspiratorial smile. Director Jiang, there are some things I just have to say. The president is usually so strict and demanding. You must suffer a lot working under her, huh? I raised an eyebrow. It seemed Director Xia had an ulterior motive. Director Jiang, you're a smart guy. You should know what I'm getting at. I hope you'll think about it carefully. Don't let me down now. I rubbed my chin, pretending to be deep in thought. So, Director Xia is trying to win me over. Xia Jiang burst into laughter. Director Jiang, I really admire you. After saying that, Xia Jiang pinched his business card and slowly slid it across my desk. I highly respect your abilities, Director Jiang. I feel like you shouldn't just be limited to a director position. Director Jiang, wouldn't you like to be addressed as vice president? After Xia Jiang left, quietly pondered it alone.
Vice President Jiang.
It seems Xia Jiang's ambition is no small thing. Hez already coveting the president's seat when I got home that night. The rest of the household was already asleep. Only Su Wanru was in the living room, looking over some documents. I stretched lazily and took a seat right next to her. How's your hand? I asked. Her fingers paused for a split second before turning the page. It's fine, she replied, her voice as flat as still water. I didn't quite buy it. I reached for her hand to check it myself, but she quickly pulled away. Come on, letting me take a look won't kill you. Su Wanru blatantly changed the subject. Xia Jiang came to see you today. What did he want? I leaned back against the sofa and smirked.
What do you think he wanted?
She shot me a side glance. To win you over? I curled my lip. You're no fun. She completely ignored my reaction. Her tone deepened. So, what are you gonna do? I looked her right in the eyes full of amusement. I agreed, of course. He promised to make me vice president with a deal that's sweet. Only an idiot would refuse. Naturally, Su Wanru didn't buy a word of it. Her face remained entirely expressionless. Her tone was utterly calm. If that's true, why are you telling me? Aren't you afraid it'll catch on to your little scheme? I let out a yawn. Come on, Boss Su, drop the act. Just tell me what your plan is. Su Wanru was slightly taken aback by how quick I caught on. She raised an eyebrow. I want you to play along. Well, beat him at his own game. Now she had my attention. I'm listening.
Elaborate.
First, pretend to accept his offer, she continued. Gather the evidence. While you do that, I'll silently weed out his people in the company. When the time is right, we take them all down in one fell swoop. I chuckled. So you noticed too, there are a lot of unfamiliar faces in the company lately. I honestly thought you were such a workaholic that you didn't even recognize your own employees. She shot me another glare. Enough. Get some rest. We have a tough fight ahead of us these next few days. I nodded, stood up, and headed for the stairs. Suddenly, she called out to me from behind. I paused and turned back with a teasing smirk.
What is it?
She hesitated for a second.
You're really?
Something else.
This man.
He seems to excel at absolutely everything. Hez completely unpredictable. You never know what Hez going to do next, or what kind of surprise he's going to throw at you. My voice dragged with a lazy drawl. Talking to me like that makes me think you're falling for me. Her face instantly froze over. Don't flatter yourself, seeing how fast her demeanor shifted. I couldn't hold back a laugh. I turned around and headed up to my room. Su Wanro watched my back as I walked away, her gaze slowly growing deeper and more complex. I forced Jia Jiang into making a move sooner. Su Wanru and I decided to put on a little show. We needed him to think we had a massive falling out, that our alliance was completely shattered. The next morning, inside Su Wanru's office, we had been peacefully discussing project proposals when I suddenly raised my voice. I already told you my stance on this.
No, it's not that.
Why the hell can't you just listen to what MMN's saying?
Su Wanru's voice cut back, sharp and cold as a blade. And I'm telling you, you are nothing but a planning director. You don't have the right to question my decisions. Oh, so being the CEO means you can just do whatever the hell you want. What a joke. You know what? I quit. I'm not staying here just to be your punching bag.
Smash.
A mug violently shattered against the floor. The deafening crash echoed through the halls. Everyone in the company heard it loud and clear. If you want to work, then work. If not, then get the hell out of my company. This place will run perfectly fine without you. Outside, the employees were practically shivering in fear, too scared to breathe. I was about to smash another one for good measure, but Su Wanru stopped me. One is enough, she whispered. If we overdo it, Xia Jiang might get suspicious. I smiled and nodded. You're always one step ahead. I fell silent. The office descended into a deathly silence. A few moments later, I stormed out with my files in hand and slammed the door shut behind me. As soon as I got back to my desk, I called Jia Jiang. I told him I was ready to take his deal, but on one condition. Once this was over, the VP seat was mine. I could have just blindly accepted his offer earlier, but if I didn't show any personal ambition, Xia Jiang would definitely suspect something.
That's why I made a point to emphasize the transaction.
Hearing this, Xia Jiang practically beamed with joy. His confidence skyrocketed. Don't you worry, Director Jiang. When this is done, I'll make sure you're well taken care of. Now that even I was on his side, taking down the Su Corporation would be a walk in the park for him. Xia Jiang finally made his move. He started tampering with the finances, creating the illusion of a massive, catastrophic deficit in the company's accounts. Su Wanru and I watched the whole thing unfold. We didn't lift a finger to stop him. We just quietly watched him sabotage the company and secretly gathered every shred of evidence. During the next board meeting, Xia Jiang slammed the financial report onto the table. He sneered. Boss Su, have you taken a look at this quarter's financial report? Su Wanru didn't even flinch.
Is there a problem?
Company lost 100 million this quarter. Do you even comprehend how much 100 million is?
I told you a long time ago, CEO Su.
I warned you not to blindly dive into high-end products. And look what happened. The company is hemorrhaging money.
So what are you going to do about it?
I chimed in right on cue. You definitely owe us an explanation for this. Hearing my support, Xia Jiang grew even more arrogant. I think CEO Su, given your current level of competence, you are no longer fit to manage this company's affairs. You should step down now and hand the reins over to someone capable. A chilling glint flashed in Su Wanru's eyes. So what you're saying is, I should hand the company over to you? Of course not. Xia Jiang played coy. Why don't we see what everyone else has to say? He glanced around at the other executives with a smirk. What do you all think? Don't you agree it's time for a new CEO to take charge? Silence filled the room. No one spoke a word. Xia Jiang sensed something was wrong. He asked again, but he was met with the same dead silence. I slowly stood up, a smile on my face. Manager Xia, are you done talking? Why don't you listen to what I have to say? Panic flashed in Xia Jiang's eyes. He had a bad feeling about this. Continued slowly, Manager Xia. If I'm not mistaken, you're probably wondering right now.
Why the colleagues you bribed?
Didn't step up to oppose President Su like you planned? Right. Xia Jiang's expression shifted slightly. Director Jiang, what the hell do you mean by that? I let out a cold laugh. Manager, Zia, don't you know exactly what I mean? Xia Zhiyang was getting flustered, lashing out wildly. Stop spouting nonsense. I just smiled. Whether I'm spouting nonsense or not remains to be seen. Why don't we take a look at this evidence? I pulled out a stack of documents and photos from a file envelope and slammed them down on the table with a loud smack. The papers scattered, revealing photo after photo of Xia Zhiyang sneaking into the finance office, along with the exact figures of the company funds he embezzled. Got anything else to say, manager? Xia Zhiyang's face turned deathly pale. Staring at the evidence, the fear in his eyes began to spread. These are fake. How could I possibly do something so damaging to the company?
Don't you dare slander me.
As if grasping at straws, Xia Zhiyang suddenly started screaming frantically. You guys just want to kick me out of the company?
That's why you staged this whole show.
Frame me. You'll all get what's coming to you. I completely ignored his struggling. Raising an eyebrow, I delivered his final verdict. If you have nothing else to say, then you can have a nice long chat with the police. Manager Xia sat back down leisurely, propping up my chin with a smirk. Hearing the word police, Xia Zhiyang bolted for the door, only to be pinned down by the cops who had arrived just in time. I won't let you get away with this. Xia Zhiyang glared fiercely, his eyes burning with absolute rage. After Xia Zhiyang was dragged away, Su Wanro said a few brief words to dismiss the meeting. She then shifted her gaze to my face. I don't think it's that simple. Xia Zhiyang won't be taken down that easily. Su Wanru pondered for a moment, before slowly uttering those words. I dropped the smile from my face, looking thoughtful. You mean to say Xia Zhiyang is going to stir up more trouble? But hasn't he already been sent to the police station? Su Wanru didn't answer right away, thinking back carefully. On the look in Xia Zhiyang's eyes right before he left, he definitely had a backup plan. Sure enough, the very next day, news broke that Xia Zhiyang had cleared his name and been released. In Su Wanru's office, my brow furrowed deeply. This Xia Zhiyang really did hold something back. He went over to the Lin Group and even became a senior executive. Knowing his personality, he definitely used blackmail material on the Su Group to strike a deal with them. I gritted my teeth in frustration. That damn Xia Zhiyang. I knew I should have beaten him to a pulp back then and put him in a vegetative state. Su Wenru pursed her lips, her expression grave. There is no need for that. It doesn't matter where Xia Zhiyang goes. What matters is, he has a lot of the Su Group's crucial data in his hands. If he went over there, he's bound to share all that information with the Lin Group. That puts us at a massive disadvantage. For instance, I hesitated to speak, but we both knew exactly what it was. The jewelry design proposal for the next quarter, as well as our entire development plan. The Lin Group basically knows our entire strategy inside and out now. How did you mess with the Lin Group last time? Su Wanru's eyes flickered. You made them lose 3 percentage points in profits. No wonder the Lin Group took such a massive hit. They've been waiting for a chance to bite back at you, and Xia Zhiyang is the perfect weapon for them to use. Seeing Su Wanru's solemn expression, I stressed, if that's the case, the Lin Group is about to launch their counterattack. We need to be ready at all times. Su Wanru continued. Let's wait and see. Let's see what the Lin Group's next move is, before we figure out our plan. I nodded, my expression conflicted. He had just finished that conversation in the morning. But by the afternoon, I saw on my phone that the Lin Group was preparing to launch a new line of jewelry. A line of jewelry I was all too familiar with, because I designed it myself. I had planned to use it as a springboard for the Su Group's transition into high-end products. I didn't expect the Lin Group to snatch it away so quickly and rush it to production, but on second thought, my furrowed brows suddenly relaxed. While this jewelry might look incredibly fresh and unique, it has one massive flaw. It's extremely uncomfortable to wear. Lately, because I'd been so busy dealing with Xia Zhiyang, I hadn't had the time to adjust the comfort level of the design. This hidden flaw, anyone who isn't the original designer wouldn't even notice it. The Lin Group is very likely about to shoot themselves in the foot. Thinking of this, I grabbed some draft paper and started sketching. I made a few structural adjustments to the piece, and at the same time, subtly tweaked the shape and style of the jewelry. Then I took the final design drafts and went straight to the CEO's office. I straightforwardly declared that I plan to launch this exact same line of jewelry, but the perfected version. After hearing my plan, Su Wanru's eyes glinted with calculation. Are you sure about this? Want people accuse the Su Group of plagiarism. After all, the Lin Group launched it first. I had naturally factored that in. Of course, when we first launch it, it might definitely raise some suspicions. That's fine. Since I'm doing this, I've already prepared a foolproof countermeasure. I have definitive proof to show the truth. The original draft of this design belongs to the Su Group. Seeing Su Wanru stay silent, I gave her a rare, comforting smile.
Wanru.
Whatever you do, don't underestimate my abilities. Don't forget, I drew that design draft entirely with my own 2 hands. There is nothing to worry about.
Su Wanru nodded.
I believe you. I'm just worried the Lin Group might play dirty, and you won't be able to handle it when the time comes. For the next few days, it'll have the Su family's bodyguards stick close to you, just in case something happens. What kind of situation are we in right now? I feigned a look of distress. How can you still be joking around? Then burst out laughing. I teased Su Wanro. Why do you care so much about my safety? On Su Wanro's face, a hint of unnatural awkwardness appeared. Keep those wild thoughts of yours to yourself. I'm just afraid that if something happens to you, it'll affect the company's performance. I didn't let up and continued to tease her. I don't care. So what you're saying is, I'm super important to you. Hearing my relentless flirting? Su Wanru grew annoyed. Get back to work, she said coldly. I curled my lips. So boring. After I left the room, Su Wanru finally managed to calm down. Lately, my emotions are so easily affected by him. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. This feeling of losing control is so frustrating. Soon after, with me secretly fanning the flames behind the scenes, the new products were launched. Just as Su Wanro expected, on the very first day of the product launch, observant netizens pointed out the similarities between the two products. And to their shock, they discovered that the Su Group's new product was exactly the same, just repackaged. It was a direct ripoff of the Lin Group's design. My god, is the Su Group trying to smash their own signboard? The online backlash was overwhelming. Everyone was talking about this farce and how it had even happened. Public opinion online overwhelmingly favored the Lin Group, aside from a few loyalists who stuck to their guns, and those who blindly worshipped me. Everyone else was calling me a plagiarizing dog, but as the person at the center of the storm, I wasn't panicked in the slightest. The next day, while resting at home for the weekend, I was even chatting and laughing cheerfully with the Su family. This made Su Xiao, who was sitting nearby, incredibly anxious. Brother Chen, aren't you worried at all? This has blown up so much. If this goes south, you'll be ruined forever. I took a sip of my soup and asked leisurely, do you think I'm the one who plagiarized? Su Xiao immediately fired back. Of course not. I'd never believe you'd do something like that. Su Luoli poured cold water on the situation from the sidelines, but if this situation can't be salvaged, then it's going to be a completely different story. Then what brilliant advice does Vice President Su have? I shot him a nonchalant glance. Su Luoli let out a soft chuckle. This is your mess, isn't it? There is nothing I can do about it. Beside him, Su Jinyan just smiled without saying a word. Su Jingyao, who had been in the entertainment industry for years, knew exactly how disastrous this kind of cyberbullying could be, and was quite worried. This isn't going to be an easy thing to fix, especially now that it involves the Su Group. Stakes are much higher. Are you sure you can handle this on your own? I gave her a reassuring look. Watching the two of us interact, Su Wanrao felt a sudden, inexplicable twinge of discomfort in her heart.
Yikan isn't as stupid as you all think.
Hearing this, flashed a wide smile. As expected, spending all that time together means Su Wanro understands me best. Su Wanru said seriously, we're heading back to the company this afternoon. Are you ready? I nodded, revealing a confident inevitable
smile.
This afternoon, I'm going to let the Lin Group know the consequences of stealing my work. The Su family members froze for a moment, completely clueless as to what the two of us were plotting. At 3 p.m., Su Wanru and I appeared at the new product press conference right on time. This scandal had attracted a massive amount of attention online. Because of that, a swarm of gossip reporters showed up to the press conference. They aimed their cameras right at me, eager to capture some explosive, headline-grabbing news. Hello everyone, I'm Zhang Yichin. I'm very glad to see you all again, and to share our new product with you, Lucky Pearl. Before I could even finish my sentence, Ian, entertainment reporter, impatiently cut in. Mr.
Zhang.
There are rumors all over the internet that the Su Group's Lucky Pearl is the exact same product as the Lin Group's Ocean Pearl. Do you admit to committing plagiarism? I raised an eyebrow, flashing a hint of a professional smile. Of course not, because this is my work. The reporter pressed on aggressively.
Your work?
The Lin Group released their new product announcement first. Going by the timeline, you were definitely the one who released yours later. Every question the reporter asked hit right at the crux of the issue. But this played perfectly into my hands. If we're just looking at the timeline, then yes, the Lin Group did announce theirs first. I smiled, looking right at the reporter. But releasing it early or late doesn't prove who the original creator is. I can provide some evidence to prove that I am indeed the original creator. With that, I opened my laptop and cast the display onto the screen behind me. As you can see, in September of this year, which was 3 months ago, I had already started working on this design. A second later, the screen switched to a chat log between me and someone else. This is from October. It's a conversation I had with my mentor. In this chat, my mentor is advising me on how to adjust the design to make it even more precise. Our conversation revolved entirely around this piece. The massive amount of detailed descriptions. That level of intricate knowledge simply cannot be faked. Finally, I'd like to borrow this public platform for a moment to say a few words to Mr. Shai Jiang over at the Lin Group. I cleared my throat and enunciated every single word. Mr. Xia Zhiyang. I wonder, are you satisfied with this outcome? This press conference was being broadcast live online. Hearing my words, the netizens practically exploded. Xia Zhiyang. Wasn't he a former supervisor at the Su Group? I know him. Is he working at the Lin Group now? I'm an internal employee at the Su Group. Let me tell you, this Jia Ziyang tried to buy people off, embezzled company funds, and even tried to usurp the position. In the end, he was kicked out. Such huge drama. I'm literally standing in the middle of a drama field this time. I can't even tell up from down anymore. Watching the shocked expressions all around the room, I couldn't help but laugh out loud. President Su, look at them. Aunt, they look like a bunch of opportunistic fence-sitters. My lazy voice suddenly rang out. Su Wanru knew I could get out of this unscathed, but she didn't expect my plan to be so meticulously crafted, or that I could pull it off this flawlessly. She gave a slight nod. Indeed. I was a bit surprised. This is the first time you've actually answered a question like this from me. If it were the past, you definitely would have called me boring. I'm actually pretty satisfied with how things are now. Hearing that, Su Wanru couldn't even be bothered to glance at me. She just turned and walked away. I didn't mind her reaction. After all, she's always been cold and detached. Hoping to see her, show something with an ounce of human warmth, is literally harder than reaching the heavens. Still, this time around, the Lin Group has been completely defeated. From now on, in the jewelry market, the Lins will never be able to play the tyrant again. In the few days since the storm settled, things felt very peaceful. Almost too peaceful. Something wasn't right. Knowing Jia Ziyang's petty, vengeful nature, after suffering such a massive blow, he would definitely concoct an even more vicious scheme. It's been a whole week, and there's still no sign of him making a move. I was suspicious, but I still didn't let my guard down. This afternoon, I went to the office to deliver some files to Su Wanru. Right as I stepped out, I saw the emergency lights on the ceiling starting to flash. Immediately after, a blaring siren went off. Fire! Someone yelled out of nowhere. Everyone in the room instantly panicked, scrambling to run outside. The office was on the 8th floor, so taking the elevator was definitely out of the question. As the crowd rushed downstairs, they realized the fire had already spread up to the 4th floor. Thick, billowing smoke completely blocked the stairwell. Visibility was zero, and the fumes were suffocating. The group had no choice but to turn back. I hadn't blindly followed them down. When I turned around, I saw Su Wanru standing right beside me, holding 2 wet towels in her hands. Take this. Don't breathe in the smoke. I first took out my phone and called the fire department. Looking at the chaotic mess of people in the office, I instantly raised my voice. Everyone don't panic. Panicking right now won't help at all. In fact, it'll only put you in more danger. If you want to make it out alive, listen to me. The crowd looked up. Though terrified, they chose to trust my words. Right now, everyone grab a towel. Or any piece of clothing or fabric you have. Wet it and cover your nose and mouth. Then, soak yourselves as much as possible to prevent burns and lower your body temperature. Finally, line up. We are going down slowly, one by one. Do not shove or crowd together. If the fire is too big, stop, and figure out another way. Following my instructions, everyone shifted from a panicked frenzy to an orderly, steady evacuation down the stairs. Just as we were about to successfully evacuate, the timid young girl at the very back of the line, seeing the flames surging up, panicked and dropped her handkerchief. In a split second, thick smoke choked her. Her eyes rolled back, and she started coughing violently. I frowned and handed my own towel over to her. The girl gratefully covered her nose and mouth. Seeing me covering my face with my bare hand, she looked worried. Thank you, Director. What about you? I waved her off. It's fine. I'm physically stronger. I can hold out. Then I turned around, took Su Wanru's hand, and walked out step by step. Guided by these practical methods, we successfully escaped the burning building. The moment we got outside, Su Wanru was hit with a wave of severe dizziness. She completely collapsed onto a stone bench by the road.
Su Wanru, are you okay?
Just hold on a little longer. The ambulance is almost here. Su Wanru shook her head. Though weak, her voice remained steady. I'm fine. This fire came far too suddenly. I don't even have to think about it. This is Jia Ziyang's doing. At the mention of Jia Ziyang's name, my eyes instantly turned ice cold. Su Wanru lowered her gaze, hiding the cold intent in her eyes. It's fine. Once we find the proof, before she could finish, a sudden wave of intense pain hit her. It hurt so much she almost fainted. Noticing something was terribly wrong, I checked her back, only to find a massive burn on her shoulder. The flesh was charred and torn open. Her clothes had melted and stuck to her skin. It was a gruesome, unbearable sight. My expression instantly hardened, and my tone carried a hint of reprimand. Su Wanru, why didn't you say anything about being burned? To be burned this badly in the fire just now. Yet she didn't even utter a single groan. She just gritted her teeth and endured it the entire way out. Looking at that horrific wound, a flood of heartache and guilt washed over me. Seeing me lose my composure a bit, Su Wanru suddenly didn't know what to say. Fortunately, the ambulance arrived right on time, fusing the tense atmosphere between us. Su Wanru was rushed to the nearest hospital for treatment. After examining her wound, the doctor frowned deeply. This burn is far too severe. There is no way it'll heal completely. She's likely going to have this scar for the rest of her life. But if we aggressively treat it with medication, we should at least be able to fade the scarring. Su Wanru just gave a faint. She didn't seem to care. And though she didn't say it out loud, having a permanent scar on her body is a massive deal for any girl. It was a very serious matter. I looked at Su Wanru sitting on the hospital bed and said with utter seriousness, Su Wanru, I can completely cure your scar. Su Wanru looked at me in surprise. I can heal this. I examined the extent and size of the burn wounds. My mind automatically formulated a treatment plan. Hearing this, the doctor couldn't help but burst out laughing. Young man, I know you're desperate to save your sweetheart. I completely understand that. But you can't just spout nonsense to save her. Hearing the word sweetheart, Su Wanru's heart skipped a beat. I stood my ground. It's not nonsense. The doctor froze for a second, a hint of mockery creeping into his voice. Kid, I really hate to break it to you, but looking at you, you don't exactly look like you've studied medicine. And even if you did, with our current level of medical technology, fully restoring her skin is utterly impossible. Shot the doctor a side glance. Doctor, just because you can't do it doesn't mean others can't. Your perspective is too narrow. My words directly provoked the doctor's competitive spirit. Feeling his pride wounded, he let out a cold chuckle. Young man, you have to pay the price for the words you spout. I nodded. I know. The doctor watched my calm and collected demeanor, practically fuming with anger. What an arrogant brat who doesn't know his place. I really don't know where you get your confidence from. Gave the doctor a polite smile. Since you have so little faith in me, why don't we make a bet? If I can't cure her, I'll apologize to you. But if I heal the burns on her body, the doctor agreed without hesitation. If you actually cure her, I'll retire on the spot. There is no need for you to retire. Just give me a specific medicinal herb. A golden glint flashed in my eyes. Hearing me ask for a traditional Chinese medicinal herb, the doctor frowned. What do you need medicinal herbs for? I smiled and continued. For something useful, naturally. Just tell me. Are you taking the bet or not? The doctor's eyes shifted as he pondered. After mulling it over, he finally nodded in agreement. I smiled in satisfaction and fished a porcelain white bottle out of my pocket. It was completely translucent and crystal clear, even glowing with a faint blue tint. I opened the bottle and poured the emerald green medicinal liquid inside onto Su Wanru's back, gently rubbing it in. Soothing, icy sensation washed over her. Su Wanru instantly felt the burning agony on her back significantly fade away. Apply this medicine for you once a day from now on. In a week, you'll be pretty much fully recovered. The doctor's eyes went wide. A week? How is that possible? Even with a skin graft in just a week, it would be impossible to recover as good as new. I packed the bottle away, putting it back into my pocket. Just wait and see. Once the doctor packed up his things and left, Su Wanru stared deeply into my face. She asked, why did you agree to his bet? Although she knew I had miraculous abilities, treating massive burn scars was impossible without a skin graft. There was no other way. Could this miraculous medicinal liquid of mine actually regrow new flesh? You've got to be kidding me, because I have the absolute confidence to back it up. As I spoke, my gaze was piercing, brimming with confidence. It seemed I truly had nothing to fear. I just hope you don't make a fool of yourself when the time comes. I scoffed lightly. If you don't believe me, let's wait and see. Su Wanru didn't say a word, but a storm of thoughts raged in her mind. Over the next 7 days, I applied the medicine to Su Wanru every single day. From the initial icy sensation to eventually feeling absolutely nothing at all. Su Wanru began to suspect that the medicine had lost its effect, but since the wounds were on her back, she couldn't actually see what was going on. She could only wait alongside me for the final verdict. 7 days later, the doctor arrived right on schedule. Stepping up to Su Wanru's hospital bed, he lifted the shirt exposing her back. With just one look, his jaw hit the floor. Are you sure you didn't swap patients? He had seen it clear.
Is day.
The severity of the burns on Su Wanru's back was extraordinary. Even he couldn't guarantee a cure. That was the only reason he dared to make the bet with me. But looking at this back, which now only had the faintest trace of scars, he stammered in disbelief. Miraculous. This is truly miraculous. He couldn't help but marvel at my superb medical skills, marveling at how a young man in his early 20s could possess such heaven-defying abilities. Su Wanru naturally heard the shift in Dr. Zhang's tone. Even she couldn't hide her astonishment.
So, does what you said back then still count?
I didn't care about whether I had won the bet or not. I only cared about cashing in my prize. The doctor nodded frantically. Of course it counts.
What do you want?
I stroked my chin, pondering for a moment before saying, I want a century-old Lingji. The doctor froze for a second, looking a bit conflicted. I looked at the doctor and smiled.
What's wrong? A word spoken is a word kept.
Dr. Zhang, don't tell me you're trying to back out. Dr. Zhang looked completely embarrassed. Finally, he let out a heavy sigh. Forget it. Follow me. He led me to the hospital's traditional Chinese medicine warehouse. The moment he flipped on the lights, a furious roar echoed out. Do you have a death wish? sneaking around like a ghost, barging in out of nowhere. Dr. Zhang gave me an awkward smile. Then, with a hint of irritation in his voice, said Feng Ruyu, I have a junior right here. Can you at least give me some face? Junior. Hearing that word, I suddenly saw a gust of wind sweeping toward us. The very next second, someone violently grabbed my hand. So you're the junior old man Zhang was talking about. I didn't know whether to nod or shake my head. Nor did I know the background of the person standing in front of me. With my hand gripped so tightly, I couldn't move an inch. This young man is incredible. He can cure burn wounds. To think it could almost completely restore the skin to its original state. It's absolutely miraculous. I've practiced medicine for decades, and this is the first time I've ever seen anything so incredible. Fang Ruyue chuckled. Miraculous. In traditional Chinese medicine, something like this is entirely curable. Then he changed the subject and asked, young man, who taught you these medical skills? I calmly replied, my master's name is Feng Xian. Surprisingly, Fang Ruyue's expression shifted dramatically at the name. Are you talking about the world-renowned medical sage, Feng Xian? You're his disciple. I paused for a moment, then nodded. World-renowned medical sage. He's just an old man who throws a tantrum when he loses at chess, and loves to drink. Doctor. Zhang chimed in at the right moment. He wants the century-old Lingji. Are you willing to part with it? Fang Ruyu chuckled heartily. Of course I am. However, young man, could you lend me your burn ointment so I can study it? Fang Ruyu had loved traditional Chinese medicine since childhood. He had dedicated decades to studying it. So when encountering something so novel, he was completely unwilling to let it go. I agreed without hesitation. Without the specific formula, and with no one to guide him, recreating the exact same medicine would be virtually impossible. If the old guy actually managed to figure it out, it would just prove he was exceptionally talented. A talent like that holding such a formula wouldn't be a waste anyway. With a Lingji in hand, I left feeling completely satisfied. I went to find Gu Qinghan first and handed the Lingji over to her for safekeeping. After that, I headed back to the hospital. Right then, a dramatic scene was unfolding at the hospital entrance. It seemed to be two women arguing. One of them looked like an unrefined countrywoman, cursing loudly at the top of her lungs, even throwing in some ugly profanities. I hadn't planned on getting involved in other people's business. But as I walked past the two of them, the vulgar woman suddenly couldn't catch her breath. She collapsed straight onto the ground. It looked like her anger had triggered an asthma attack. She lay there, foaming at the mouth and gasping rapidly for air. It looked like she could drop dead at any second. The elegant-looking woman across from her was startled. She had just stepped forward to check on her, but the vulgar woman's friend immediately blocked her. The friend started pointing fingers and cursing her out. I turned back and took a closer look, and realized the elegant woman looked somewhat familiar. She seemed to be the woman who gave flowers after I sang the duet at Su Jingyao's concert. Realizing this, I decided not to just stand by. I stepped forward and said softly, how about you let me take a look? You're just a kid. What do you know about medicine? If anything happens to my friend, either of you are getting away. I ignored her endless yapping, walked over to the convulsing woman, and prepared to administer first aid. Suddenly, my arm was grabbed. The auntie cursed at me. Do you not understand plain English, kid? I told you not to mess around. If you can't save her, you'll be held responsible. I shot her an icy glare. The auntie was frightened by my look, and she tremblingly let go. I'll take responsibility. But if you try to stop me again, and something happens to her, it'll be on your head. The auntie was stunned into silence. She lost the nerve to interfere anymore. I crouched down and carefully examined the woman's condition. I noticed it wasn't actually that serious. So, I fished a pill out of my pocket and slipped it into her mouth. The auntie shrieked. What did you just feed her? I finally lost my patience. I turned back and threatened her. This is a hospital. If you keep screeching like that, I'll have security throw you out. The auntie shrank her neck back guiltily. I didn't. It's just, who knows what you fed her. If she doesn't get better, wouldn't that make you a murderer? I stopped paying attention to her and turned back to observe the woman's condition. The woman seemed to be wheezing even harder. Her body was trembling violently. It looked like she was having an adverse reaction to the pill. See, I told you something bad would happen. You really don't know your place, do you, kid? You're killing her. Don't you get it? Now that she had an excuse, the auntie found the confidence to start yelling again. Help! Oh, the injustice of it all. He killed her. She sat on the ground, throwing a massive tantrum. She kept wailing at the top of her lungs. My eyes flickered slightly. Whether something went wrong or not remains to be seen. The moment my voice fell, the woman's rapid wheezing suddenly stopped. She slowly opened her eyes, looking entirely confused. She had no idea what had just happened. Seeing this, I slowly stood up and said, seriously, you're fine now. Remember to keep your emotions in check. And always carry your asthma medicine with you. Next time, you might not be lucky enough to run into me. Seeing that I had saved the woman's life, with nothing but a tiny pill, the surrounding crowd began murmuring in awe. This kid is really something.
Way better than my grandson who only knows how to play video games.
Yeah, no kidding.
Even an actual doctor wouldn't be this good, right? You think has a doctor here? Where have you ever seen a doctor? This young, He doesn't even look like has graduated high school yet. Everyone directed their admiring gazes toward me, while reserving their icy, judgmental glares for the tantrum-throwing auntie. So embarrassing. Throwing a fit like that in public. Knowing that she had just humiliated herself, the auntie scrambled up from the ground and slinked away. I watched the crowd continue to gather, and waved my hand. All right, that's enough. It's all over. Nothing to see here. The crowd gradually dispersed, leaving only me and the three women. The woman who'd had the asthma attack looked a bit embarrassed. Thank you so much. If it weren't for you, I might not have made it. I waved her off. Don't thank me. If you want to thank someone, thank her. I reached out and pointed at the elegantly dressed woman standing to the side. I recognize her. I only saved you because of her. After saying that, I checked the time. It's getting late. I should be heading back. Then I turned around and hurried back to the hospital ward. In a place I couldn't see, the elegantly dressed woman had tears in her eyes, silently watching me leave. Su Wanru was in the ward handling some paperwork. Seeing me come over, she said in a calm voice, "The doctor said my condition has pretty much recovered." "That's great," I nodded, feeling a bit absent-minded. Seeing my distracted look, Su Wanru hit the nail on the head. Thinking about the fire, I nodded. Yeah. These past few days, I haven't really thought about it, but it suddenly crossed my mind just now. I find it really strange. Su Wanru said coldly, "Of course it's strange. The company's fire prevention measures are top-notch, and someone inspects them every single day. It's absolutely impossible for a fire to just break out. The fire started on the first floor. The first floor is a shopping mall. It's highly likely someone took advantage of the crowd and tampered with something." Hearing this, I narrowed my eyes. Could it be Jia Jiang? Over the past few days, I had checked the security footage from the first floor, and in some of the more obscure corners, Jia Jiang's silhouette definitely appeared. Su Wenru opened her laptop and played that footage for me. This Jia Jiang, it looks like he's really throwing all caution to the wind. I sneered. Then let's show him what it means to reap what you sow. At noon, Su Wanru was discharged and returned to the company. I went up to the rooftop and called Gu Qinghan, thinking about the utterly deranged things Jia Jiang had done. I couldn't help but lower my voice. "Qinghan, help me deal with someone." Jia Jiang. He set fire to the company. "You know what to do, right?" Upon hearing this, Gu Qinghan immediately agreed.
"You got it, Brother Chen."
He'll definitely teach him a lesson. I hung up the phone and went back into the office. Just as I returned to my seat, my colleague, Zhao Liu, immediately leaned over. Clutching his phone and grinning like an idiot, he said, "Brother Chen, you made the news." I was a bit confused.
"What news?"
Zhao Liu unlocked his phone and pulled up the top headline. "Look, stranger steps in to save an asthma patient at the hospital, doing a good deed without leaving a name." Even though your face is blurry in this photo, I knew it was you the second I saw it. Anyone who knows you could recognize you at a glance. It wasn't just Zhao Liu. Even the netizens had dug up my identity. Isn't this Yichin? Is there anything this guy can't do? Looking at the news article, I couldn't quite describe how I felt. Suddenly, my eyes locked onto a corner of the photo. That elegantly dressed woman was standing not far away, staring right in my direction. Though I couldn't make out her expression, I could sense a trace of gentleness from her. Seeing me zone out, Zhao Liu couldn't help but wave a hand in front of my face. Brother Chen, I shook my head, offering a faint smile. "I'm fine." Zhao Liu let out a sigh. Glad to hear it.
"Oh, by the way,
I heard the TV station is coming to interview you this afternoon." My interest was piqued. "But what?" Zhao Liu looked around, and seeing that no one was paying attention, he finally lowered his voice. "But the host from this TV station is a massive fan of Su Jingyao. You filmed that couple video with Su Jingyao before? Man has totally gonna have it out for you." I couldn't care less. If anything, I was actually looking forward to the afternoon interview. Let's see just what kind of tricks this TV host has up his sleeve. Sure enough, at 3 p.m., the TV station really sent someone over to interview me. The man was dressed in a professional suit. "Hello, I'm a host from the local TV station. My name is Ouyang Lan." I smiled and nodded. "Hello, I'm Jiang Yichin." Ouyang Lan nodded. "If you don't mind, I'll begin the interview now." Ouyang Lan glanced at the cameraman, signaling him to start rolling. "May I ask, as complete strangers, why did you choose to save that lady?" I answered without a second thought, because I was bored at the time and just happened to see it. Ouyang Lan continued to ask, "And afterwards, did you accept that lady's gratitude and money?" I waved my hand. "Gratitude is fine, but I'll pass on the money." Ouyang Lan pressed further. "But do you truly expect nothing in return?" Looking at his aggressive posture, I knew he was deliberately targeting me. On second thought, I replied, "Does the government give cash rewards for acting courageously for a just cause?" Ouyang Lan secretly mocked me in his heart for being unpresentable, but maintained a slight smile on his lips. "Of course they do, and the prize money isn't a small amount either." "Then if I ask you a different question, you'll answer me too, right?" Ouyang Lan was extremely confident. "Naturally," I chuckled, and asked, "Then exactly when will this money be distributed?" Young Lan had never considered this question. A qualified host
wouldn't let the interviewee
steer the topic into this kind of angle. It was because he wanted to make a fool out of me that he deliberately asked questions devoid of professional integrity. He didn't expect me to strike right at his weak spot. Young Lan's expression slightly changed. Not entirely sure about that at the moment. I deliberately put on a confused and clueless face. Didn't you just say you could answer any question I had?
How do you not even know this?
Are you a new host or something? Young Lan was choked in speechless silence. His face darkened. The government rewards those who act courageously with a one-time reward of 1,000 yuan per person. I shot him a sideways glance and said, I haven't stooped so low that I'd deliberately do good deeds. Just for a measly 1,000 yuan. I'm not short on cash. As for you, mister? Young, I suggest you do your homework before your next interview. Don't go making a joke out of yourself. After I said that, I looked at the cameraman beside me. Make sure you cut that part out. It's way too embarrassing for Mr. Young. Young Lan's face turned purple with rage. He could barely maintain his composure. The cameraman replied awkwardly, This is a live broadcast, not a recording. I smiled and continued. Then why haven't you turned it off yet? Look at how mad Mr. Young is. Suddenly being called out, Young Lan froze for a second. Realizing this was a live broadcast, he quickly composed himself. My apologies. He just had a minor broadcasting error. That's why I wasn't too happy with myself. I hope you can all forgive me. Alright, that concludes today's live stream.
Thank you, Mr.
Zhang, for your cooperation.
See you all next time. Young Lan shot the cameraman a glare, signaling him to shut off the equipment immediately. I stretched out my arms and said lazily, if there's nothing else, then I'll be heading back to work. Now. Young Lan's face turned green and purple. Hold on a second, Mr.
Zhang.
Why did you deliberately make a fool out of me just now?
I feigned surprise. People really love playing the victim these days, huh? As for why I said those things, Mr. Yang, you should know better than anyone. Young Lan sneered. So you weren't completely stupid after all. Since you already know, I won't beat around the bush anymore. I'll give you one chance. Stay the hell away from Su Jingyao. Otherwise, I won't let you off easy. I waved my hand dismissively. Su Jingyao and I are just friends.
You're overthinking things, mister.
Young. Hearing this, Young Lan glared at me viciously.
Bullshit.
What kind of friends shoot a couple's commercial together? Stop playing dumb. Just remember this. If I ever catch you secretly trying to get close to Su Jingyao again,
you're dead meat.
I casually glanced out of the corner of my eye at the camera beside us, and my lips curled up. Oh, right. I forgot to tell you something. Your camera doesn't seem to be turned off. Young Lan instantly froze in place. He snapped his head around, and when he saw the blinking red light on the equipment, all the color drained from his face. That meant everything he just said. Everyone heard it. His blatant declaration of affection for Su Jingyao, and his vicious threats toward me. It had all fallen on public ears. Young Lan lunged forward to turn off the camera. He whipped around and glared at me.
You did that on purpose, didn't you?
You just wanted to see me make a fool of myself. You knew the camera was still rolling this whole time, didn't you? I just smiled, saying nothing. Even though the camera was off now, a lot of people already had a pretty good idea of what had just happened. Thanks to my popularity, this interview of his had drawn a massive audience in front of their screens. Now Young Lan's reputation was completely ruined. Having lost so much face, he didn't have the nerve to stick around the company any longer. He fled the scene in a panic, dragging his cameraman with him. Watching him leave, I shook my head helplessly. A second later, I suddenly remembered that I still had a document for Su Wanrao to sign. So, I grabbed the file and headed to the CEO's office.
Su Wanru,
Before I could finish, I immediately noticed that on her desk,
Su Wanra's phone
was still pulled up to the live stream interface from earlier. I flashed a bright smile and looked at her.
You were secretly watching my interview.
Do you care about me that much, Su Wanro? The moment I said that, Su Wanru immediately exited the app. She said flatly it popped up on its own. Boss sus, phone sure is smart. I smiled meaningfully. So, what did you think of my answers? Average. If there's nothing else, get back to work. To stop me from saying anything else. Shameless. Su Wanru promptly kicked me out. I tisked and turned around to leave, but suddenly bumped into Su Luoli walking in. There's a total of 100 people participating in the interviews this year. The written test eliminated 80 of them. So there are 20 people left waiting for you in the interview room. Let me know when you're heading over. Originally, this should have been Jia Zhiyang's responsibility, but ever since he resigned, we haven't been able to find a suitable replacement for the head of HR on such short notice. So, Su Wanro had to handle the new recruitment herself. I paused for a moment. It really was time for the annual recruitment day. Seeing me there, Su Luoli couldn't help but tease. You two are stuck to each other every single day. Don't. You guys get tired of it? The way I see it, Zhang Yichen doesn't even need to socialize with the rest of us anymore. He might as well just marry you, Su Wanro. Even though her words seemed to be pushing Su Wanru and me together, I could still hear the heavy sarcasm laced in them. Su Wanru's eyes flashed with a cold glint. You talk too much. Finding no fun in this, Su Luoli shrugged and turned to me, offering some advice. See, this is just how Su Wanru's temper is. If you really end up with her, and she bullies you down the line, don't blame me for not warning you. I gave her a fake smile. No need to worry about that. Su Luoli pouted in mock sadness.
Yichin, I'm just looking out for you?
And you still say things like that. You're really breaking my heart. After saying that, she turned back and saw Su Wanru glaring at her coldly. Unable to keep up the act any longer, she scurried away, dejectedly. I'm going to the interviews now. Do you want to come with me? Su Wanru suddenly invited me, leaving me a bit flattered. Are you sure you want me to go? I thought you never really wanted to see me. Su Wanru stood up and started walking out. I just figured you might have a good eye for people. Come along if you want. If not, forget it. Hearing that, I let out a chuckle.
I'll go.
The interview venue was set up on the company's second floor. Outside, there were about 20 people waiting. They were all rookies fresh into the corporate world. Now they were coming in one by one according to their assigned numbers. After interviewing a few candidates back to back, Su Wanru was clearly not very satisfied with any of them. Her brows had been furrowed the entire time. During a brief break, I asked her, puzzled President Su, aren't you being a bit too strict? I thought a few of them were actually pretty good. Su Wanru shook her head. I don't think so. Those candidates just now either lacked experience, stumbled over their words, or were just completely arrogant. Hiring people like that won't do the company any good. If there's no one suitable, we just won't hire anyone. There is no need to settle just to make up the numbers. I could understand Su Wanru's point. Back at my own company, it seemed like Gu Qinghan handled everything single-handedly. Aside from major decisions that absolutely required my input, I never really had to worry about the rest. Thinking about it now, I couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed. The next person to walk in was a handsome young man. The moment he stepped through the door, I could clearly feel Su Wanru's body suddenly tense up. I teased her in a low voice, stunned by a handsome face. To my surprise, Su Wanru quickly regained her composure. She silently flipped through his resume for a long time, then looked up and asked, "Why did you suddenly come back?" I froze. They actually knew each other. The guy smiled and replied with a nonchalant tone, "President Su, that doesn't seem to have anything to do with this interview, does it? I think it'd be better if you asked me questions that are actually relevant to the job." Su Wanru slammed the file shut with a smack. Her face darkened. "I know you weren't really here for a job interview. Tell me, what is your real purpose for coming back?" The guy looked at her with a smirk. "I came back to check up on you for Brother Fan, of course."
Wouldn't you agree?
Sister-in-law? Hearing the word sister-in-law, Su Wanru's breathing visibly hitched. "I am not your sister-in-law. Don't call me that." The guy raised an eyebrow.
Fine.
"Seeing you like this, it seems you've already forgotten about Brother Fan. Then I won't waste any more of my time here." Su Wanru didn't say a word, but her previous calm demeanor was completely gone. "I'm leaving. And I'll tell Brother Fan to forget about you." With that, he stood up to leave. But Su Wanru suddenly called out to him, "Song Jingnian, brother and I have nothing to do with each other anymore. If there's nothing else, we're just strangers from now on." Song Jingnian sneered. Strangers? Brother Fan must have been blind. He turned and walked away without looking back, even without knowing the full backstory. Listening to that exchange gave me a pretty good idea of what was going on. This Song Jingnian was most likely the younger brother of the man Su Wanru loved. Su Wanru probably broke up with him due to some unavoidable circumstances. But even after they broke up, they both still held a place for each other in their hearts. Seeing the usually calm and composed Su Wanru suddenly lose control like this, my heart sank. Even though she claimed they were just strangers, her actions clearly showed how much she still cared. "Su Wanru? Are you okay?" I called out to her. Su Wanru turned around. In her cold, clear eyes, there was a trace of hidden pain. It was quickly replaced by an icy indifference. "Cancel the rest of the interviews for now. Let's head back." I stared at her blankly, then nodded. "Oh, okay."
What was supposed to be a normal round of interviews
was completely derailed by this guy named Song Jingnian. Ending on a sour note, I felt a knot of mixed emotions in my chest. Indescribable feelings washed over me. Since it was right around quitting time, I canceled my overtime for the day and took a car back to the Su family estate. I got home early. Su Xinyan was the only one there. "What are you doing here?" "Don't, you have to be at the hospital." Su Xinyan chuckled softly. "I swapped shifts today, so I get the day off." I nodded. I was just about to turn and head to my room. My feet subconsciously came to a halt. I turned my head, feeling a bit conflicted. "Su Xinyan, there is something I want to ask you." Su Xinyan looked at me and said gently, "Go ahead." I looked at her and asked Su Wanru, "Did she have a boyfriend before?" Su Xinyan looked a bit surprised by the question, but she still asked patiently, "Why do you ask? How did you find out?" I thought about it for a moment and decided there was no harm in telling her, so I spilled everything. During the interviews today, there was a guy named Song Jingnian. He called Su Wanru sister-in-law, and she reacted pretty strongly to it. Su Xinyan raised an eyebrow and smiled. Su Wanru did indeed have a boyfriend in the past. His name is Song Mufan. Song Jingnian is his younger brother. I pressed on. Then why did they break up? Su Xinyan glanced around, before lowering her voice, because Song Mufan had dreams he wanted to pursue. He didn't want to be tied down to this country, and Su Wanru didn't want him to be so far away from her. Song Mufan was the one who initiated the breakup. After all these years, Su Wanru has never dated anyone else. I finally understood the whole story.
So, you're saying
Su Wanru really loved this guy back then, right? Su Xinyan smiled non-committally. Of course she did. If she didn't love him, why would she stay single for so long? She added, even though Su Wanru was never the gentlest person back then. She used to smile quite a bit. She left it at that. Seeing my absent-minded expression, Su Xinyan smiled and tried to comfort me. I know you might have some feelings for Su Wanru, but when it comes to exes, who can really say? You don't need to overthink it though. Su Wanru treats you quite specially too. Who knows, maybe you're the one who… Before she could finish, I interrupted her. All right, you don't need to say any more. If Su Wanru loved him that much, how could she possibly have room in her heart for anyone else? With that, I turned around and headed up to the second floor. Back to my room. Sitting in my room, a bitter taste lingered in my mouth. Unable to control myself, I fired up my laptop and started digging into Su Wanru's past. For a top-tier hacker like me, uncovering information was never a problem. It didn't take long for me to dig up everything. Between Su Wanru and Song Mufan, they met in college and were each other's first loves. They spent 4 happy years together at university. But after graduation, Song Mufan wanted to go abroad to build his career. So he broke things off with Su Wanru. I saw a picture of Song Mufan. He really is handsome. He doesn't lose out at all in the looks department. Compared to Song Jingnian, whom I met this afternoon. Photos of him and Su Wanru holding hands, eating together,
riding bikes together.
All sorts of different scenes. Painted a complete picture of Su Wanru's first love. I looked up and let out a heavy sigh. Suddenly, a message pinged from my computer. Pulling me back from my thoughts, it was a message from Gu Qinghan, Brother Chen. I've already finished processing this Lingji mushroom for you. When do you want to come pick it up? Only then did I remember. In order to make a specific medicine for that old geezer, Feng Xian, I had left the Lingji mushroom with Gu Qinghan. He'll head over to get it in a bit. Let's meet at the bar. With that, I packed up my things and got ready to head out. Right as I was leaving, I bumped into Su Wanru coming home. Where are you going? I replied coldly. Where I go is none of your business, is it? Su Wanru didn't understand my sudden change in attitude. She frowned. It's already 7 o'clock. You're still going out this late. I glared at her coldly. I'll say it again. Whatever I do has nothing to do with you. You should just focus on your own mess. Su Wanru's mind raced, and she instantly caught my drift. Are you talking about what happened this afternoon? I let out a mocking laugh. President Su, you're a busy woman dealing with a myriad of affairs every day. What right do I have to question your business? President Su, you'd be better off caring about your ex-boyfriend. Song Mufan. Hearing that name, the aura around Su Wanru instantly turned freezing cold. Who told you his name? Seeing her reveal a look of impatience, I sneered. Is there anything I can't find out? Su Wanru took a deep breath to calm herself down. Whether someone told you, or you dug it up yourself, don't look into him anymore, and don't ever mention him in front of me again. My gaze was icy.
Su Wanru.
Am not the least bit interested in your ex-boyfriend. After dropping that, I brushed right past her. On the way out of the Su family estate and heading to Dark Knight Bar, I couldn't even describe how I was feeling. I could understand Su Wanru being cold and distant toward me before, but today, she actually lost her temper at me over her ex-boyfriend. Just thinking about it pissed me off. Once I arrived at the bar, Gu Qinghan noticed my foul mood and opened a bottle of liquor for me. Brother Chen.
What's wrong with you?
Did you take some heat at the Su family? I picked up my glass and downed a gulp. I'm fine. Just drink with me tonight. I'm not going back. By the way, there's one more important matter. Through our collaboration with the Su Corporation, Lanxiang's development here in the domestic market has already surpassed its momentum overseas. We can consider relocating the headquarters back to China and expanding domestically. My mind wasn't on work at all.
Whatever works.
Just handle it as you see fit. I downed a few more glasses, but still felt completely sober. Suddenly, a fragrant breeze wafted over. I looked up to see a figure standing right in front of me. A strange, yet familiar face was beaming with a smile. You must be Zhang Yichen. I remained unfazed. Song Jingnian, what business do you have with me? He took the opportunity to sit down next to me. I came to find you, because I want to have a little chat, naturally. With that, he turned to look at Gu Qinghan beside me. Revealing a slightly conflicted expression, I said softly, Qinghan, give us a moment alone. After Gu Qinghan left, only then did Song Jingnian reveal his true intentions. Mr.
Jiang, I know of you.
It's because you've really been making waves lately. I shot him a sidelong glance. Mr.
Song, you're overthinking it.
I'm nothing more than an ordinary guy. Song Jingnian chuckled. An ordinary guy? I wouldn't be so sure about that. For Mr. Jong, to have so many women revolving around you, you definitely must have some real skills of your own. Not to mention, Mr. Jong is overflowing with talent. Forget about the young ladies of the Su family. If I were a woman, even I'd be tempted. Hearing this, even though it sounded like a compliment, it carried a distinct undertone of mockery and sarcasm. It rubbed me the wrong way entirely. And so, Mr. Song came to find me this time. Surely not just to offer some corporate flattery, right? A glint flashed in Song Jingnian's eyes as he smiled. Mr. Jong really is a smart man. In that case, I won't beat around the bush. I replied without even blinking. He continued. You should know who I am by now, right? My brother and Su Wanru were together for so long. They genuinely love each other. I hope Mr. Jong won't be a homewrecker and interfere in their relationship. Hearing this, I couldn't help but laugh. I have absolutely no relationship with Su Wanru. How could I possibly be interfering in anyone's relationship? Song Jingnian continued, Mr. Jang, you're very smart, but I trust my own judgment. When Mr. Jong and Su Wanru are together, the hidden affection in your eyes, I can still see it. Otherwise, I wouldn't have gone out of my way to find you. I looked at him coldly. Relax. There will absolutely never be anything between Su Wanru and me. Song Jingnian nodded. It's best if there isn't. I'm leaving tomorrow. My flight is at 8 a.m. There's one thing I must warn you about. My brother will be coming back very soon, in less than half a year. So, I suggest you keep your distance from Su Wanru. Otherwise, you're the one who's going to end up getting hurt. Leaving those words behind, Song Jingnian stood up and walked away. Song Mufan was coming back. My eyes darkened, unreadable. I lowered my head and chugged another mouthful of liquor. By the time Yu Qinghan returned, I had already drunk myself into a stupor. She had no choice but to take me up to the lounge first. I woke up, only to find myself back at the bar, in one of the resting rooms upstairs. Yu Qinghan had already left. Beside me was a brand new set of clothes and a bottle of finely ground Lingji mushroom powder. I got out of bed, freshened up, changed my clothes, and finally left the bar. I took my things and headed back to the Su family estate. The moment I walked in the door, I saw Su Wanru sitting on the sofa, reading a book. Since it was the weekend, Su Wanru had the day off. She was wearing a set of pink loungewear, making her look much more approachable than usual. It was as if she had completely forgotten the massive argument we had just last night. She actually initiated the conversation. Don't go out drinking at night anymore. You reek of alcohol. I furrowed my brows.
Su Wanru.
Did you send someone to follow me? Her gaze remained calm. No. My father had someone keep an eye on you.
Worried that something might happen to you.
I let out a yawn and started up the stairs. If that's the case, then there's no need for you to worry about it. I'm going to get some sleep. Excuse me? Just as I was about to head up, my wrist was suddenly yanked back. For the very first time, her voice softened. Just talk to me properly. I turned around and shot her a glance. Su Wanru, whether I'm mad or not is none of your business. She lowered her voice and continued. I'm going on a business trip this afternoon. It'll be for 2 days. Dad said you should come with me. I originally wanted to refuse outright. Hearing that Uncle Su specifically requested it, I swallowed the words right on the tip of my tongue.
But why did Uncle Su specifically ask me to go along?
Seeing that I wasn't as pissed off anymore, Su Wanru let go of my wrist, even though I really didn't want to spend time alone with Su Wanru, especially after everything that happened these past 2 days. I've developed this inexplicable resistance toward her. If I turned this down, Uncle Su would definitely play the guilt trip on me, and I wouldn't be able to get out of it anyway. I sighed in defeat. What time this afternoon? Su Wanru replied, since it's only 2 days. There's no need to pack too much. I quickly packed some essentials and headed to the airport with her. The flight to Baicheng only takes 2 hours. Su Wanru had booked first-class tickets. There were only a sparse few passengers around, most of them typing away on their laptops. Suddenly, the plane jolted violently in midair. The intercom chimed in, asking passengers to remain calm. Feeling the turbulence growing stronger by the second, my expression turned dead serious. Beside me, Su Wanru closed her laptop and started observing the situation. After gauging the vibrations, she steadied her nerves. It's not too violent yet. Let's wait and see. Let's see what the captain says. The very next second, the plane began to shake violently and went into a steep nosedive. Please do not panic. Remain calm and stay in your seats. The captain is currently handling the aircraft. The announcements over the intercom became more frantic. I instantly realized how dire the situation was. About a minute passed. The plane's descent seemed to slow down a bit, but we were still plummeting straight toward the ground. I'm gonna see what the hell is going on. I unbuckled my seatbelt and stood up, only for Su Wanru to grab my wrist tightly. Zhang Yichen, human lives are not a joke. Besides, the cockpit is the most dangerous place on this entire plane. Don't you know that? I gave her a nod, looking her dead in the eye. I know, Su Wanru. Just trust me. With an unwavering gaze, I pulled my hand away. I have flight experience. She still didn't want to let go. It's not safe. Suddenly, the repetitive broadcast over the intercom changed. Attention, passengers of Flight 1254. Does anyone on board have experience flying an aircraft? Looking at the fierce determination in my eyes, her heart tightened. Slowly, she released her grip. "I'm coming with you?" I rejected her without a second thought. "Don't. Stay here. The air pressure in the cockpit is unstable. You might get hurt if you go in there. Then why not take me instead?" I whipped my head around, finding the voice belonged to a strange girl in the row behind us. She looked to be around 25. She was tall and well-proportioned, looking at me with a faint smile in her eyes. I narrowed my eyes at her.
"Why do you want to come?"
Murong Shui smirked. "Same as you. I've got flight experience." Seeing that she wasn't bluffing, I agreed to let her tag along inside the cockpit. The co-pilot was slumped on the floor below his seat, eyes closed. Captain, meanwhile, was in an absolute state of panic. This aircraft was a newly upgraded model from the year before last. His flight hours on this specific model were actually quite low, and to make matters worse, the co-pilot, who had extensive experience with this model, had fallen unconscious for some unknown reason. Faced with this terrifying situation, the captain's mentality had completely shattered, let alone trying to figure out how to save us all. By the time Murong Shui and I arrived, the captain was practically pulling his hair out. Seeing how young the two of us looked, he couldn't help but yell, "This isn't a playground. Get back to your seats right now." I stepped forward and asked patiently, "Captain, sir, I have experience flying planes. Could you let me give it a try?" "Kid, you look barely in your 20s. This is a commercial airliner, not your family's little private jet. Just go back and sit down." Naturally, the captain didn't trust me, impatiently shooing me away. I shot him a cold glare. "I haven't even tried yet. How do you know I can't handle it? Besides, the plane is literally going down right now. Are you really going to let your own subjective judgment condemn everyone on this plane to death?" At this very moment, there was no time for pleasantries. Murong Shui chimed in from the side. "We're out of options anyway, aren't we? For the past 2 minutes. The plane has been in an irreversible nosedive. That's proof enough that with your current skill level, you can't turn this crisis around." Her words were completely blunt. The captain lowered his head in shame. He really couldn't handle the current situation, which was why he had the flight attendants broadcast a plea for anyone with experience to help. With that in mind, he went ahead and allowed Murong Shui to take the co-pilot's seat. He began to manually control the aircraft, while I stood by, monitoring the flight conditions and the plane's trajectory. Fuel levels are sufficient. Cabin pressure is stable. Then what exactly is causing this flight malfunction? Murong Shui was confused. All the indicators are perfectly normal. Why is this happening? I stared intently at the instrument panel. The flight trajectory data has been tampered with. Murong Shui was taken aback.
"You mean it was altered manually?"
I pointed at the dashboard in front of us. "Look at the current trajectory. It's clearly set to fly toward the northern latitudes. But instead, the plane is hurtling at high speed straight toward that nearby mountain." Murong Shui doubted the reliability of my claim. "But this is a commercial airliner." I raised an eyebrow. "So what if it is tampering with a single aircraft's flight data? As long as someone has top-tier hacking skills, they could pull it off." At that moment, the captain spoke up. "This gentleman is right. I also noticed the system's trajectory was wrong, so I promptly turned off the autopilot. But for some reason, the plane just keeps forcing itself into a nosedive." Saying that, the captain pulled hard on the yoke again. The plane bucked violently once more. I looked at the airspeed indicator,
pondered for a moment, and said, "Miss Xia,
let me take the controls." Murong Shui nodded, standing up to yield the co-pilot seat to me. After sitting down, I first synchronized the airspeed and altitude data with the captain's primary display. Then, I pressed the button to disable the automatic trim system. The very next second, a miracle happened. The plane stopped its downward pitch, and the violent turbulence completely vanished. Murong Shui couldn't help but let out a gasp. Her beautiful eyes were filled with shock. The captain snapped back to reality, his voice still trembling. "So it was a malfunction in the trim system." I shook my head. "No, it was the MCAS system activating." The captain looked confused, clearly unfamiliar with this system. Murong Shui was equally baffled.
"What kind of system is that?"
As I assisted the captain with the controls, I answered, "It's a new maneuvering characteristics augmentation system added to this aircraft model. It's designed to prevent the plane from stalling by automatically issuing commands to push the nose down. There are 3 conditions for this system to trigger. 1, the pitch angle is higher than normal. 2, the flaps are retracted. And 3, the autopilot is disengaged." Captain nodded thoughtfully. The way he looked at this young man was now filled with absolute awe and admiration. Murong Shui narrowed her beautiful eyes, staring intently at my side profile. After the plane stabilized, my gaze gradually darkened. There were far too many coincidences in this incident. The co-pilot passing out unexpectedly, the captain not being briefed on this new aircraft model in advance, and the flight data being hacked, forcing the captain to disable the autopilot. So many coincidences happening all at once. It clearly meant this wasn't an accident. It was a meticulously planned sabotage.
Lost in thought, I murmured out loud.
Looks like this augmentation system still needs some improvements. The captain turned his head slightly to look at me. Excuse me, what did you just say? I quickly shook my head and smiled. Oh, nothing. But Morong Shui kept staring fixedly at my profile, her rosy lips unconsciously curling into a smile. A short while later, I followed Morong Shui back to first class. We hadn't been gone for long, but to Su Wanro, the wait felt agonizingly long. Seeing me return completely unscathed and having successfully stabilized the plane, Su Wanru couldn't quite describe what she was feeling. You're not hurt, are you? I gave an easy smile. Of course not. There is nothing I can't handle. Morong Shui, standing beside me, was also quite excited. I really didn't expect it. Mr. Jiang may look young. You're incredibly brilliant and courageous. As Morong Shui spoke, the amazement and admiration in her eyes were undisguised. Seeing this made Su Wanru feel inexplicably uncomfortable. As a woman, she naturally knew exactly what Morong Shui's gaze meant. I politely complimented her in return. You're quite impressive yourself. You possess a wealth of knowledge. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have thought of all that, and we wouldn't have pulled off this rescue. Su Wenru scoffed coldly. You would have done just fine without her. Su Wenru's voice cut in abruptly. When I processed her words, I finally realized Su Wenru was competing with Morong Shui.
Wait, is she actually jealous?
I couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, but out loud I covered for Su Wanrao. Miss Xia, my friend here just has that kind of personality. She's a bit competitive. Please don't take it to heart. Morong Shui pretty much figured out the dynamic between us. Her smile didn't fade. I understand. She could naturally tell that Su Wanro had feelings for me. Seeing this, Morong Shui stopped chatting with me and returned to her seat to rest. We soon arrived in Baisheng. Su Wenru and I got off the plane and parted ways with Morong Shui. Suddenly, I realized something. We didn't even get that lady's name, did we? Hearing this, Su Wanru's eyes suddenly flashed with a hint of coldness. Why? You still want to know her name? I didn't realize anything was off, so I just answered, yeah. After all, we fought side by side. She's a friend. I'm actually pretty curious about who she really is. Su Wanru turned her head away and stopped talking to me. I didn't expect that once we arrived at the hotel. Right there at the front desk.
ID, see that familiar face? What a coincidence.
You're staying here too. Morong Shui turned around and seeing Su Wanru and me walking toward her. A sweet smile spread across her face. So you two are staying here too. Looks like we'll be short-term neighbors. I couldn't help but ask. I still don't know your name, by the way. Morong Shui let out a soft giggle. Morong Shui. That name wasn't unfamiliar to me at all. The eldest daughter of the Morong family from Jingdu. The Morong family held massive influence in the aviation industry. In recent years, their drone research and development had made their corporation even more powerful. But this eldest miss was notoriously low profile. She had never made a public appearance. I was a bit surprised, but I still introduced myself. Jiang Yichin. And this beside me is Su Wanro. Morong Shui smiled. I know. Mr. Jiang is famous all over the country. I've seen you on the news plenty of times. She finished speaking and gave Su Wanro a polite nod. CEO Su, I've heard so much about you. She extended her hand, waiting for Su Wanro to shake it. Su Wanris, deep, unreadable gaze, quietly locked onto Morong Shui. After a long pause, she finally reached out and briefly shook her hand. If there's nothing else, I'll be heading back to my room. Morong Shui wasn't intimidated by Su Wanra's hostility in the slightest. Instead, she just smiled, looking highly amused. Once Morong Shui left, couldn't help but ask Su Wanro, did you have some kind of bad blood with Morong Shui before this? Su Wanro kept an icy face. No. Pressed on. Then why did you look at her? Like she owes you a couple $1,000,000? Su Wanru stared at me with profound shadowed eyes. She didn't explain. She just said coolly, enough. Go back and rest. We still have to negotiate a partnership at 8 p.m. I gave a half-hearted, yeah. Suddenly something crossed my mind. I turned back and asked her, do you know why the plane had an accident this time? Su Wanru pondered for a moment. She replied, it was likely intentional. I stared at her. How do you know? Su Wanru's voice was as calm as still water. It didn't look like a normal accident. I nodded. Then do you think
that this accident
could have been orchestrated by Zhazha Jiang or the Lin family? I'd thought about it over and over. They hate me so much and be willing to go to such extremes against Su Wanro to want us dead so badly. It had to be either Zhazha Yang or the Lins. Su Wanru paused for a long moment. Slowly, she spoke. It wasn't them. I didn't quite understand.
Why not?
Xie Jiang just set fire to the Su Corporation. I've already had people suppress him. He wouldn't dare make waves again this soon. As for the Lin Corporation, The implications of this are far too severe. If they were ever found out, they'd be looking at decades in prison. The Lin Corporation has hundreds of employees. I wouldn't dare take a risk that massive. I admired Su Wanru's meticulous reasoning, but I still couldn't help wanting to know the truth behind this. Then, do you have any idea who pulled this off? Su Wanru shook her head. I don't know, but my guess is this incident might not have been aimed at us. I nodded thoughtfully. All right, hurry up and head back. Half an hour later, meet at the hotel entrance. We then returned to our respective rooms. I was just getting ready to wash up and change my clothes. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Room service. Without thinking much of it, I opened the door. The very next second, a burly brute lunged inside. He reached out, aiming straight for my throat, took a quick step back, and delivered a vicious kick right to his face. I grabbed the brute by his collar, yanked him up fiercely, and kicked him back down to the floor. Who sent you? My voice radiated a dangerous aura. Thank God I swapped rooms with Su Wanru tonight. At that moment, hearing the commotion next door, Su Wanru hurried over. Fearing for his own life, the brute clamped his mouth shut, stubbornly refusing to make a sound. I crouched down, my eyes brimming with pure ice. Not gonna talk, huh? The brute shuddered under my terrifying glare, his hair standing on end. He was scared. He still put up a tough front. What the hell can you do to me? He didn't recognize Su Wanru. He only knew that someone had paid him to come here and defile the woman in this room. When he saw Su Wanru's photo, he was instantly smitten. That was why he had rushed over so eagerly. I glared at him with deadly intent. I will make you vanish from this world without a single trace. Seeing my dead serious expression, the brute realized I wasn't bluffing. Panic instantly washed over him. Don't kill me. I didn't mean to. Someone put me up to this. I knew it. Someone was pulling the strings behind the scenes. Speak. Who is it? The brute began racking his brain, trying to recall the man he had dealt with. I don't know his full name. I just know his last name is Yae. He said he'd give me $500,000 once it was done. When I saw this lady's photo, I just
lost my damn mind.
That's why I Su Wanru and I exchanged a sharp look. Instantly, we knew exactly who the mastermind was. I truly didn't expect Zaya Jiang to still be so relentlessly stubborn, testing my bottom line time and time again. Did he really think I wouldn't dare touch him? I ground my teeth in fury. If I hadn't swapped rooms with Su Wanru today, the consequences would have been unimaginable.
So, can I go now?
The brute slowly got to his feet, trying to make a run for it, but I slammed a vicious kick right into his knee. He crashed to the floor once again. The man wailed in pain. I already told you who's behind this.
Why won't you let me go?
I shot him a death glare. Keep your mouth shut, or you'll be facing a lot worse than just jail time. The terrified man immediately shut his mouth. I called the cops first and had the big guy thrown into the police station. Then I quickly tidied myself up, planning to finish discussing the partnership first and deal with the rest of the mess when I got back. So, we arranged to meet in a private room on the first floor of the hotel. As soon as I walked in, I saw Murong Shui. She smiled and greeted me.
What a coincidence.
We meet again. I was a bit caught off guard. I turned my head to look at Su Wanru, silently asking her
why our potential partner was Murong Shui.
Su Wanru explained at her own unhurried pace. Our partner is the Murong Group, though I only found out an hour ago that she is their executive vice president. Murong Shui chuckled softly. It seems we are truly destined to meet. The three of us took our seats.
Su Wanru
got straight to the point and started discussing the partnership with Murong Shui. I can give you this plot of land, but you need to give the Su family a 10% cut of the profits. A sharp glint flashed in Murong Shui's eyes. President Su, you're really asking for the lion's share here. 10% is far too high. How about 5%? Su Wanru refused to back down. Her attitude was firm. 10% is my absolute bottom line. Murong Shui suddenly stopped responding to her. Instead, she stared at me with a smile. However, if I do it as a favor to Mr.
Zhang,
then a 10% cut shouldn't be too much. Su Wanru couldn't help but frown at those words. I immediately waved my hands. Miss Murong, there is no need to do me any favors. Just negotiate between yourselves. I could already feel the sudden drop in the room's temperature. I had zero interest in getting caught in the middle of this. Mr.
Zhang,
I really admire you, but I don't make concessions easily. This is my very first time. Hearing this, Su Wanru's voice turned icy. Miss Murong, Zhang Yichen is the fiancé of our Su family. Don't you think acting like this is a bit immoral? Murong Shui just smiled. Mr. Zhang is such an outstanding man.
What woman wouldn't be tempted?
I'm only human. After all, if President Su is unhappy about it, you can just say so outright. There is no need to be so insecure. Su Wanru's tone was laced with sarcasm. Of course, I'm not unhappy. It's not like Zhang Yichen would settle for just anyone. I felt a wave of helplessness. If you want to boast, why drag me into it? Murong Shui dropped her smile, her expression turning slightly stiff. President Su, there's no need to put others down like that. I'm only agreeing to today's partnership for Mr.
Zhang's sake.
So I accept. Ill-treat President Su's unreasonable demand. He is doing a personal favor for Mr.
Jang.
Su Wanru cut her off. He doesn't need anyone's favors. Murong Shui stood up. If President Su isn't willing to cooperate properly, then let's put this partnership on hold for now. Whenever President Su decides to show some sincerity, we can resume this conversation. With that, she walked straight out of the private room. I knew Murong Shui was pissed off, so I nudged Su Wanru's arm.
Wanru,
What's gotten into you?
why were you speaking to her so harshly?
We're here to negotiate a partnership, not to pick a fight and see who's top dog. Su Wanru's gaze was like a burning torch. She stared right into my face. After a long pause, she squeezed out a single sentence. Are you an idiot? I froze. Why the hell is she cursing at me? Too lazy to explain it to me. Su Wanru stood up and walked out as well. Su Wanru went back to her hotel room. Didn't feel like going back yet, so I took a walk by myself in the garden outside the hotel. Strolling into a secluded corner, I dialed Xia Jiang's number. Who is this? Xia Jiang's voice came through, sounding incredibly weak. He really was out of luck. He had just set fire to the Su Corporation. And that very same night, someone set his own house on fire. He was sleeping in his room at the time. He only survived the blaze by sheer dumb luck. Xia Jiang, do you know who this is? Xia Jiang almost instantly recognized the voice. He let out a dark, cynical laugh. Zhang Yichin, are you here to mock my misery too? Xia Jiang, you sent people to defile?
Su Wenru.
Did you really think ID let you off the hook that easily? Xia Jiang sounded confused. He repeated the word defile.
Daunt! You dare pin that on me!
I sneered. You know damn well whether you did it or not. A burst of maniacal laughter came from Xia Jiang's end. Zhang Yichin, did you too? Get set up by someone else. Couldn't find the culprit and decided to pin the blame on me. Zhang Yichin. Oh, Zhang Yichin. Why do you have so many enemies, huh? If I were you, it'd just die and get it over with. Hearing him say that, I suddenly realized something was wrong. It really wasn't you. Xia Jiang sneered. How the hell could it be me?
You've already ruined my family.
My house is gone. I lost my job. I can barely afford to eat. Where would I get the money to hire people to get revenge on you? Hung up the phone, my mind racing with doubt. Xia Jiang didn't sound like he was lying. It seemed highly likely that he wasn't the mastermind behind this. So who was using Xia Jiang as a scapegoat? Someone who could do dirty work in his name. An answer immediately locked into my mind. Having figured this out, I headed back into the hotel and knocked on Su Wanru's door.
Wanru, there's something I need to talk to you about.
But before I could even finish my sentence, Su Wanru interrupted me coldly. I'm busy right now. Don't have time. I could tell she was still in a terrible mood. I closed my mouth and said nothing more. We stood in a tense stalemate at the door for a moment.
Su Wenru
seemed to realize her tone had been a bit too harsh. Just as she was about to speak and ease the tension, a phone call suddenly came through. Su Wanru answered it. From the other end of the line, Su Lula's voice came through loud and clear.
Su Wanru, Su Mufan is back.
Those 3 words were like a stone thrown into a calm lake. It sent ripples crashing across the long-forbidden lake of Su Wanru's heart. Su Luoli and Song Mufan were college classmates. They were on pretty good terms, so Su Luola's words couldn't be wrong. Su Wanru didn't even think. She blurted out instinctively, "Where is he? Tell me." The surroundings were completely quiet, so I heard everything crystal clear from the side. Song Mufan, that first love she had pined after for so many years, had returned. It seemed Su Xinyan was absolutely right. Su Wanru really couldn't forget him. On the other end of the line, Su Luola's voice continued. He's only back in the country for a very short time. His flight back to the US is tomorrow morning. Su Luola's implication was obvious. Flight tomorrow morning meant that if she rushed back right now, she might just make it. Su Wanru gave a soft and then added, "I'll head back in a bit." After hanging up, Su Wanru lowered her head and suddenly caught my stony expression. Her heart suddenly clenched, caught off guard. I took a deep breath and asked, "What about the partnership? Are we still negotiating?" Su Wanru looked at me, her gaze gradually darkening. "Cancel the partnership," I said in a deep voice. "Partnering with the Murong Group will bring massive profits to the Su Group. Are you really going to give it up?" The Su Wanru I knew wasn't like this. Su Wanru was someone who cared fiercely about the company's interests. But right now, she just nodded. "I have some urgent matters. Cancel it for now." I shot her a sidelong glance. "Your urgent matters mean going back to see him, right? Go ahead. Even without you, I can still close this deal."
Su Wanru frowned.
"It's not what you think." I waved her off.
Whatever.
"That's your business?" With that, I turned on my heel and walked away without looking back. Behind me, Su Wanru's eyes dimmed slightly. She fought back the urge to chase after me. After stepping out of the hotel, I went back to my own room. Right at that moment, Gu Qinghan called. I answered my tone a bit displeased. "What is it?" Gu Qinghan paused, taken aback by my voice. "Brother Chen, is everything okay?" I frowned. "If you have something to say, just say it." "I'm fine." Gu Qinghan continued. "Brother Chen, Lanshang's recent operations have run into some problems. I think you need to come back and look into it personally. His tone was serious. It seemed the situation was critical. I thought back to how Su Wanro lost control at the mere mention of Song Mufan. I immediately agreed. However, the negotiation for the Su group wasn't over yet. I decided to go to Murong Shui and close the deal. Before leaving, when I found Murong Shui, she was drinking coffee behind a screen in the lobby. Mr. Jiang, I knew you'd come looking for me. Murong Shui wore a look of utter predictability, making her somewhat hard for me to read. What do you mean by that? You're a smart man, Mr.
Jiang.
You naturally know that partnering with us will generate tremendous profits. I smiled and replied, and so, Miss Murong, how do you view the partnership with the Su group? Murong Shui deliberately kept me in suspense. President Su's reluctance to cooperate is quite disheartening for me. However, if you, Mr. Zhang, could offer a bargaining chip that interests me, I might consider partnering with the Su group. As for that bargaining chip, I think you yourself, Mr.
Jiang,
are a massive asset. A flicker of surprise flashed quickly across my face. I don't understand what you mean. Murong Shui chuckled. No need to be so tense, Mr. Zhang, she explained. I've taken a liking to your capabilities. I want you to join the Murong group. When that happens, it'll definitely give you a top executive position. If you're not willing, I naturally won't force you. But as for this partnership, we won't yield a single inch. Hearing this, I stood up and gave a faint smile. I understand your meaning perfectly, Miss Murong. Since that's the case, I won't press the issue. With that, I turned around, ready to leave. Murong Shui called out from behind, stopping me. Mr.
Jiang,
please stay. I curled my lips, turned back, and asked, what is it? Just as I expected. Murong Shui would never let this opportunity slip by.
I had bet right.
Murong Shui said helplessly, you really are something else, Mr.
Jiang.
All right. The partnership between the Su group and the Murong group will proceed as planned. I'll draft the contract and send it to you shortly, Mr.
Jiang.
I look forward to working with the Su group. I revealed a genuine smile. Then Harry's to a pleasant partnership. Murong Shui smiled. Mr.
Jiang.
To be honest, I like you even more now. Thank you for the affection, Miss Murong. I hope you don't just like me, but the Su group as well. With a single sentence, I instantly diffused the tension.
Murong Shui laughed. Deal.
After dealing with Murong Shui, I booked the earliest flight back. I first headed back to Su group to request a few days off so I could go handle the situation, only to bump right into Su Wanro. Zhang Yichin. Su Wanru spoke up first, calling my name. I couldn't help but respond with biting sarcasm. Oh, at this hour? Shouldn't you be rekindling the flame with your first love?
Why are you here?
Su Wanru explained. No, it's not what you think. Last time she had rushed back, only to be told by Su Luoli that she had mistaken someone else for him. Song Mufan hadn't actually returned, and the reason she left in such a hurry wasn't because she couldn't let go of her feelings for Song Mufan. It was because she had an unanswered question that had lingered for years. She needed to face Song Mufan to finally untie that knot in her heart. Su Wenro tried to voice her explanation. I cut her right off. You don't need to explain anything to me, President Su. I don't have time right now to chat about your old flame. Dropping those words, I headed straight to the HR department to ask for leave, without looking back. Watching my resolute back, a faint ripple of emotion surged in Su Wanru's heart. Just then, the phone rang. Su Wanru looked at the name flashing on her phone screen.
Murong Shui.
She answered the call. Murong Shui's voice carried a hint of a smile. President Su, have you received the contract?
Su Wanru frowned.
What contract?
Mr. Zhang didn't tell you. If it weren't for Mr.
Jiang.
Sin Chung wanting Sushi to cooperate with us, this partnership might have been delayed for a long time. You didn't know? Murong Shui sounded surprised, then immediately followed up. I thought Mr.
Jiang
would have told you the news first, President Su. I didn't expect him to keep it a secret.
How strange.
Su Wanru ignored the remark and asked, Miss Murong, you were so reluctant to agree to this partnership before.
Why agree so readily now?
Murong Shui raised an eyebrow, lowering her voice slightly. Thanks to Mr. Zhang offering me a very tempting bargain, since Murong Shui had always shown a clear interest in me. Hearing her say this now,
Su Wanru subconsciously
let her imagination run wild. She couldn't believe her own suspicions, and asked coldly, what did Jiang Yichin do? Murong Shui chuckled.
You'll have to ask Mr.
Zhang about that.
President Su, I have other matters to attend to, so I'll let you go for now. With that, Murong Shui hung up, leaving Su Wanru with an unsolved mystery. When Su Wanru heard from the HR department that I requested a 1-month leave of absence, starting today. After pacing and overthinking, Su Wanru called me.
Where are you?
Hearing the questioning tone in her voice, I sneered, where I go is none of your business. Su Wanru was almost certain that I had agreed to some sort of condition with Murong Shui. Otherwise, I wouldn't have left so suddenly. Leave denied. Come back and get to work. I replied instantly, Su Wanro. I applied for leave through the proper channels. You have no right to interfere. Su Wanro's voice grew heavier. Don't make me repeat myself. I was speechless. Su Wanro, what the hell is wrong with you today? Su Wanru suddenly let out a cold laugh. Zhang Yichin, you're on your way to Mirong Shue's company right now, aren't you? I froze, completely baffled as to why she would think that. Su Wenru took a deep breath and continued, I know. Mirong Shue offered you a massive payout. That's why you're leaving Sushe, right? I was so furious I actually laughed. Even if I were going to the Mirong group, it would just be a wise bird choosing a good branch to roost on. There is no need for you to fly into a rage out of humiliation. President Su.
Fine.
Go then. After saying that, Su Wanro immediately hung up the phone. Naturally, I wasn't going to tell Su Wanro that I actually came back to handle my own business. If she wanted to misunderstand, so be it. It wasn't like she ever cared anyway. All she ever did was berate and doubt me. I returned to headquarters. Gu Qinghan was there waiting for me. Seeing me walk in, she noticeably relaxed.
What's wrong? What exactly
happened? Gu Qinghan quickly explained. Langxiang's recent partnership with the overseas Genesis group has run into a problem. The issue is, that company is incredibly eccentric. They specifically asked to see you. I furrowed my brows.
See me.
Yu Qinghan nodded. Yes, they explicitly demanded to meet the CEO of Langxiang. They want to drink tea and discuss philosophy together. They said if we don't agree to it, they'll terminate the partnership, and they don't care how much they have to pay in penalty fees. Gu Qinghan sighed after finishing her report. This partnership is a massive deal. If it's terminated, even though they would pay a hefty penalty, our company would still suffer significant losses. Langxiang recently invested heavily in a new project, so our cash flow is tight right now. Losing this deal could be a devastating blow to us. Hearing this, I immediately understood the situation. I had to meet them, whether I wanted to or not. There was no way around it. Brother Chen, I'm guessing this CEO is a master of the tea ceremony. Are you sure you can handle it? Gu Qinghan caught herself and left it at that, realizing she might have overstepped. I flashed her a reassuring smile. When have I ever made a fool of myself? The moment I said that, Gu Qinghan, whose eyelids had been drooping with worry just a second ago, suddenly had her eyes light up. That's right. Was there anything he couldn't do? I just smiled and didn't say anything else. The CEO of the Genesis Group, scheduled to meet me on a Sunday afternoon at a tea house. The tea house wasn't crowded. There were only a few people scattered about when I arrived. I stood at the door of the private room and knocked. A powerful, rhythmic melody drifted from inside. Only then did I push the door open and enter. In the center of the room sat an old man in his 60s. His posture was as straight and unyielding as an ink bamboo painting. He gently held a teacup and took a slow sip. Seeing me walk in, he finally smiled and said, the CEO of Lanxiang certainly lives up to his reputation. Every movement you make exudes an otherworldly elegance. I smiled. I pale in comparison to you, Elder Li. You don't look like a man in his 60s at all. You look much younger than that. Ha ha ha. Elder Li let out a hearty laugh. Since we're here today to discuss the art of tea, let me hear your insights. I had anticipated this, so I smiled and answered fluently. The tea ceremony is divided into selecting utensils, preparing the tea, brewing, pouring, serving, and finally tasting. Every tea has its own unique characteristics. Some are bold and robust, while others are soft and mellow. Our country has thousands of tea varieties, each one constantly changing according to the local terroir and customs. Elder Li chuckled. Excellent. You have a very solid grasp of the fundamentals of brewing tea. I wonder who taught you this art of tea. Mentioning this, my thoughts drifted far away. My father taught me this. When I was very young, my father learned his tea ceremony from my grandfather. My grandfather was a master of the tea arts. He also had many friends, just like you, who loved the art of tea. Elder Li suddenly became interested.
What is your grandfather's name?
I replied without hesitation, Ji Huaifeng. Hearing that name, Elder Li looked as if he had been struck by lightning. Gradually, tears welled up in his eyes. So you're actually Huaifeng's grandson? Your grandfather and I were the absolute closest of friends. He couldn't help but step forward and grasp my hand, sighing with emotion. To think you're actually the president of Langxiang, so accomplished at such a young age. I'm sure that Huaifeng, resting down below, can finally be at peace. I asked tentatively Grandpa Li about this collaboration. Before I could finish, Elder Li cut me right off. Forget just this collaboration. From now on, I'm partnering with Langxiang for every project. The assistant beside him widened his eyes in shock. Mr.
Li, you can't do that?
For some projects, we need to evaluate the partner's actual capabilities, and Elder Li glared at him, furious. What? Are you saying our Xiao Chen lacks capability? Or are you questioning my judgment? The assistant shrank back in fear and shut his mouth. Hearing this, I curled my lips into a smile. Thank you, Grandpa Li. No need to thank me. Come visit the Lee estate more often when you have time. You really do take after your grandfather quite a bit. Elder Lee kept me around, sharing many heartfelt stories. Finally, as it was getting dark, he reluctantly let me leave. Langshang's crisis was resolved, and we gained a powerful, unshakable backer. I suddenly felt a massive weight lift off my shoulders. Right now, I should head back to work at the Su Corporation. But whenever I thought about what Su Wanro said to me that day, I lost all desire to go back to the company. After all, Su Wanru must have gotten back together with her first love by now. They're probably in the middle of a passionate reunion. It would be totally inappropriate for me to just barge back in. Just as I was debating when to return, a phone call came through. Brother Yichin. Su Xiaoxiao's voice rang out. Where have you been these past few days?
Why aren't you back yet?
I froze for a second. Just as I was about to explain, Su Wanru's familiar voice came from the other end of the line. Su Xiaoxiao, aren't you going to study? Your exams are the day after tomorrow, you know?
Su Xiaoxiao replied pitifully.
I know. Geez, sis, that's why I'm asking Brother Yikin for help. He can definitely help me prep. Su Wanru kept scolding. You never study during the semester, and now you're cramming at the last minute. If you fail, you deserve it. Su Xiaoxiao shrank back but still asked Brother Yikin.
When are you coming back?
I seriously can't study anymore on my own. Hearing Su Wanru's voice, I was just about to hang up, but hearing Su Xiaoxiao sound so pitiful and helpless, I suddenly couldn't bear to reject her just because of Su Wanru. All right, it'll come back tomorrow morning. Su Xiaoxiao's face instantly lit up. Great. Thanks, Brother Yichin. I gave an and hung up the phone. The next day, I returned to the Su residence as promised. Su Xiaoxiao wasn't up yet. Only Su Wanru was in the dining room, eating breakfast. So you still know how to come back. Su Wanru ate her breakfast methodically, not forgetting to throw in a cold, sarcastic remark. I didn't give her a friendly look either, replying, what I do has nothing to do with you, Miss Su.
You'd better worry about your own business.
Su Wanru took out a tissue and wiped her mouth. I'm only looking after you under Dad's orders. Nobody wants to play babysitter every day. Hearing that added a spark of irritation to my chest. If you don't want to, then stay out of it. Just then, Su Xiaoxiao walked out of her room, rubbing her eyes. Noticing the weird atmosphere between us, she looked confused.
What's wrong?
Why do you both have such long faces this early in the morning?
You look like mortal enemies.
I flashed Xiao Xiao a smile. It's nothing. Eat your breakfast, Xiao Xiao. I'll go to your room later to help you study. Su Xiao nodded, hurried up, finished her breakfast, and quickly rushed back to her bedroom. Brother Yichin, for the past 6 months, barely studied any of this stuff. Can I really finish reviewing all of this? Sitting in her bedroom, Su Xiaoxiao propped her head up and chewed on her pen. Feeling incredibly frustrated, I bluntly stated the truth. Of course you can't finish it. Su Xiaoxiao let out a wail. Snapping back to reality, she panicked. Then what do I do? Am I gonna fail? I pinched the bridge of my nose and sighed. You definitely won't fail. Your foundation is okay. So failing is out of the question. Getting a high score is pretty much impossible. Hearing that she wouldn't fail.
Su Xiaoxiao instantly smiled.
In that case, Brother Yikin, let's get started. I opened the textbook and started highlighting the key points for her. I practically knew the entire book inside out. I marked the key points smoothly and effortlessly, as confident as if I had written the exam myself. Su Xiaoxiao looked a bit stunned. After all, when teachers highlight key points in class, they usually highlight massive paragraphs. But I would only highlight a single sentence every few pages. And within just 10 minutes, I had marked all the key points in a thick textbook. Trust me. These are the topics they test on every single time. As long as you take the time to memorize these, scoring an 80 or so won't be a problem. Su Xiaoxiao nodded, half understanding but trusting me. Thank you, Brother Yichin. The next day, Su Xiaoxiao left for her exam. I hadn't even made it downstairs yet when I heard a gasp from the first floor. The gasp came from Su Jingyao. I went downstairs to ask what happened. Frowning, Su Jingyao said, Su Xiaoxiao
got reported for cheating.
She's in the principal's office right now. The school said they're treating this very seriously. They want to expel her. I thought back to Su Xiaoxiao's stubborn face. No matter how I looked at it, she didn't seem like the type to cheat. Stepping off the stairs, I asked, so where is Xiao Xiao right now? Su Jingyao furrowed her brows. She's at the school right now. Her teacher just called the house. But I have a filming crank-up ceremony right now. I can't bail on it. The fallout would be massive. Suddenly, as if realizing something, a conflicted expression appeared on her face. How about you go check on Su Xiaoxiao? See what exactly is going on. I didn't expect that Su Jingyao would actually make such a request. Suddenly, Su Jingyao's phone rang. She glanced at the urgent message on the screen and started heading out.
Yikin.
Leaving this to you. Once I'm done here, I'll come find you guys immediately.
Although I was a bit caught off guard.
Thinking about what Su Xiaoxiao might be dealing with, I decided to go take a look. I arrived at the school. Just as I reached the door to the principal's office, I heard Su Xiaoxiao's voice coming from inside. I already told you I didn't write that cheat sheet. How many times do I have to say it? Hearing this, I was taken aback. It was highly likely that Su Xiaoxiao was being framed. The principal was furious. He slammed his hand on the desk. Su Xiaoxiao. Is that any way to speak to your teachers? Su Xiaoxiao kept a cold face and scoffed disdainfully. I said it wasn't me, so it wasn't me. Even if you ask me 100 more times, it still wasn't me. The counselor chimed in from the side. Xiaoxiao, even though you're a member of the Su family, you're a student first and foremost. No matter how powerful your family background is, it can't cover this up for you. I couldn't listen to this anymore and walked right in. Hello, principal. I heard Su Xiaoxiao is being accused of cheating. I'd like to find out what's going on. I offered a polite smile. Su Xiaoxiao was surprised. Brother Yichen, what are you doing here? The principal and the counselor naturally recognized me. Since I had been on the news multiple times, they spoke to me quite politely. Mr.
Zhang.
You're here about Su Xiaoxiao, I presume. This child has always been quite stubborn, so I think it's best if you ask her yourself. I spoke up and asked, Principal. Are you absolutely certain that Su Xiaoxiao is the one who cheated? Of course. This cheat sheet was found right on Su Xiaoxiao's desk, and the handwriting is identical to hers. More importantly, she was reported by her own good friend, Qin Yao. So, this is pretty much set in stone. The moment I heard that, something felt off. Reported by her friend, can I see this person? The counselor immediately had someone call for Qin Yao. Seeing so many people in the room, Qin Yao started playing the victim the moment she walked in. Teacher, principal, what's going on? Did I do something wrong? The counselor gave Qin Yao a reassuring look. Don't stress too much about it. Qin Yao, just explain exactly what happened this afternoon regarding Su Xiaoxiao's cheating, and tell us the whole truth. Qin Yao gulped. Here is what happened. This afternoon, I noticed Su Xiaoxiao was acting a little weird, so I paid special attention to her. I never expected she was actually writing a cheat sheet. I felt so conflicted inside. I felt that, as her good friend, I should help her break this bad habit and ensure the exam was fair for everyone else. So I took the cheat sheet from her desk and handed it over to the teacher. Hearing this, Su Xiaoxiao yelled straight at Qin Yao. Qin Yao, we've been friends for so long, and this is how you frame me. Qin Yao put on a heartbroken expression. Seeing Su Xiaoxiao's fierce look, she shrank back in fear. I didn't frame you. Turn back before it's too late, Xiaoxiao. Cheating really is wrong. The principal practically slammed the gavel on the matter. Enough, Su Xiaoxiao. Stop making excuses at a time like this. Qin Yao is your friend. Her words are far more credible, since Su Xiaoxiao cheated and shows no remorse after a unanimous discussion among the teachers. We have decided to expel her. After saying this, the principal looked back at me.
I'm sorry.
Mr. Zhang, but the negative impact of this is just too severe, so I have no choice but to do this. I looked at the principal speechlessly and said, hold on a second. Isn't it a bit too early to jump to conclusions? I personally tutored Su Xiaoxiao for her revisions, so I think her academic level shouldn't require her to cheat. The principal smiled helplessly. Mr.
Zhang.
That's not how these things work. You have to understand. I cut the principal off and continued. If you don't buy it, test her right here and now. You should have backup exam papers for Su Xiaoxiao's test, right? The principal was stunned, seemingly failing to process the situation. The counselor echoed, we actually do. The exam has a B version test paper, but the B version is slightly harder. I didn't hesitate. Take it out and let her take it. After hearing this, the principal smiled. All right. Making Su Xiaoxiao concede defeat before expelling her will stop anyone from gossiping. The teacher took out the test paper and placed it in front of Su Xiaoxiao. This paper is slightly harder, so we'll give you 150 minutes. That's an extra half-hour extension. Su Xiaoxiao coldly pushed it away. I'm not doing it. I frowned, looking at Su Xiaoxiao. Su Xiaoxiao was quite agitated, and her tone grew harsher. Brother Yichen, it's not like I actually cheated. Why should I have to take it? I smiled and patted her head. Just focus on doing the test. Leave the rest to me. Seeing my gentle smile, Su Xiaoxiao's heart immediately settled down.
Fine.
Then I'll do it. Su Xiaoxiao began working on the test, while the rest of us waited quietly on the side. An hour and a half passed. Su Xiaoxiao capped her pen and handed the paper to the principal. The principal checked it against the answer key, and his jaw dropped. Was this test paper leaked? How did she only get 2 questions wrong? The counselor couldn't believe it either. He grabbed the paper, carefully checking the answers himself, and couldn't help muttering, impossible. Students didn't even know there was a B version. At that moment, I spoke up in a cold voice. Now that Su Xiaoxiao's academic ability has been proven, let's move on and have a little chat about Qin Yao. Being suddenly called out, Qin Yao shuddered.
What is there to chat about with me?
Besides, she probably just got lucky this time. That's the only reason she got them right. My voice grew even colder. Chow sure made a great friend. Qin Yao looked a bit guilty, her eyes darting away. There should be security cameras in the classroom, right? Once we check the footage.
Well, know exactly whether Su Xiaoxiao is being framed or not.
Hearing that, I wanted to check the cameras. Qin Yao suddenly let out a long sigh of relief. Principal shook his head at my words. The cameras seemed to have malfunctioned today. Nothing was saved. There is no footage. That was why, once Su Xiaoxiao fell under suspicion, she couldn't clear her name at all. Add to that her usual rebellious streak. And the principal subconsciously assumed that Su Xiaoxiao was just making excuses. I waved my hand dismissively. That's fine. Let me take a look. The principal opened the main surveillance system on his computer. I walked over and ran a quick check. Sure enough, it wasn't that today's footage hadn't been saved. It had been maliciously deleted. I quickly bypassed the settings and tweaked the code. Recovering the computer's data, the deleted surveillance footage was fully restored. Look here, principal. I smiled, pointing at the figure on the screen. This silhouette looks a bit familiar, doesn't it? Could it be our dear student, Qin Yao? Footage made it glaringly obvious, taking advantage of the empty classroom after class. Qin Yao sneaked in and slipped the cheat sheet onto Su Xiaoxiao's desk. Before pretending nothing happened and casually walking away, the principal was in sheer disbelief. How is this possible? Why would Qin Yao be the one framing Su Xiaoxiao? Su Xiaoxiao sneered. I knew it was you. I freaking knew it. Qin Yao's voice trembled uncontrollably. No, it wasn't me. That video is a fake. I raised an eyebrow, offering a non-committal smirk. Whether it's real or not, only you know. The truth. Qin Yao seemed to realize the jig was up. She suddenly burst into manic laughter. Of course I know the truth. We're all human, so why?
Why does she get to be born into a noble family?
With such ridiculous wealth and backing, even for this exam, neither of us studied. So how the hell did she score so high? I shook my head gently. No matter your reasons, trying to ruin someone else is wrong. Cheating is one thing, but framing someone maliciously, that's a whole different level of severity. At this point, the principal finally understood the whole picture. But I wasn't finished. I turned to the counselor standing nearby and smiled. Professor, you must have some sort of connection with Qin Yao, right? From the moment we walked in, your eyes haven't left her. And just now, when she was exposed, you looked every bit as panicked as she did. The principal looked deeply ashamed of his earlier misjudgment. He first apologized to Su Xiaoxiao, then turned and snapped harshly at Qin Yao. Qin Yao, I never would have imagined that a well-behaved student like you would do something so despicable. Don't bother coming to school starting tomorrow. An incident like this on campus is an absolute scandal. Qin Yao's face turned ashen. She turned around, ready to leave. Obviously, I wasn't satisfied with just that. I held out a hand to stop her.
Hold on.
Framing someone for cheating is a criminal offense. I kept the smile on my face, but it was colder than ice water. The police should be here any minute. You'd better start thinking about how to explain this to them. At those words, whatever hope Qin Yao had completely shattered. She slumped to the floor like a puddle of mud. After wrapping things up there, I took Su Xiaoxiao home. As we walked, Su Xiaoxiao stared at me for a long time, lost in thought, before finally blurting out, "Thank you." Seeing her squirming shyly, I couldn't help but chuckle.
Xiao.
The way you look right now, you're acting like a bashful little wife.
What little wife?
I'm just thanking you, that's all. Su Xiaoxiao's face instantly turned beet red. After a moment, she muttered softly, Brother Yichin, thanks for saving me today. I smiled and patted her head. Just focus on your studies. Su Xiaoxiao looked at me, a strange fluttering feeling suddenly rising in her chest. No wonder my older sister likes you. I froze, not registering her words at first. When it finally clicked, I laughed. Your sister already has someone she likes. Don't you know that? Su Xiaoxiao looked surprised. You mean Song Mu Fan? That's her ex from way back. She stopped liking him a long time ago. Okay, I sighed. That's because you don't know the whole story. Just a few days ago, because of him, your sister abandoned a major business deal and rushed straight back to see him. Su Xiaoxiao was utterly bewildered. See him? What are you talking about? My sister's been buried in work at the company for days. She hasn't met up with any guys at all. I suddenly stiffened. Was everything I saw before just a misunderstanding? Su Wanro had heard about the incident. While driving toward the school, she spotted us and slowly pulled her car over.
Sis.
Everything's fine now. It's all thanks to Brother Yikin. Otherwise, I'd definitely be wearing the label of a cheater right now and getting kicked out of school. Su Wanru shifted her gaze to me. After a long pause, she said softly, "Thank you for helping Xiao Xiao." That single sentence instantly drew a line between us. If we were complete strangers, my chest tightened uncomfortably, but I simply replied, "It's nothing. If that's all, you two should head home. I still have some things to take care of." Su Xiao immediately asked, "Where are you going, Brother Yikin?" Su Wanru cut in coldly. "Stop prying into other people's business." I forced a stiff smile and turned to leave. Walking down the street, the more I thought about it, the angrier I got. I really didn't understand why Su Wanro always had to act so damn cold. Who was she putting that icy face on for? Suddenly, I didn't want to go back to the dorm. I even had the urge to move out of the Su family's house altogether, so I wouldn't have to deal with Su Wanro ever again. Just then, a voice called out from behind me. "Brother Yichin." I turned my head and saw Su Xiaoxiao running up to me, panting heavily. What's wrong? Xiaoxiao. Su Xiaoxiao hurried over to my side. Her eyes flickered with concern.
Yichen.
Did you and my older sister get into a fight? I gave her a faint smile. No, you're overthinking it. There has never been anything going on between your sister and me anyway.
Why would we be fighting?
Su Xiaoxiao pouted. You're just speaking out of anger? I know you guys seem to be having some issues lately, but why can't you both just take the initiative and work it out? I sighed.
You wouldn't understand.
Su Xiaoxiao cut me right off. I'm only 3 years younger than you. Plus, I know my sister. Even though she talks to you with that cold attitude, she actually cares about you a lot. I waved my hand dismissively.
Xiao.
You don't need to say any more. I'm already planning to move out of the Su family estate. Su Xiaoxiao's eyes went wide with shock. Move out.
Why?
Looking at her stunned expression, I opened my mouth to explain. Just like you said, your sister and I don't have a good relationship. Staying together is just going to make things more awkward. Su Xiaoxiao gave me a piercing look.
You like my sister?
Right. I immediately denied it.
No. Su Xiaoxiao let out a soft laugh. If you don't like her, then why are you hiding from her? The brother Yichen in my memory was never someone who ran away. I froze. For a moment, I couldn't find a single word to argue back. After thinking about it for a long time, I eventually headed to the office. The moment I arrived, I spotted a figure in the company that looked entirely too familiar. It was in Yicheng, stopped in my tracks. Just as I was about to turn and leave, and Yicheng caught sight of me. He walked over with a smile. Jiang Yichen, long time no see. I forced out a smile. Long time no see. I thought you were still undergoing rehabilitation. I figured saying something like that
would definitely piss and Yicheng off.
He merely smiled. Thanks for your concern. I know I've done a lot of bad things in the past. So this time, coming back,
just want to atone for everything I've done.
I replied coldly. I hope so. I knew full well that in Yicheng was not a simple guy. So I didn't take a single word he said to heart. Jiang Yichen, how about I treat you to lunch today? Consider it a proper apology. I instantly turned him down. No need.
I have plans for lunch.
And Yicheng's face fell into a mask of utter disappointment. You don't want to go. Are you still holding a grudge against me? Jiang Yichen, I've truly turned over a new leaf. Can you please forgive me? His pathetic little act was successfully drawing pity from the surrounding co-workers. Honestly, I think in Yicheng is kind of pitiful. After all, he just liked someone so much that it drove him a little crazy. That's all. I feel like Director Jiang is being a bit cold-blooded. Shh. Don't let Director Jiang hear you.
Well, be in deep trouble if he does.
Hearing those whispered comments and looking at his pitiful, hypocritical face, I instantly understood everything. And Yicheng came back playing the victim card. His goal was to make everyone pity him and rebuild his reputation in their eyes. Sure enough, after spending a few months in prison, he really had evolved. Where do you want to eat for lunch? I asked. Hearing this, and Yicheng instantly beamed with joy. I also invited Wanro for lunch. We can figure it out together, the three of us. Decide where to go. Hearing that Su Wanru was coming too, my heart sank a little. But before I could open my mouth to back out, and Yicheng had already walked out of the office, I had no choice. I was stuck getting lunch with them. Su Wanru had to work a bit of overtime during lunch. So, and Yicheng and I waited for her by the entrance. While we waited, and Yicheng brought up a few topics to kill time. Jiang Yichen, while I was gone. I heard the Su group reach new heights. It's all thanks to you. I waved it off. That's the result of everyone in the Su group. Hundreds of employees working hard together. It's not my achievement alone. Before I could even finish, Yicheng kept going. Don't be so modest.
Wanro told me everything.
She said you've been working incredibly hard, and you're extremely capable.
Wanru.
Over here, he spotted Su Wanro and waved her over. Su Wanro clearly didn't expect me to be there. Her eyes shifted slightly.
Wanru.
Yichen and I were just discussing what we should eat for lunch. What do you think? Japanese, French, or Chinese? Su Wanru shot me a glance. I'm fine with whatever. And Yicheng turned his head back to me. Jiang Yichen, what do you say? I casually threw out Japanese. Who would have thought? And Yicheng's gaze would suddenly turn conflicted. But Wanra's stomach is sensitive. Japanese food is too cold and raw. She can't eat that. It was painfully obvious that he was deliberately trying to drive a wedge between Su Wanro and me. I knew it. In the past, and Yicheng wanted nothing more than for me to stay as far away as possible. Now he was actually setting up a group outing with us. He was definitely up to no good. I shot him a look and said, then whatever is fine, and Yicheng instantly put on a hurt expression. Jiang Yichen,
do you really dislike me that much?
Is that why you don't want to eat with me? I was getting seriously irritated. Cut the act. Are you eating or not? To my disgust, and Yicheng's voice grew even more hoarse. Jiang Yichen, I've already apologized to you. Even if you can't forgive me, you don't have to treat me so coldly, do you? Listening to this garbage, I felt completely disgusted. Are you ever going to stop?
Su Wanro suddenly spoke up.
All right, stop yelling at Yicheng. I let out a cold sneer.
Su Wenru.
I don't need you lecturing me, since you both think I'm the one being unreasonable. Then go eat by yourselves. Su Wanru gave me a flat, emotionless look. She turned her head to An Yicheng and said, "Let's go." I stood there, stunned. Never expected Su Wanru to actually let me walk away. But more than surprise, I felt disappointed. Disappointed that she actually couldn't tell the hidden meaning behind An Yicheng's words. I went back to the office, drafted it, my resignation letter, and sent it straight to Su Wanru's inbox. After doing all that, I returned to the Su family estate. I packed my things and grabbed my suitcase, ready to leave. Su Luoli, who was at home, watched this all unfold. She couldn't help but chuckle. "What? You don't even want to stay in the Su house anymore." My tone was flat. "I just don't think I belong here." Daunt read too much into it. "I told you from the start," she said. "Su Wanru is completely heartless. She only cares about her work. In other words, her heart died 3 years ago. Even if she did have some feelings for you, they wouldn't even be worth mentioning. You're a smart guy. You should know what I mean." I nodded and asked, So why don't you consider being with me instead? I promise it'll treat you 1,000 times better than Su Wanru. No, 1,000,000 times better." She finished with a flirtatious wink. I looked at her smiling eyes and asked seriously, then, "Su Luoli,
do you even like me?"
The smile on Su Luola's face stiffened slightly. "Does liking someone really matter?" Her response actually made me want to laugh. Of course it matters. Why would you be with someone if you don't even like them? Su Luoli, in this world, what could possibly be so important that you'd willingly throw away love? Su Luoli paused, caught off guard. She clearly hadn't expected me to say that.
Of course there is.
How can anyone live in this world and only care about love? In Su Luola's twisted worldview, emotions were the most useless things of all. She didn't even possess them herself. Right. I hope that until you figure out what it actually means to like someone, you stop saying things like that to me. I gave her a polite smile. Finally, I picked up my suitcase and headed for the door. Just as I stepped out of the Su family's main gates, the butler blocked my path. "Mr. Jiang, you can't. If you leave, how am I supposed to explain this to the master?" The butler looked completely torn. Seeing me dragging my luggage away from the estate, he looked so stressed he might pull his hair out. "I'm just moving out. It's not like I'm cutting ties with the Su family completely. There is no need to get so worked up, butler." Watching the old man physically block my way, I felt both helpless and a little amused. Right at that moment, Su Wanru returned. She saw that I was clearly packing up to leave, and furrowed her brow, but she quickly masked it with her usual indifference.
"Where are you going?"
Couldn't be bothered with her. I just kept walking forward. And Yicheng put on a fake, shocked expression. "Jiang Yichen,
why are you moving out?"
I looked at his hypocritical face and found it laughable. "Don't trouble yourself, mister."
And
Me moving out.
isn't that exactly what you wanted?
And Yicheng immediately played the victim. "Jiang Yichen, you're misunderstanding me. I really didn't mean it like that." Su Wanru spoke up, her voice ice cold. "Enough.
Stop bullying Yicheng."
I have zero interest in bullying your precious childhood sweetheart. I won't interrupt your little romance any longer. I'm leaving. So I don't get in your way. No matter what I do, you'll just say I'm bullying An Yicheng anyway. Since that's the case, I might as well leave early." Hearing this, An Yicheng immediately chimed in. "Jiang Yichen, don't overthink this. There is really nothing going on between Wanru and me. I just came back to visit Auntie. Wanru just gave me a ride since it was on her way." "It's really not what you think," I replied coldly. "I didn't overthink anything. What you do is your own business." Su Wanru watched my resolute retreating figure and felt a sudden chill in her heart.
"What? Are you moving in with Marang Shui?"
My anger flared up instantly. "Su Wanru, cut the crap. I have absolutely nothing going on with Marang Shui." And Yicheng quickly interjected from the side. "Ah, Yichen, you have someone you like. And here I thought you liked Wanru. I guess I was the one overthinking." Watching the two of them put on this little duet, I lost the last shred of my patience. I threw out a curt goodbye and strode out the door.